Hey guys, we're here at the Predator League 2022 Asia Pacific Grand Finals. My name is Asarai. With me now is Lacoste, and gotta say, really excited to get things started for today.
Oh, absolutely. I'm loving the energy of this place, seeing all the teams around and the players does definitely make me hyped up.
Oh yeah, but gotta say, man, I'm very much more hyped up for the PUBG side of this.
Slightly biased, I know. I'm going to say the same thing. More hyped up about Dota, especially in this region, in Japan. We've been waiting for such a long time to have an event here and some good national teams, some good up-and-coming teams that is going to compete on the stage. Can't wait.
Speaking of which, I do like as well the PUBG regions that were able to join in this particular APAC type of tournament, because again, this is not what we really see with like the Asia and the Asia Pacific for the PUBG side. So it's really great for Predator to actually bring that all together.
Oh, absolutely. It's good for not just the region, but also the development of both of these games in this particular region and all over the world.
Yeah, and again, it just is going to show what the differences is about the meta and everything. And yeah, just gonna be looking to throw it right now to the people inside the hall. Black and Blue and the rest, take it away.
All right, I guess, thank you so much for introducing the outside. And we are actually inside of the venue for Predator League 2022. Are you guys excited?
Super.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It looks absolutely amazing here, Gary. And I'm with you guys as well, meeting you guys for the first time. And I'm looking around and I cannot just be as exhilarated as I already am looking at how amazing the stage looks.
It's brilliant. I mean, the fact that such a big esports event has come to Japan is super hype and super exciting. I'm a big Dota fan, but it's great to see Dota, not just Dota, but PUBG here as well. It's incredible.
Yeah, you can really feel the energy from our players, of course, and from all of us here. Really excited to see this go on. We've got a lot lined up. I think a bit of a surprise coming up when the ceremony comes in, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun here.
It might be one of the best arenas I've ever seen, honestly. There's more RGBs than I've ever seen on any PC. It's going to be an incredible event, I'm sure.
All right, and thank you so much for introducing outside. What do you guys think about this place?
Oh, tadaima.
Okaeri nasai. There's your Japanese.
Nice. Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Oh, super excited to just get things started again. It's just going to show what these guys have got for the next 3 days.
Absolutely loving it. Also, seeing a team from Japan competing, a local team, everyone's going to keep an eye on them. And me as well included.
I mean, not just Japan, right? We have so many different regions, countries here, all around APAC. We are united as one, and I think that's one of the best things about this entire Predator League.
Well, thank you. And we also have casters for the Japanese stream too. Woo! All right, thank you for coming here. And what do you guys think about this place? どうですか、このベニューを見て。
はい、非常に興奮ができそうなステージが準備されていて、僕たちもすごく盛り上がっています。Very exciting feeling.
Thank you. What do you guys think from the PUBG team?
Well, we're really excited about this event. This is probably the biggest, or maybe one of the biggest, esports events in Japan, and we're all excited to commentate in this space.
All right, thank you. And Shinobi-san, what do you think?
Can't wait to see the games to begin. And the whole time so hyped because my former teammates and my friends are on the stage. So we're gonna have a blast for sure.
Thank you. And Shinichiro-san?
Hello guys! Are you all excited? Woo! Yeah, it's very, very hot. And lot of beautiful. And let's go!
Let's go!
Thank you!
Thank you very much. I can see how excited they are too. All right, and you guys can see all the people working in the back, I guess, at the desk for this tournament. So much hard work and so much dedication was made just for this tournament. So we are about to start the opening ceremony pretty much soon, I think. How much time do we still have?
I think we got
probably like a few minutes, right?
Yeah,
We're starting very soon.
a bit of time to burn. I mean, looking at how everybody's gathered here, the
Yeah,
players, the production, everything going on, it's just a spectacle to watch.
I'm really excited to see what the opening ceremony is. I've only heard some things. I haven't seen anything, but I hear it's going to be really good.
Yes. We actually want a rehearsal, right? Did you?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we did at least, and
Yeah.
we saw some of it, and I'm
Right.
sure they look like pretty spazzed up today. So like, I'm excited to see how the full thing goes on for everybody.
Yes. So we have so much exciting stuff coming in for the opening ceremony too. So please stay tuned. We are starting very, very soon. We'll be right back with you guys.
Ever since the shield's construction, the Aegis Guard swore oaths to defend the shielded cities, the last bastions. Jakarta, Bangkok, Manila. But where will the next challenge lead? Tokyo. Here, victory must be earned. Struggle, loss, defeat. But they can be overcome. What is the source? Is it fear? Rage? Or yourself? To know your enemy is to know yourself. Look within. Conquer the demon. Release it and strive forward. Join us. Your conquest awaits.
The concept of this year's event is Unite as One. Predators from top 30 professional teams across Asia Pacific region gather here. Who will stand on top as the ultimate Predator?
Our special guests are here. Let's welcome President Mr. Andrew Ho and General Manager Mr. Bob Sen on stage. They brought the shield to Japan.
The battle of the world's top teams is about to begin.
We're in a good spot right now. I guess we have practiced enough. And right now we are just trying to clear our head to be prepared for the matches tomorrow.
But of course we'll be going into every game with confidence and just try to play our best.
Of course we are ready to play against all the other teams in the tournament. I am defending champion, so yes, I must win.
Always rise, TNC!
It's going very good, great. I play a lot of pubs, I enjoy my life, and here I am. We're very confident that we're going to enjoy the tournament, and if this makes us champions, then we'll see.
Team SMG, let's go!
Nice!
We prepare a lot and we are ready for tomorrow. yeah, we are ready and we will try our best to win.
GG, Chubby Boys.
Our team got coach, so we are very good now. Yes.
Well, I think we're going into this very confidently. I think we've prepared a lot for this tournament, and knowing them, they've spent a lot of time together, so we're gonna use that to our advantage.
Let's go, Reject May.
We feel quite prepared. We've been practicing for a couple of weeks now, and we've played with each other before. We'll try our best shot. I know there's a lot of strong teams out there that will be pretty challenging to defeat, but yeah, we'll try our best.
Ikuzo, Brunzen Girls.
We're lovely. We're okay. Doing all right. We want to be realistic, but I think right now we just want to play our best. We want to do good.
Let's go, RR.
Yes, we are in good condition as a team. We are not sure about that. We will do our best.
Well, we're more than ready. Like, thanks for the ramen. Ramen and what's that? Ramen and udon made us confident.
Guys, Sky, healing, galing.
Very ready. I think anime power. I think so, yeah, we can. Definitely try our best.
Let's go!
We are ready to compete this tournament, and we are well prepared. We have prepared this match since last month. We screen with a lot of strong team, and also during practice match we have prepared with some good team. Yeah. We can most of the team that we always come screen with them and practicing with them. We believe if we do the best, we can win the tournament.
Let's go!
My team ability now is good. At the first, we came by one, not from the team, but our chemistry is kind of good. Our gameplay also, I think, is fine with the patch right now, the meta right now. We scrim against the others, and there's a win, there's a lose, but I think we improve a lot, so I think we are good. Macan Semeru, pasti.
I think our condition right now, we're still not sure because we haven't scrimmed a lot. So maybe we'll see later whether our scrim results will be good. But I think coming here, we're pretty confident because our recent tournaments have, I think, good results. I don't expect that much, but I know we can win if we are on our best condition. Like if everyone is like doing their best. Atin ang panalo.
Extra shot!
The condition of the team is all of us are very confident, and we're expecting to be. We're very confident in the tournament right now, and we're expecting to be top placers in the tournament. Yeah, absolutely. With our last run in our last tournament, we were very confident, and in this tournament, we're very confident as well. It's like we maintained the balance in it. So, yeah.
Ha! Hot dog!
Welcome, everybody, to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 final stage. I am Gods. Joining me is Lacoste, and it is a weekend plus a Friday packed full of amazing Dota 2 action. Lacoste, how are you feeling? Welcome to
Feeling
Japan.
good, you know, just feels great. I had a dream long time ago that Dota is going to be popular in Japan, wanted to come here and be big, and I think this is a great step.
Yeah, both of our first time here in Japan. What were your first impressions being here?
I'm here less than 24 hours, so it's kind of hard to tell, but you know, you can tell what they say about Japan is true.
Yeah.
All the good things.
Oh, it's amazing. And the opening ceremony with the drums, I was super impressed. That was really cool to see.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the stuff that we need in Dota, like some side content as well, and something very specific about the region, about the country that is hosting a tournament.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing to see such a big event come to Japan, and so happy to be a part of it. We've got a lot of amazing teams here from all over the kind of Asia-Pacific region. You know, any kind of teams you're excited to see, check out?
Mostly looking at SMG, because they have the big names. You know, there are a couple of teams that can take this whole thing, I would say. You know, the others from Southeast Asia, of course, we have Polaris Esports, TNC, but I'm mostly looking at the SMG. Also, like, there's some lesser-known teams, some stacks, if you like to call it, but you never know. These are going to be best of one, so you don't know what to expect. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah, best of one adds that extra level of crazy. I mean, the teams have maybe been sitting back watching TI. I guess there hasn't been that big patch since, but I still feel like we're going to see teams just playing their own way. They're not necessarily just really
absolutely. They're not going to try to copy what you know, Tundra or Secret did at the International. It's mostly going to be playing their own style, playing what's really comfortable for them. And you know, I had a little bit of a chat with the players, with some coaches, and seems like they're just going to stick with what they know.
All right. Well, that's what we've got kind of in store as far as the teams go, representing countless of these regions. We'll take a look at actually what the tournament looks like, the rules, the format. We've got a graphic for you coming for that one. It is going to be a double elimination bracket, 14 teams.
14
yep,
teams,
14
yeah.
teams. We just saw them, so I should know 14 teams.
It's going to be BO1s all across until we reach the grand finals, and then it's going to be a BO3. So it's going to be pretty straightforward, I would say. You can't save the strats here. There's no saving strats, something that we love to use in Dota 2, but this time around, you got to go all in.
Yeah, you can see the bracket there now in front of you. So some of the big dogs from SEA starting in round 2, Execration as well as Polaris, but all the way down that round 1 list of teams. And any specific matchups that you kind of got your eye on for this round 1 in the best of ones?
In the round 1, this is going to be the first game, the opening game. We're going to have a Japanese team playing on stage, and you know, I've heard some stories. I've heard Dota here is good, but we have to see how they are going to perform. I think all eyes on them, not because they are hosting the tournament, but because this is a very specific, you know, just region overall. We want to see Dota because they're so well connected with the gaming community in general, and we want to see our favorite game also grow in this region.
I'm excited for that because they're going against the Aussies. They're going against my boys, coming from down under. You know, some new names for maybe some Dota fans, as well as a couple old ones on there as well. That'll be a fun game to kind of start today off with. We'll take a full look at that schedule. That's the opening match. Reject May up against Boons plus Goons. But then we've got, a full day of games. There's 6 best of ones today, plenty more games tomorrow as well. You know, teams representing all of these different regions. Some teams will have to play multiple games in the one day. So yeah, a lot of great action, not just round 1, but also getting to round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what Dota players want to do. They want to get on stage, they want to keep playing their favorite game, and also compete. Like, they want to show, especially for some of these lesser-known teams that they didn't get the chance for themselves, so they will be able to go and compete against some of these, like, more known teams like Polaris, Execration, SMG that we mentioned.
Yeah, well, that's what we've got in store. We're not too far away. It is going to be Team Reject May up against Boons and Goons. Let's get ready. It's our first game of the day. The player's about to come on stage. Here you go. You're taking a look at the stage and the players coming out. Team Reject May representing Japan, and then you've got Boons and Goons, the Australians.
Love the name. I don't know what this is about, but love the name. Also, I think Australia. Yeah, I mean, you were a player back then, right?
Yeah.
You know, a decade ago, one of the 7 professional Australian players. So it wasn't too difficult for them to assemble a team. But these individuals here, you know, did some research, and they're pretty good at Dota. Maybe you have a bit more inside info about them.
It's been a while since I've been playing the Australian pubs, but like 3 or 4 years ago, these are the guys. The community's so small, you run into the same players time and time again. Love the muscles coming out from Shag. Absolute beast.
Giga Shag.
Yeah, Giga Shag. There you go. Yeah, these guys are all like some of the top MMR players. There's been like some small Oz tournaments going on. There's Boons himself. I actually... Boons? What's that one about? I actually played a LAN with him like 4 or 5 years ago. So it was Boons, Black Shaitan, there was a
Ex-Musica, yeah. We were talking about coming here. He was not on the team? Okay.
No,
some of the big names.
This was like a local like Melbourne LAN tournament. Oh my god, these poses are great. That guy practiced his. Was that a like home run swing or something?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope it's not going to be hit and miss.
No, he was looking. He made contact.
He did, okay.
He's fallen after the Houston Astros, World Series champions. There's a reference you won't get, Lacoste.
Definitely not, because I'm not watching that sport. Seems like players are getting ready, and yeah, we can see the teams. So some of the really cool names, I gotta say. You know, baseball dogs. Pretty sure that was him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, baseball is huge in Japan. Like, obviously America known for their baseball, but after America, it's like Japan. Like their baseball league is absolutely massive. People are really big on their baseball. A good name, baseball dogs. What about Boons and Goons? Any favorite names there?
Boons and Goons? Not chemistry, you know, playing with the name there a little bit instead of having chemistry, but yeah, nothing good. I mean, oh, never mind, the Bonzo Show. That's a good one. Is that Bonzo the Clown?
It should be.
I think there's a cartoon, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's formerly known as Boons, now Bonzo or Bonzo Show. I love these pictures too. Oh my god, these are absolute classic. These players and teams looking ready to go to battle here. Who looks more intimidating? Like, who looks more ready for this game, based on what you're seeing?
The way they entered on stage, I'm probably gonna say Reject May. Like, they came in with the confidence. They have this home turf advantage.
You weren't impressed enough by Spag with the muscles coming out?
Muscles in Dota, you don't necessarily need to have them. It's good to have this like discipline, workout and everything, but it's about the collect sparker. It's about how fast you can collect APM, very important.
So you should be flexing your finger muscles when you go out there. Do some little finger shot. I don't know what that looks like. Don't know if that's safe for broadcast.
Gotta be careful which fingers you're using.
Yeah. Oh, they've got papers. Serious
business.
Oh,
look at this. Look at this guy holding a stack of papers.
They've learned.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single TI, whoever has the bigger stack of papers, they win.
And interesting, so I don't know if we're going to get to see him. The coach of Team Australia, there he is, Danog.
Danog, yeah. Dude.
Friend of ours, commentator at times.
Didn't make it here as talent, so he had to come at the event somehow, offering his coaching services, and now he's there with the team.
Usually it's actually like we're at the bottom of the totem pole. Usually it's you try and play, then you try and coach, and then you cast. Yeah. So he's actually, jumped his way up a bit.
Not AUI. He was a talent, previous TI, and
then he finally escaped and actually, I think
then that could be potentially really good for Dan. A good storyline.
We'll see if he's got what it takes to lead Team Australia to victory here. But yeah, we should be getting things underway pretty soon. We'll be covering the draft here and all that good stuff. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You mentioned this could be one of the highlight games of today.
It definitely could. I also want to see if they're just going to play their own style completely, or we're going to see some of the stuff that better teams during TI. Because TI literally just ended a week 10 days ago. And, as you said, there's no new patch. we're still on the same patch, so that means that the people could theory craft, they could take some of the ideas from the better teams and also take it as their own and mold it to make it even better.
It's always a tricky one, though, because, like, you know, especially looking at a team like Tundra, it's like it works because of how long they played together. I feel like if you try and copy them, you're going to, like, fall on your face.
If you have, like, position 5 Mirana doesn't do anything, gets arrow instead of a Starstorm level 1, you could be in a tricky situation, especially if you miss it. But this is the LAN we're talking about. There's not going to be any kind of delay this time around. Players will be playing with almost no delay, so that means that spells are going to be easier to use.
That's something Australians are not too familiar with.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's the lowest ping you can play on?
Well, we have Australian servers, but the problem
no
is
one plays on
most
the
people
server.
play in Southeast Asia servers. So you look, lowest is like from West Coast Australia, you get like 110 maybe. Maybe 90 to 100, but yeah, like from East Coast, from Melbourne and stuff, you're looking at 130, 140.
Yeah, when I'm playing, if I see it go over 30, I'm like, I can feel that. I'm actually, you know, get that 29 or I'm out.
Yeah. I don't know what Japan ping's like, but I know for them playing on Southeast Asia too, there's a bit of ping, so we'll see some land buff here maybe. I mean, I get to play on the Japanese Dota servers. Here we go, we got ourselves a draft, it's time.
It's going pretty fast.
And yeah, this is a hype series because I think these are two teams, probably a lot of viewers like don't know much about Japanese or Australian Dota, but at least on some level, like teams that may be a bit evenly matched.
I'd say so. Also seeing this Morphling ban, it's one of the heroes that became, like it's super popular in pubs right now. It's also Baseball Dog's hero, from what I heard. You know, there's some stories going around, not gonna name any names, don't want to reveal too much, but yeah, Reject Mate opening up with Marcy, no surprise there, the most contested hero at the International. Seems like this is scripted. It's going so quickly. Lashrak plus Lich, also very popular combination, because it's not about the hero, it's not about Lash, it's more about the Bloodstone. Combined with the Lash, it makes heroes super popular and powerful. And all right, they're gonna pick up something to counter Lashrak in the lane, because you need to have something that's gonna outrange him. It's very difficult to play a melee hero into Lashrak, and also having this Lashrak running in with Lich's Frost armor, it gives him almost like immunity, because you're reducing the physical damage, you're healing up with the Bloodstone. So you needed some kind of magical burst, and this is where Lena's gonna kick in.
Yeah, a little bit of everything kind of. You get the magic burst, you get some physical damage as well at some points, so we'll see what they look to round this off. Just to step back, when you're playing like a game like this, like two teams you never played, what would you say is the best approach to, you know, preparing for a draft against a team you know almost nothing about?
I think you need to check some of the heroes that they played. The Pro Tracker comes in very handy to see what they've been playing lately, what they've been practicing, because you know, as a team, they it's not a team that shows up on a big stage and you can do a lot of research. So it's mostly about banning their specific heroes, something that you are afraid of. Other than that, I think you need to be more focused on what you are doing to not end up with a draft. And we can see some of these adjustments that they're making, banning out the Zoo heroes, banning out the Broodmother, banning out the Nature's Prophet, something that can offset the laning stage.
See what the teams end up getting their hands on with some of these bans coming into play here. Nothing too crazy. You mentioned the Zoo Heroes, PA even getting banned out, as well as the Enigma and Drow Ranger.
Oh, I think this could be potentially Sniper for Reject May. One of my favorite heroes against Lashrak Lich. Makes Lashrak's mid-game very difficult, because you can show up in these early fights and you outrange the hero. Even when Lashrak gets a BKB, Blink Dagger, like we're talking about 25-30 minutes into the game, depending how good of a game Lashrak is going to have. But I do like Sniper a lot. But this is also a good, I'd say, block pick, because one of the better heroes overall against the Lashrak. You can set things up on stuns from Marcy, Lena. It's very easy to use, and anything that gets on top of Lena is always going to be good. Like, historically, it was Clockwork, but this time around, let's see. All right, they're going to go with the Visage, so nothing too extraordinary. I feel like we are in TI pretty much in terms of meta.
Yeah, no whole lot has changed. I mean, when I think the Knicks and TI, I think of the way Zayats and Team Secret played. It was like this perfect hero that just goes around the map, finding people, setting up kills, giving vision. because that vision aspect has become such a big part of playing Dota these days.
And it's also a great Visage game because you do have ways to find Lich in the backlines, take him out before he can use any of the spells. Visage Bird's great against controlling the Nyx Assassin during Carapace as well, where like traditionally you would see Lion Shaman as a counter to some of these heroes, but yeah, they're not as popular. I wouldn't put them up there. And Venomancer.
That's a strange pick, right?
Yeah, it really is. Not sure why.
Usually picked against some like Faceless Void or some like melee carry that doesn't want to play against
because they still don't know the matchup.
remaining.
Usually Venomancer is kind of a last pick when you, or if you know the matchup and then you pick it. So they do have ways to counter this.
Isn't Veno usually an offlaner too, where they've also got Visage, so it's kind of like they've picked up 2 offlaners here.
Could be like 5 Venomancer. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Radiant team
Definitely a possibility. Could be here that causes Nyx some problems as Naga Siren
Oh, that's
comes
a
out.
great pickup. I think Reject May is going to have a lot of issues dealing with this Naga Siren because there's not much AoE. It also does have a Dispel mechanic against Visage, against Venomancer.
10 seconds
I think this
remaining.
is a godly Naga Siren game so far.
That's
5 seconds
here they
remaining.
just are going to have to address with this last pick of theirs, I feel. And their options may be a bit limited. They kind of have to pick a carry in some ways, so we'll see what Reject may kind of have on their minds as far as addressing a Naga Siren pick, because Boons and Goons have definitely put themselves a great draft here.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Terrorblade for Reject May, because it's one of the heroes that can hit a certain momentum, and one of the better heroes against Leshrac. You're flipping the papers, I see, Parker. You're looking for a perfect hero here.
No, I'm looking at the... I was actually looking to see who plays what role on the Reject May team, so getting ready to see who the carry... I mean, you mentioned, Baseball Dog's the carry player, so he's the one to look out for this last pick.
Most definitely.
Dire team back.
Let's see how Boons and Goons are going to have a read on this draft. Whether that's going to be something that's been mentioned or if they're going to come up with a bit of a different idea what needs to be removed for Naga Siren to have like even a better game. As we said already, it's still very good game. Like their vision game is going to be through the roof. You have this Nyx Assassin scouting things out, Naga Siren with the illusions. Same go for Reject May. You have Venomancer with the boards, Visage with the bird, so it's going to be, I'd say, slightly difficult to approach some of these games because all these heroes provide a lot of intel to your own team, and it's very like they naturally do outpush the lanes. That's Leshrac, he one-shots the wave. Naga Siren can push 2 waves at the same time. Nyx and Lich, not the 2 heroes that provide you with much wave shoving, so you needed to have that from somewhere else.
We're seeing these last couple of bans coming through. Reject May targeting more of the Zoo heroes with the Beastmaster ban as well as a Viper, knowing that Boons and Goons are looking for that off-lane hero for Tien. We'll see what are those Naga quote-unquote counters get banned out. I mean, it was already such a good Naga game, and now they get 2 bans on top of it to protect
5
it. It's
seconds
just
remaining.
putting them in such a good position here. As Pudge being one of those bans, and we'll see what the other hero is going to be. Faceless Void getting banned out as well.
I don't mind Faceless Void would work out, but if I feel like they lose this game on Reject May if they don't make stuff done in the early stages of the game, because they do have Visage, Venomancer. These are momentum heroes. Visage, one of the heroes, like when he has a bad laning stage, you know that the things are not going to go too well with it. But yeah, looking at how the lanes are probably going to be set up, we're looking at Lina mid, Visage plus Marcy, and I guess that's Venomancer 5, something that I like to play. Probably it's not good then. Just plague the enemies.
You play a lot of Pudge. Pudge is good these days.
Pudge is good. One of the reasons why Boons and Goons banned it is healing reduction against the Leshrac, of course, the burst damage, and also deals well with the Naga Siren illusions, like having some kind of an extra AoE, and the burst damage against the Leshrac, of course.
Yeah. Having the fleshy damage block against Naga, who kind of just tickles you at that point too. There's not really much damage to go through a Pudge. Maybe something where they also... Some of these heroes that they just feel are going to be a bit hard to kill. be something that Reject may have in mind, but you don't really have anyone to frontline here. Like, you're looking at Visage.
That's my
Lena,
problem.
Yeah.
You know what? It could be Core Marcy.
Like one position, or
it's a possibility. But I would still prefer if they pick something else.
Dire team pick.
Here we go. Bloodseeker. What's that bringing to the table?
Good laning stage, that's for sure. I mean, being able to find real Naga Siren if you get the Rupture before she can get the illusions. One of the heroes that can actually kill Leshrac, so that's pretty good. Connects on top of him with the BKB, remaining. Later on with the Shard. So there is some decent amount of damage coming out. And also having Venomancer plus the Bloodseeker, that's an old school combo. Same thing like as Zeus, but a bit more difficult to execute, I would say.
See, we get to see that nice Poison Nova into everybody. Bloodseeker running around at 1,000 movement speed. Last pick coming out here, likely an offlane. We see the Bloodseeker, so curious if they have some idea of what kind of offlaners they may want to pair with. Likely the Nyx Assassin. One of those ranged offlaners always going to come to mind, but with Viper Band, maybe you're just a bit limited in options when it comes to ranged offlaners.
Yeah, I don't think there are many left in the pool, but it can also depend on the player's hero pool, what they want to play. So they still have more than a minute to think about this one.
Any world do you think the Lesh gets swapped to offlane here and they pick up a mid?
Laning into Lina, especially if it's something like melee, could be a bit more difficult. I'm mostly looking at the offlane pipe buyers, pipe right back buyer here, because you're playing against Venomancer, Visage, Lina. If you get these two items, you basically win the game.
How they're gonna? Yeah, they just
damage output is very limited on their side.
Bloodseeker's not one of those carries that really like ramps up and carries games away like a TP or something does.
But also if they feel like they want to have a bit more team fight, something like a Tidehunter block damage in the early stages of the game against some Bloodseeker right clicks, having a dispel mechanic against Veno also works.
Not much time left as we tick our way towards that final pick of the draft for our opening game here. As mentioned, Team Australia up against the Japanese team. Best of one, too.
Yeah, it's...
I love best of ones, personally. That's my favorite part about TI.
Choose your hero.
Dawnbreaker coming out.
Okay, Dawnbreaker plus Nyx Assassin lane. That's gonna be... Like, Nyx doesn't provide you with much at the early stages, but it's a setup. Like, it's a setup for Dawnbreaker to connect with another stun, and it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I always feel like Dawnbreaker is generally picked up for the strong laning stage. Like, because this hero maybe doesn't bring as much to the table later on, but the lane, despite being a melee hero and even a double melee lane, looks pretty potent. Like, if that Bloodseeker comes in, gets caught by an Impale with the Celestial Hammer follow-up, that's could be problematic for baseball dogs.
So, in the end, it seems like it's gonna be Venomancer on that off lane.
Ah, so support Visage, yeah. Yeah, Toyomaru is the hard support player, is at least what we've been told. So I play a lot of Visage. I will say these days 5-position Visage doesn't feel the greatest.
I'm thinking, what about some tri-lane? Is that the possibility for Reject Mate to run? Sack one of those lanes? Because, like, historically, Visage did work out the best in tri-lane, something that eHome pioneered long time ago. Sven, Lina, plus a Visage, but I don't know if it's a best of one, as you said. I don't know if they want to theory craft too much.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps they just need to do something to address this Naga Siren, because it doesn't feel like they've got the best Naga Siren counter, so maybe tri-laning against her is going to be one of their best options.
When I first saw this loading screen, I was like, what the hell is going on? I like it. I don't know what this is, but I like it. And I'm glad this is... I hope we keep this, not just for the Dire Tide.
That went swimmingly.
No, definitely has some extra oomph to it.
Prepare
as we
for
get
battle.
into our best of one. Match 2, I think because match 1 is going on separately, off stream or on a different stream. I believe that's TNC Predator against Lucky, I think
yes,
the Singapore team.
You are correct.
Okay. But yeah, so a couple of games going on at once. A lot of Dota, a lot of teams here in Japan, and we're going to see some of those Early smoke out plays, wards getting dropped as doesn't look like anything too unexpected happening with any of these lanes just yet. But yeah, the big question does seem to be, is this going to be like a Visage tri lane? Is it a support Visage? Because yeah, that's just generally not the role we see this hero in.
Yeah, looking at some of the starting items, Bloodseeker, starting with pretty standard stuff, but what I seen as quick buy was Falcon Blade, not an item you usually see. Doesn't consume much mana. It's all about, like, it's not about the blood right, it's more about him getting to that Maelstrom timing, hitting up the Ancient Creeps, and looking at the Dawnbreaker plus Nyx Assassin. Nothing out of ordinary here.
Oh, they've got the full 5-man squad here with a ward on the high ground. They see everybody, and they're going to jump in on Spack. That's welcome to Japan. Say Team Reject May.
Yeah, that's a great start. And Venomancer getting the first blood. I'm not sure if that's like the hero you want to give first blood to, because usually he dominates the lane. This time around, he's playing into unfavorable matchups, something that does have a dispel mechanic, so it could be very annoying for him. I would prefer if it's on someone else, but you know Dota players, they like to take the kills for themselves no matter what.
Yeah, he's a core. He's probably just saying like, guys, it's fine, you know? Got to make sure somebody gets the kill, but does seem to suggest, yeah, good. At least start with the first blood going their way. The Lina Leshrac mid matchup, as mentioned. You kind of feel like this is slightly Lina favored?
Lina favored, yes. That's
slightly or more than slightly?
Depends on the players. I mean, this matchup, I would say, could go both ways, but if we're talking about two players of equal skill, I would say 55, maybe like up to 60, 40, depends. Leshrac still does fine. Like, you don't stop Leshrac from farming, but because yeah, again, water runes and stuff. Look at my boy Nyx Assassin using that stun early on, and now he's just a creep, not doing anything for almost 20 seconds.
Yep. I mean, had to come in to block that small camp. He got de-warded, so much of these safe lanes seem to be about, or just side lanes seem to be about controlling those pulls.
Has been killed.
Suwan already forced to use his healing salve, trying to play some dangerous game against Lich. Lich at the early levels, very annoying to deal with. Yeah, we see Zemistry already using his illusions, something Venomancer doesn't like to play into. Stun misses.
Oh, meanwhile though, Toyo, this is the, we talked about the Nyx Dawnbreaker lane.
This is a good trade if he gets the kill. Oh!
Oh, he didn't factor in the heal of the stick. Oh, he gets out of there, Boonsy.
And Bonzo, he will TP back immediately, does not want to give any extra movement speed to Bloodseeker. A bit of a uncharacteristic mistake there from the Bloodseeker, not being able to finish off the kill. It would still be a really good trade, because Bloodseeker would get solo XP, get him closer to level 3. And now on the top lane, Venomancer struggling a little bit with CS, not the highest damage hero. Right now sitting at 6, Naga Siren 10 and 6 denies. We knew that this lane is not going to be easy, even with the first blood going into Venomancer's favor.
Yeah, despite being a Veno against a melee hero, it feels like a lane where Naga is going to free farm, and almost because like Veno doesn't really have any tools that are good against the Naga, I feel like.
No, literally nothing.
A little concerning. I mean, they're going to have to really up the tempo, it feels like, at some point, and try and punish the fact that Naga maybe wants to farm this game, because yeah, this Naga pick is going to be problematic.
This Bloodseeker will need to carry heavily, and yeah, we see kills all across the board. Zemistry getting the kill on Venomancer, but also a trade kill. Swan getting some revenge here, getting some extra levels for himself. Still, the big problem, the big elephant in the room that is going to be unaddressed is this Naga Siren.
Well, when you're killing the enemy offlaner, you're probably feeling pretty good about how this lane's going already. Despite it being a trade, you're killing the core, and Venomancer does have to be...
Yeah, but if you die multiple times, then it doesn't matter because you're not a core anymore.
then your team's asking you, so why'd you take the first blood again? Like, let's go back to the start. But I mean, kill the Visage once more down bottom. Offensive tips coming in. These lanes at least seem to be going pretty well for the Aussies. They're going for another kill up top, but it's Swan on the Marcy who actually gets the better of the trade here, killing the Lich and getting Veno back to safety.
Something that is universal, it's the offensive tips. Yeah. You can't take that out from a Dota player. Both stuns actually landing.
Ooh, denied it before he got stunned here, but gets completely zoned out of there. Does have the bottom rune. That got secured by Lord Boons. Okay.
Gave himself a title, huh? Lord.
I played a tournament with this guy. He's got a lot of confidence. You might say he's a bit cocky, but he's got a lot of confidence.
That's a characteristic you need to have as a Dota player if you want to succeed.
Yeah.
And look at our boy Venomancer struggling here a bit on a top lane, 10 CS. Swan did manage to get a kill on Lich a couple of times. Zemistry understands that they have no stuns left and will TP out.
Yep. Veno has got that fast urn with a raindrop coming out there, so they'd love to find the kill up top to start building up those urn charges. Back at bottom. Bit of a farm game, at least to some extent, as long as the Visage can stay away from the aggression of the Nyx Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker's getting way too much out of this lane. 24 and 8, Bloodseeker sitting at 18. I mean, it comes down to both of these supports on the bottom lane not being too strong in the lane. This is 5 Visage we're talking about. Like, it doesn't matter if this hero is super strong at level 1, level 2, level 3, but once you get to like level 4, level 5, those 2 levels don't really matter to Visage unless you get to level 6, and then that's a big game changer. Back one more time, we'll drop.
Yeah, they're completely destroying this Lich up top. A trade kill is going to make it worth it though for Boons and Goons, as the gold is shared, but the XP goes the way of the Naga Siren, and Veno's, his struggles continue up top. They're killing this Lich again and again, but it's still just a Lich.
And also Naga Siren, as you mentioned, is getting some solo XP from that, so that means the Australian guys, they will gladly take that trade anytime. Because that's all you want to have on Naga Siren. Get those illusions maxed out, get your passive maxed out, and then you're going to be able to farm as quickly as possible. And I'm pretty sure they know how good of a Naga Siren game this is.
Yeah, it's one of those, I think a lot of teams, like, you've had your drafts, and when you get that perfect Naga pick, it's like, okay, let's just not do anything completely crazy or throwy, and this game, you know, should be 75-80% favored our way.
Absolutely. Oh, this is a big kill if they can get it, but Bloodseeker, way too tanky and Baseball Dogs. He knows how to dodge.
The Carapace, though, that may still be enough. They get the slow. And Baseball Dogs with the salve up is going to get just out of there with the help of the Grave Chill. They're still chasing, they still want him. Hammer going to break the salve.
Another good stun.
Oh, he's still out of there.
No, not in there. He burned. He burned.
Oh, the LSA gets dodged. The TP out from Juice. Oh no, he ulties out.
Juice or Jukes? I don't know what to call it. That was pretty big. Nyx Assassin landing 2 stuns in a row.
Yeah, usually your Nyx is not your reliable stun to initiate, but
it's a better stun right now, gods. You know, it's not as bad as it was. And mid lane, good rotation here from the Bloodseeker. Still level 5 though. Oh, there we go.
The Bonzo Show, as he's now called as well. Sending up another huge stun in the mid lane with the Impale, and they're pressuring this mid-tier 1 here with the Edict. Not going to be able to bring it down here as Venomancer set up camp, but that's Veno giving top lane free farm to Naga Siren.
He can't pressure anymore in the top, and now the lanes seem to be crumbling. Nyx Assassin, we talked about, I was mentioning it as the action is coming on a mid lane, that it's much easier. It feels nice to play Nyx Assassin nowadays, because the stun is bigger, it's better to use, and he lands a perfect 2-man stun.
Great rotation and collapse in this mid lane, just playing around some of those early timings, the runes, the 8-minute rune, and we'll be giving all the space in the world for Naga Siren, who's not just farming the lane, but also the jungle at this point.
Yeah, they're getting everything, boons and goons and runes. Everything coming their way.
Well, we'll see if Reject may have a way to deny some of the farm that they're getting, deny some of those runes, but right now the pressure is now relocating to this bottom lane. 3 heroes here, and I'm not sure this level 3 Visage can do a whole lot about it.
Now that I'm looking at the draft from Boons and Goons, I can see some similarities. The first team comes to my mind, Team Secret. They did run Nyx Assassin plus Dawnbreaker a couple of times. where you scout things out, Dawnbreaker uses ulti. It's pretty easy, straightforward setup. Pretty difficult to miss, and Boons, yeah, he so far pretty impressive on that Nyx assassin.
Really dominant stuff from him, and the whole team has just been set up for success largely because of it. As Nyx and Lich smoking around the map, they're headed towards this mid lane. Lina, one hero they've yet to really get a good catch on. Still no deaths for this mid laner. Up top, they're deeping in. What's the play up here? It's just back on the Lich for now, but he's got Lord Boons there as well with the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in. And they're going to take out Baseball Dogs' Bloodseeker. Lord Boons gets out of the Blood Right, gets himself back to safety, and a successful defense.
Yeah, we can see some of the issues that Reject May are facing right now, not having too much tower damage. Visage still struggling, being level 4, almost 10 minutes into the game. Marcy, I think he's the one who did the most this time around. And yeah, looking at Naga Siren, level 8, 10 minutes into the game, those early trades that they did, really favoring Boons and Goons.
This Naga's definitely a problem. Farm-wise, level-wise, has everything she needs, all the space in the world, farming up whatever real estate she wants, taking over this bottom jungle, and with all the dire vision that they've set up around this area. Like, you know, she sees some of these heroes around her coming, will actually go on the aggressive.
For a solo kill.
Has the Grave Shield to boost out of there, but Lord Boons comes in with another Impale, and that's going to probably set this kill for Zemistry.
Beautifully done by Zemistry, actually using one of the illusions to get in front of him and try to block him. Problem is, they just killed the tower as well with the Leshrac, and now the map is going to shrink. They already lost the bottom tower on side of Reject May, so map getting smaller and smaller for them. 4K gold lead, 11 minutes into the game. They don't have that playmaker. Their playmaker is pretty much Marcy, Visage at the moment, before level 6, not really a hero. And yeah, Baseball Dogs, one more time, I believe that's his third or fourth death so far.
It's been a tough one. It's this Nyx Dawnbreaker. They started bottom with him, and then they just follow him up top. Just wreaking havoc over his game, and making life really difficult for the poor Japan carry player.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They're
attack.
not done, they're still sticking around. Same bit of a trap here for Toyo on the
Another
Visage.
stun.
He's just the man on a mission, just setting up kill after kill.
All right, sign this guy. Get him a tier 1 team. Get him out of Australia. Get him to Europe. Because this Nyx Assassin performance has been on point. Very involved. We can see 3-0 and 6. Involved in 9 out of 11 kills.
Very impressive stuff. He's really been the one to set the tempo. 5K gold lead 12 minutes in. That's a problem. That's not normally the size of lead you see in a game that's gonna, you know, turn out particularly close. Mid lane, they've now found another setup from Lord Boons. The pull in from the Lich, he will manage to rebound himself out of there, so Swan gets back to safety, but it's a sign of how difficult this game is. It looks like even top lane.
Oh no, not the Veno again.
It's the Veno again.
It's always Veno. Whenever I see this hero, he either feeds or he's having a mediocre game. I don't think there's anything in between.
He hasn't reached the Bloodseeker's 4 deaths yet. He's sitting on 3. He's all 4 of their kills too.
Make Venomancer great again. Make Gale undispellable.
So Lina, they'd love to kill with a 2-hero Impale as well. They get 1, they get 2 with Toyo Mari going down. And Naga Siren's on the chase. They want Swan.
She does have a song. We'll use it aggressively. Let's see if Bonzo can land another stun. Yes, he can.
Was there any doubt? Kill after kill going their way.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, this is something that we mentioned. Reject May not having a playmaker other than this Marcy. Like, she doesn't have a hero to play with. Lina should have been that hero. Like, Bloodseeker tried to make some moves around the map, and no, not again. Even with the missed stun, Venomancer's gonna melt.
Yeah, Juice is... Oh, he's alive. Juice wants to finish the deal. Another Bonzo, 2-hero Impale as they do end up getting the kill on the Veno in the trees. And deed is not done as Nyx Assassin oversteps. He's back in some trouble as well with the chain
those
throws
chain
bouncing
throws
around.
bounces.
Oh, Lena barely survived. Swan almost brings it back to Alina, but Juice is still in the trees. Tian finishes him off. Jandals is low with the rupture. He's holding his ground, and one more soul assumption will finish him off. So a decent fight in the end for Reject May. They're getting a couple of kills here, but Juice is causing
Still
problems.
not done. I like the way he moved. He first managed to find Venomancer, finish him off in the trees, then goes off from the trees, finishes off Lina, but not too bad of a fight for Reject May. He's showing some signs of life, being able to take down Leshrac and both supports.
Yep. See there, the gold unfortunately still not the greatest for them. They lost their juicy cores, and things continue to overall look in a pretty grim place for them, and these items are coming online soon. You see there, Juice with his BKB.
And not messing around this time. He understands, I get a BKB, I'm having a free fight. I don't need to care about any of the spells other than Rupture, and I don't think he's gonna be the target for Rupture. You need to be able to control this Leshrac. Leshrac with the Bloodstone, extremely difficult to deal with. I think the way they wanted to counter this Leshrac was having Venomancer build into Spirit Vessel. We saw different ways, like having...
Top tower
I think
is
that the
under
best
attack.
one that I've seen was Tundra with Tidehunter, having this pipe right back. Like
Yeah.
he even went for Mage Slayer, just to be able to reduce damage as much as possible from Leshrac.
I haven't been able to have a good enough early game to farm all these items. I mean, they'd love to have a way to negate some of what Leshrac's doing, but at this point, it's not just the Leshrac you got to worry about, it's the other hero who hasn't even shown up in this game, Naga Siren. 4-0-2, which is a decent score. I mean, a lot of those kills come in the lane stage, but Naga's just been playing PvE.
Yeah, this is pretty much 4 versus 5 at this point. It's Naga Siren being hero that's gonna... Oh, another good one.
Chain Frost 2.
It comes down to vision. They do have sent toward a little bit more to the east, southeast, if you want to call it, but didn't scout the next assassin rotation.
3, 1, and 13 on this Nyx Assassin. Having a hell of a game. And they've just got complete map control, even with Radiant Wards, like at their triangle, as well as in the bottom jungle there.
Radiant's middle
Unable
tower
to
is
stop
under
any of
attack.
this Aussie aggression.
Yeah, they're just all over the place
Radiant's
right now,
middle
losing
tower has
towers left and right. This is a tier 2 tower, immediately running to outpost to be able to take out some of the experience that's gonna come in clutch. Like, these are not big numbers, but still. And look at Bonzo. Bonzo, Magic Wand, Tranquil Boost. These are his items, but he did manage to make so much done at these early stages of the game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now, I would assume that there is like a casual wind lace in there somewhere to have extra movement speed, run across the map to help out. Oh, Ledge even using his ability to pull the bird, kill
Radiant's
it, free
bottom
gold.
tower is under attack.
Does have to resummon, but it's gonna be careful now. They're being hunted in this top lane. They can't access this Radiant triangle. They do have the vision there. They have got that ward. They know kind of what's going on here. And for the most part, they're just doing a good job of playing keep away and not giving up more kills.
We missed this one, but yeah, Juice is on fire.
You see a 99% win probability, and we're just 18 minutes in with a full Orchid on Zemistry's Naga Siren coming out.
That's the build these days, being able to join these early fights, control heroes pre-BKB, or when the BKB is down, going for the solo pickoffs on the supports when they show on the side lanes. Very difficult to deal with.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I love what this Ven is doing. He's set up. They know he's there. They just killed a courier. Okay, TP's out. He's just been farming in this dire jungle. He's like, okay, there's nowhere safe for me, so let's go in the most unexpected place in the map.
Inside the Roach Pit they go. This is going to be a freebie, what it seems, because they are showing on the bottom lane, taking the outpost, also scouting them out with this Observer on the high ground. The 2 heroes showed, I believe Visage also showed as well, and they just don't have the tools to deal with this Naga Siren right now. I see Zemistry queuing up the Heart of Tarask as his third item, being able to just soak up any kind of damage, make his illusions tankier, which means more damage. Yeah, I think this also Falcon Blade on Baseball Dogs is did set him up for a, I'd say, a slower game where the hero, as we mentioned, does not provide, like, doesn't need that much mana regen to farm up. It's all about the right clicks, and Juice pretty much going for a solo kill. Next Assassin still there to be able to secure the kill, but overall Juice on fire throughout the whole game.
Even getting the extra kills on one bird and likely the second. He's already used the Stone Remnant, so easy pick up there. He's bird hunting, and they've not done. They're also bloodseeker. A missed stun boom? His first miss stun of the game, it feels like. But nonetheless, does get the kill.
This is what we talked about, having this Orchid available to be able to just burst people down with the illusions. Leshrac even TP'd with Boots of Travel.
Radiant's top tower is under
Feels like
attack.
they're all on the same page. Once again, this Venno is set up in the enemy jungle. Every time I look at this mini-map, I'm like, oh, what's Venno up to? He's chilling.
Venno,
like,
always up to feeding, always up to something nasty.
Yeah. This reminds me of the KBBQ Venno. Just jungling it up. He's half asleep at his keyboard. And you gotta, every now and then you gotta shake him awake like, dude, you're in a Dota game, you know?
That's what Venno is all about.
Unfortunately, not a big that's working out for...
When's the last time you saw Venomancer winning the game? I actually can't remember.
No, I can't either. There's probably one or two at TI, but they were heavily outnumbered by the games the hero lost.
Or the time when the hero was not picked.
Yeah. And the thing is, the losses are so glaringly bad. Like when Venno loses, it looks awful.
It's very easy to blame Venomancer for the loss. On to the Tier 3 tower they go.
They're going high ground, and the defense is just not really there. They're not in position to come and deal with this. Naga illusions as well as Edict, just getting this Tier 3 tower down nice and low.
Radiant's middle
Back
tower
off for
is
now.
under attack.
This is where Venno has to shine. Come back and defend with the Plague Wards.
This is his time. Do or die right now. Most of the time it's die. For Venomancer, we need to call it die or die. He has two options. None of them look good.
That to me has always like been the issue with the hero. You're kind of a turtle hero. Like Plague Wards is dispel that turtles, but at the same time, Venno's an early game hero. Like that you pick for the lane. So there's like
if
this.
you turtle long enough, you become a late game hero. That's the thing about Venno.
Needs that Midas. That's what I'm hearing.
Now I'm thinking about it, doesn't sound like a bad of an idea anymore.
I mean, this game, why not? You're playing your 5 position better way. You gotta get some Midas in there. They're smoked up. They're looking to make a play here. Dawnbreaker down this bottom lane is hard to get because of the BKB as well as the Aghanim Shard. Said it. Oh no.
Oh no, it's him again. You've seen this movie before.
Yeah. We don't talk about Bruno of Dota. We don't talk about Venno as another death goes the way for Reject Maze Venno player.
I don't know how they feel about closing out this game. Maybe they're given a bit too much respect to Venomancer, his high ground defense.
He's dead though. This is the time.
Yeah, he's dead there. Go, go, go. 15 seconds. Let's do this, boys.
Get the tower and back. Okay, alright. Gets the Leshrac low. He has got the ace to play around him with the jump on Marcy. Boons does himself a bit on the high ground here, but they're looking to poke and prod back in with a haste rune. Giving Gems a lot of mobility, but
still 40 seconds left on that Aegis. Another Edict is available. Venobirds plus Venomancer wards, very annoying, but another great stun with the connection.
2 heroes stun into a follow-up, and Juice has to back off here, has the BKB TP out. The physical damage is a lot. It's just not quite enough. And while all that's going on, Naga was split pushing both mid and top, so it does look like they're getting some good damage in. They lost the Nyx Assassin, but
good old split push. It's been a while since I saw someone being able to split push as efficiently. Like usually it does get punished. You do have a jump, but yeah, we see why Australian team did not want to go in and commit heavily because you do have, I believe that's a pipe on Venomancer reducing some of their damage, and yeah, they just smoked. They're looking for something. Bottom lane is not pushed. Someone needs to address this one.
Left Bloodseeker behind, so I guess the job is his, but that means they're playing 4v5 potentially for this smoke play. So right now, Boons and Goons are split up around the map here, so if they find somebody, they should be able to get a quick kill. Sid runs forward, but pops out of the smoke, and that's been scouted out. It's been pinged immediately, and
makes game very difficult. You don't have that instant jump. You don't have that instant stun. If you see Marcy flying out, like she also needs something to rebound off. Difficult task to execute compared to what the Australian team has. Like having this Nyx Assassin from the Invis, and yeah, one more time. How many deaths is that? I stopped count at 6. That's not too high.
How cruel observers left it on the screen, you know.
Yeah, they did that on purpose.
I'm amazed you are.
Meanwhile, Dawnbreaker, 11, 0, and 10. It's been quite the one-sided game so far. It's all the high ground defense now. 21k down. You're thinking we just could try go late game.
I don't know if they want to wait for another Roche. I think that's the safe play. It's the BO1s we're talking about here.
I wonder if they know how far ahead they are. I think a lot of teams would. Obviously, this is, you know, some of these teams at this tournament and not teams who have that big, you know, international competitive Dota experience. So definitely don't mind the idea of them just playing things safely here.
It's gonna get even more difficult. This Naga Siren, you don't have a hero that deals well with the illusions. Your lanes are constantly pushed. You don't have a hero to gank with. You're pretty much stuck at defending your own base. That's your only plan. They did try to smoke, but then realized it's a difficult task to execute.
And the Naga just puts so much pressure on the map. Anytime you're gonna smoke up, all your lanes are being pushed in. Not to mention the illusions giving vision.
Oh, Lina even pops a BKB a bit prematurely there.
Tried to cast it on her teammate.
She heard Nyx Assassin using stun. It's like, oh,
yeah, the audio
better safe than sorry.
Yep.
Testing it out. It works for the next fight.
Yep. No doubts about that. But we'll have to wait for that little bit of a cooldown as right now, I mean, they just have
all 3 lanes. Yeah. Look at where they're standing, gods. In their base.
Your entire, I mean, all the jungle being farmed out by Naga illusions and just dire heroes too. Like, they don't have to bring the heroes, they just use the illusions to push out these waves. This is where Benno needs to find a way to sneak out and get back into that dire jungle.
Yeah, sneak in that Hand of Midas somehow. Yep. Try to go for the ultra late game plan.
Tier 3 items here, plus looks like Zem is close to
just a butterfly. Out of nowhere. Roshan respawn. This is the fast Roshan. It's gonna get scouted.
Oh, bottom, they've gone for a jump. They don't have Naga, but no problem once again. Oh, poor Venno.
Reduced to your elements.
It's been a rough one.
Record that on your phone right now, poor Venno, because I feel like you're gonna be able to play this a couple more times during this game.
Make my job easier. Just copy paste. Honestly gets left alive as the buyback is going to cause some problems here. The BKB TP out with the rupture, and there's nothing to cancel it. The physical damage not enough, and they want to turn this one around.
They're ready to go back in. Dawnbreaker still has ulti available.
They're pushing both mid and top as well, so there's a lot of problems to be addressed here for Team Japan. Nice Visage Bird Stun gets Boons' Nyx Assassin away, but the damage has been done. Top lane's just dead.
Gone.
They lost Rax.
They don't have the tools to deal with this Naga Siren. Let's see if they go in and decide to take this Roche. Venomancer did buy back in the previous fight. So next time he dies, that's a good thing. He won't be able to die for almost 90 seconds.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Only feeds so much.
Yes.
There's a limit. There.
It's a good thing to buy back, actually, if you're feeding a lot.
Yeah, makes sense. So those people in your game who just run it down mid and then buy back, it's actually helping
good.
You. Yeah, you want them to buy back.
Let's see. how Reject May is going to address this, if it's going to be one of those desperation smokes, but mega creeps on top lane, super creeps, pushing things in, also having two Naga Siren illusions approaching. Lashrak will pick up both Aegis and the shard, so makes fights even more difficult having that. Oh, where's it? Oh, he does have a shard, never mind, that's blind.
Just pulls it in with the Blink Dagger, and he's good to go. I mean, you see there, it was 100% win probability like 5
now it's
minutes
150.
ago.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I don't think there's coming back into this one.
It's the writing's on the wall. They'll play it out. I mean, there is still the lower bracket, so they're not completely out of it just yet. But it does look like a potentially good start.
This is it. One more fight, and after that, we are probably gonna know who won this game. Even though it says 100%, which is technically incorrect if you make a comeback from 100% win game. I think I saw Grubby the other day losing 100% win rate game.
Oh. Well, that was the OG at TI, 100% win rate.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Back in the day. It's happened at a TI itself, so maybe Reject Maze having dreams about playing this one out as if they're OG. And right now, the split push, all three lanes being shoved, Naga Siren just sending illusion, not committing in any of these lanes, and they're not even killing heroes, they're just slowly whittling away these buildings, daring Reject May to make some kind of move to fight into them.
Seeing this gigantic split earth, and also Dawnbreaker with the BKB charges with their shard, being able, because again, you do have enough time to use your abilities, pop your BKBs. They're gonna go on Lashrak.
As an Aegis though, there'll be a second life if they can even deal with the first. With the heal from the Dawnbreaker, Jandals does finally go down, but at the cost of the Venom's life, they'll get the Lich with the Bloodseeker charging forward BKB.
Naga, the cleanup.
It's cleanup city. Lashrak will finish them all off, and that should be all over Red Rover for Japan here, as they've lost 4, only Marcy left standing, and they're gonna chase her down as well. No mercy. Oh, into the fountain, she's out. Okay, doesn't need mercy. She's got the moves.
She's Mercy herself. She doesn't need any mercy, and they're gonna call it.
Yeah.
35k gold lead to end this one. Pretty one-sided. They did have some moves, like lanes didn't go, I guess, as they expected. They try to bring this Visage position 5. Didn't bring too much in the laning stage. Like, didn't really feel the influence of the hero. Top lane also getting countered by this Naga Siren. Mid lane was, I think Lina was farming nicely, but yeah, Boons and Goons taking the W in this one. Some really nice performance by this Dawnbreaker, not dying a single time. Juice completely dominating the game, and yeah, Zemistry as well on Naga Siren. Also uncontested. Like, you could feel that the game was getting out of control really quickly. After they lost a couple of heroes on the bottom, Bloodseeker didn't manage to get his item timings, and also this position 5 Visage, as we mentioned, not getting level 6, I believe 13, 14 minutes into the game.
It's always a good game when you can kind of highlight multiple players who really absolutely play things pretty flawlessly. Like you mentioned, Dawnbreaker, the Naga, the Nyx was making plays all around the map. It's a good sign moving forward when they verse maybe some of the stiffer competition that everybody seems to be playing their A game. So as far as what you saw from the others, do you think they can actually compete with some of the the top SCA teams who are here? Your SMGs, your Polaris.
These are best of ones. I think they have a pretty good chance, considering what I just saw. They don't look like one of those stacks. They do play like a team. Moves that they make around the map, how they itemize, it's pretty straightforward. It's what top tier Dota is about, and they're getting their ideas somewhere. We did mention Team Secret, like this Nyx Dawnbreaker combo, but yeah, you can pick whatever you see other teams picking. It's about the execution, and the execution in this game was very crisp.
Yeah, and it's something I know from talking to some of the guys, from talking to Danong, their coach. They were scrimming and stuff coming in. They were looking at this as like a chance to really represent Australia on an international level, something that Oz Dota players don't get to do very often. It's amazing that some of these Asia Pacific tournaments, like what Predator's doing here, are bringing them in. And already, off to a good start. This is, maybe an opponent who's not going to be one of the top teams here, but even from the Reject May side, what did you see from them? What do you feel like they have to need to do moving forward to get some better results?
Yeah, I feel like they just overthought the draft, how it needs to be played out. Some of these lane counters, like something specific, picking this Venomancer early on. I think they have some good ideas. They're sticking to what they know, what they feel comfortable. But, maybe shift things around a little bit in the next one.
Okay, well, we'll see if we get a new look from Team Japan later on in the day in some of their future matches. But, there's a lot more Dota coming up. We've got more teams playing. I think we'll see more of the squad we just saw as well later in the day. But yeah, great sign of things to come. Not quite the hype close match we'll hope.
No, it was pretty one-sided, to be completely honest. But maybe they learn a couple of things from this match and they show up better in the next one.
Yeah, they are the home team, of course. So something where we hope we get to see that bounce back. And as far as, you mentioned some of the heroes and picks that the Aussies were doing, like the Nyx Stormbreaker. Do you feel like, there was, for the most part, pretty standard stuff when it came to the picks?
Absolutely. There was, pretty meta heroes that they picked. They didn't go for anything unusual, and they did what these heroes are supposed to do, like moving around the map, going for the item timings, and also, showing some big signs of discipline, I would say. Not pushing, not overextending, waiting for second Roche to respawn to close it out.
Good sign. I think we might be heading to a break soonish, maybe not quite yet, as we'll wait to hear the cue there. But yeah, we also having an interview, I think, with one of the players from the winning team from Australia. Impressed by Aussie Dota, sounds like?
Yeah, the only one that I know was pretty much you, that I played a long time ago. Yeah, there are a couple of TI winners out there, but one specifically. But yeah, it's good. I didn't get much chance to watch them play, and so far very impressed.
All right, well, with that, we're done with our first game. Let's quickly watch a recap of the match, and then we'll be back with an interview. See you soon. Here, with a ward on the high ground, they see everybody, and they're going to jump in on Spag. That's welcome to Japan.
Venomancer does play into, stun misses.
Oh, meanwhile though, Toyo, this is we talked about the Nyx Stormbreaker lane.
This is a good trade if he gets the kill to level 6, and then that's a big game changer. Spag one more time, we'll drop.
Yeah, they're completely destroying this Lich up top. A trade kill is going to make it worth it though for Boons and Goons. Absolutely.
Oh, this is a big kill if they can get it, but Bloodseeker way too tanky on baseball dogs. He knows how to dodge.
The Carapace, though, that may still be enough. They get the slow, and Baseball Dogs with the salve up is going to get just out of there with the help of the Grave Chill. They're still chasing, they still want him. Hammer going to break the salve.
Another good stun.
Oh, he's still out of there.
No, not in there. He burned. He burned.
Oh, the LSA gets dodged. The TP out from Juice. Oh, no, he ulties.
Good rotation here from the Bloodseeker. Still level 5, though.
Oh,
there we go!
The Bonzo Show, as he's now called.
Try to make some moves around the map, and no, not again. Even with the missed stun, Venomancer's gonna melt.
Yeah, Juice is... Oh, he's alive. Juice wants to finish the deal. Another Bonzo, 2 hero impale as they do end up getting the kill on the Venom in the trees. And the deed is not done as Nyx Assassin oversteps his bag in some trouble as well with the chain thrust bouncing around.
Bounces.
Oh, Lina barely survived. Swan almost brings it back to the Lina, but Juice is still in the trees. TN finishes them off. Jandals is low with the Rupture.
Hero, that's gonna... Oh, another good one.
Chain thrust too.
It comes down to vision. They do have
Bird Hunt in there. They're not done. They're also Bloodseeker. A missed stun, Boom? His first miss stun of the game, it feels like. Aegis, though, there'll be a second life if they can even deal with the first. With the heal from the Dawnbreaker, Jandals does finally go down, but at the cost of the Venom's life, they'll get the Lich with the Bloodseeker charging forward. BKB.
And the cleanup.
It's Cleanup City. Leshrac.
Old lead to end this one. Pretty one-sided. They did have some moves, like lane didn't go.
All right, we're here now with Boons and Goons on the main stage. Congratulations, guys. A pretty convincing start to things. We've got all of you up here, so I'll try to get all a chance to speak. But Spag, you're sitting here next to me standing. How do you think? Welcome to Japan. How was the first game for you?
First game was great. I mean, I think we prepared well, and we executed how we wanted to, and we're obviously very happy with how things turned out. So,
any surprises that kind of came your way with what the Japan team was picking or doing in these games?
not necessarily. I think we had a look at their profiles and stuff and sort of sussed out what we thought they might do, and yeah, I think we had a pretty good read on the situation, I would say.
Cool. This is obviously a rare chance for an Australian team to kind of come compete at international level. So you're next in line. What's it kind of mean to you to get a chance to kind of come compete internationally when often, being from Australia, you're just kind of stuck competing in your own region?
Yeah, I feel like it's an amazing opportunity for all of us. TI calls are very, very difficult to go through for us, from playing with Ping, playing with all these other professional teams competing. So this is a chance for us to shine in the international scene and for everyone to see how we are.
Great to hear. I'll ask some of the back row. Boons, I see you back there, old friend of mine. How was that? Pretty good Knicks game. How do you think you did?
Nah, I didn't have 100% stun rate. I think it was pretty terrible.
You missed one at the end. I was surprised when you missed that.
Yeah, no, I missed like 3 in total. I'm really not happy with myself.
So we'll expect better in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you think your team did, though?
Yeah, I think everyone like really killed it, actually. They expected from this guy right here, Juice.
Yeah. Sorry. We're going by your names that you show up there. Flawless game on the Dawnbreaker. What's it like for you here in Japan? You enjoying yourself after a good win?
Yeah, it feels good.
And any new big strats prepared? Obviously, this was maybe not one of the strongest opposition that you're going to be facing here, but when it comes to versing, some of the top teams in SCA, how do you think you're going to fare there? Or Boons, since let's hear from Boons then.
In all honesty, we sort of just vibe out with the draft. We don't really have strats. We sort of just see a hero, and people just say, "Oh yeah, I reckon this hero is pretty good here."
That's good to hear. And any does sound the NRS we didn't get a chance to talk as well. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Anything you'd like to say before we go to a break?
No, we're just happy to be here. And we'll play to Japan.
Awesome. Well, sorry for giving you the worst of all the questions, but we are going to be going to a break. Our next match is going to be Lil Gun versus Grindski Esports. That's going to be at 2:30 p.m., 14:30 local time here in Japan. So we'll see you there. Thanks, everybody, and stick around. With a ward on the high ground, they see everybody and they're going to jump in on Spack. That's welcome to Japan.
Venomancer doesn't like to play into. Stun misses.
Oh, meanwhile though, Toyo, this is the, we talked about the Nick Dawnbreaker lane.
This is a good trade if he gets the kill to level 6, and then that's a big game changer. Spack one more time, will drop.
Yeah, they're completely destroying this Lich up top. A trade kill is going to make it worth it though for Boons and Goons.
Absolutely. Oh, this is a big kill if they can get it, but Bloodseeker way too tanky and Baseball Dogs. He knows how to dodge.
The Carapace though, that may still be enough. They get the slow. And Baseball Dogs with the salve up is going to get just out of there with the help of the Grave Chill. They're still chasing, they still want him. Hammer going to break the salve.
Another good stun.
Oh, he's still out of there. He's still
No, not in there. He burned. He burned.
Oh, the LSA gets dodged. The TP out from Juice. Oh no, he ulted.
Good rotation here from the Bloodseeker. Still level 5 though.
Oh,
there we go.
The Bonzo show as he's now called.
Try to make some moves around the map, and no, not again. Even with the missed stun, Venomancer's gonna melt.
Yeah, Juice is. Oh, he's alive. Juice wants to finish the deal. Another Bonzo, 2 hero impale as they do end up getting the kill on the Venom in the trees. The deed is not done as Nick's assassin oversteps. His bag in some trouble as well. The chain throws bouncing around.
Bounces.
Oh, Lena barely survived. Swan almost brings it back to the Lena, but Juice is still in the trees. TN finishes them off. Jandals is low with the rupture.
Being hero, that's gonna. Oh, another good one.
Chain Frost too.
It comes down to vision. They do have
Bird Hunting. They've not done. They're also Bloodseeker. A missed stun boom. His first miss stun of the game, it feels like. Aegis though, there'll be a second life if they can even deal with the first. With the heal from the Dawnbreaker, Jandals does finally go down, but at the cost of the Venom's life, they'll get the Lich with the Bloodseeker charging forward. BKB and
the cleanup.
It's cleanup city. Leshrac
Old lead to end this one. Pretty one-sided. They did have some moves, like lanes didn't go.
with more Dota 2 action coming to you live from Japan to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2022 finals phase. Once again, I'm joined by Lacoste, and we have got more action coming your way. How you feeling?
Feeling good. You know, the first game for series was relatively one-sided. I think this one might be a bit more different, but yeah, some good Dota. Like, we gotta start somewhere. When the DPC was introduced, we need, like, you know, people were complaining about the format and everything. Like, it's good. Like, now we see the product of good, like, competitive, healthy scene, pretty much. And yeah, it's also very good to start some of these, like, third-party tournaments as well somewhere else. And Japan is probably the best place you can start it.
Yeah, it's a fun place to be, a fun place for all these teams get to attend. You mentioned at DPCs, a lot of these teams you get to watch are teams that have been playing it out in that Division 2, you know, making a name for themselves, but also just getting the reps in. One of the teams coming up is Lil Gun, who will be playing our next series. They've been kind of, you know, working their way through that Division 2. Finally, in the 2 or 3 of the most recent DPC, made it back into Division 1. So, big expectations for them here. They could be one of the almost favorites at this tournament.
Yeah, potentially, because first time I heard about this team was in 2021 when I was doing DPC Southeast Asia. And yeah, this team, it's a term that we do use a lot. It's called cheesy. They do have their own style. They do have very specific heroes that they play. But it's one of those teams that can surprise you in a really good way, open up a bit of a, I'd say, a different mindset as well for some other teams, how to play certain games, how to play certain matchups, something that you need to be aware of when playing against some of these teams.
Yeah, and the team they're going up against is Grind Sky Esports, representing the Philippines, but it looks like and sounds like both teams are ready to come out on the stage, so let's get things ready for our next match. Let's bring out the teams. And here you go, Grind Sky Esports on the right, Lil Gun on the left. Two scary Southeast Asian teams. They need some work on their poses, their power poses.
Oh, here we go.
There we go, yeah.
You ask for it, and they deliver.
Oh, beautiful stuff. Loving the contemplative look there.
I spoke about the mindset. That's one way to get the winner's mindset.
Yes. I mean, I bet when you talk, Dota being a brainy game, he's got the right idea. None of the muscles or anything shown, as we'll see these players coming out one by one.
The classic, shut the hell up, you know, it's, I'm not gonna say a word, my gameplay, my mouse clicks are gonna do it for me.
What would be your go-to pose? If this is you.
I don't know, I don't remember, it was so long ago, probably something cringe.
Cross the arms. Oh. Lil Gun, a lot of players who have had that experience.
Come back here. He's like, nah, I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
We got the heart, we got the love. You know, they've got the brain, the love. They're trying to assemble Captain Planet here.
Captain Planet, it's something I haven't heard in like 20 years, Parker. Thanks for taking me back. And the classic, the fist.
That's Earth right there. You know, we've got the full makings of a squad here. I mean, Grind Sky Esports, a team we don't know a whole lot about. There was one name, I know Join Fire was talking to him. He said they're this very young new team. Aris, they're one of their support players, the only guy with competitive experience.
Yeah, he did play for Signal, pretty much the only one with the competitive experience. But yeah, gonna be a difficult task taking on Lil Gun, squad from Mongolia that has competitive experience. You did talk about the DPC, how they did manage to stay in Division 2. Tour 1, Tour 3, Tour 2, and then in Tour 3, finally managing to qualify to Division 1.
Yeah, they're just a very solid, stable team I've always felt. I mean, I think there were some expectations towards the start of the year that, you know, they would advance to Division 1 and maybe get some upsets. Every now and then, they played all the BTS Pro Series tournaments, and they would actually take games against top teams. They were getting occasionally top 3 in those online tournaments with wins against Division 1 teams, but once it came to playing DPC, they couldn't quite deliver those same results until the most recent season. So they're a team that's very good at beating the teams they're supposed to beat, but then they sometimes struggle to like break through that wall to really become a top team.
It's consistency. Like, you need to go through this meat grinder pretty much, play for a year or two, figure out your high highs, lows lows, and to be able to experience both of those, you know, and just
we're getting the true side comms here from the players.
Yeah, I was wondering what that is, and
I don't think. And how's your Mongolian?
Not really good. Not good.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing to note with when it comes to Logan. They've stuck together. Usually teams you lose TI qualifiers every year. You're like, all right, time to kick 1 or 2 players, time to disband. But they're sticking it out.
Yeah, after 2021, they did change their roster because things were like not working out as you would expect them to. Probably had higher expectations, but yeah, sticking with the same roster means that they're believing in the team. Coming up here, also probably having high hopes. I don't know if you come with the mindset to like take the whole thing. Probably you need to have it, but there's some really good teams here. Like some of the familiar teams from Southeast Asia region. You did play them a lot. Like you do scrim against them because you're a really good opponent for them to try out new things. And yeah, it's a team that has longer competitive experience and will probably use it to their advantage.
Yeah, and when I looked at the team list here, and I think the teams that stood out to me was like SMG, Polaris, and Lilgun. The question is, and I think the fact that some of those other teams have, especially when you look at SMG, are playing with like a kind of slightly newer roster. This is a tournament where Lilgun, it wouldn't be an upset if they get top 2 or win the whole tournament. They're one of the tier 1 teams at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you did talk about them having experience and everything, and you need to have that. Like, it's gonna be highly unlikely that some team that didn't show their true potential in their region somewhere else, it's gonna take this whole thing. It's gonna be someone more established.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Grind Sky have anything to say about that. Yeah, as mentioned, they're kind of a newer, younger team. We don't have too much data on them just because so many of these players have not had that history of competitive Dota. Curious to see like what that kind of maybe more pub star style of play can bring to the table in this series.
And we can hear the clicks. It's a lot of clicking, testing out stuff before going into the game. It's pretty hot in the studio. It's pretty hot in here. I don't think they need hand warmers, but the nerves, probably the hands are cold.
This is good coaching. What hero is he on? Let's steal the intel here. But yeah, the team's just getting themselves warmed up and set up for this best of 1. We've talked a little bit about it a few times already, but best of 1s. There's a favorite coming in this one, but all of a sudden when it's a best of 1, that changes things.
I would still favor Lilgun, even if they were playing against teams like Execration, probably. Essentially one of the favorites, because in a best of 1, like, you need to be aware of something cheesy. Again, word cheesy coming in. I know it's a word that
Lilgun.
It's Lilgun. It's you got to be aware of it. And look at the bans. They did their homework. They did ban out both Broodmother and Lycan, which opens up a lot of other heroes that are usually banned out. Going for the silencer straight away.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lilgun, like during their prime, like they had 3 big strats. It was Lycan, Brood, and TA. Like, they just loved those heroes. They were the heroes they just played best around, so.
Enigma's still in the pool if they want to go for, like, Enigma plus Silencer. Also, Silencer will block pick against Enigma, so leaving that in the pool, you know that most likely they're not going to go for it. Yeah, having a bit more global presence, having this Dawnbreaker plus Silencer. You need a hero to scout things out. We've seen in the previous series, Dawnbreaker plus Nyx Assassin, how much potential these 2 heroes have together, and also being able to initiate, find kills. Now you even have a global on top of that to follow it up.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of like team fight potential, but also like anytime you get initiated on, you can just global, you can Dawnbreaker ulti, and whoever gets jumped, you can likely just save.
It's very annoying to play into this kind of a lineup, because you know that if you
5
initiate,
seconds
there's
remain.
going to be a
Dire
global.
team
So you
back.
need to stay one step ahead to figure out how to disengage or how to take another fight without losing too much value from it. And on the other side, Lil Gun picking up Mirana and Ember Spirit. Old school combo, just being able to set things up, go for the kills. I've seen this
Dire
Southeast
team
Asia for Mirana doing so much. Like it's just I don't know, Tim's Mirana brings back
Exactly who I was thinking
so
of.
many memories.
Yeah, I mean they've always been big on roaming fours. I think one of the regions that, when it comes to full vision play, is probably like the most active on the map. We'll see if it is going to be that 4 Mirana. You kind of, I know you mentioned earlier today the 5 Mirana was a thing.
Yes,
for some
that's
regions.
also a possibility. It's also potentially a 3. Not seen it a couple of times during TI, like even in the qualifiers, group stages. Felt good in some of the games, I'd say, but it doesn't. Like, it's one of those heroes that when you don't have way too many options, it's a lot of pressure on the enemy carry. Does provide you with kill potential. It doesn't scale as good as some, like, doesn't build into items that most of the time you would want from your position 3. We're talking about right back, the pipe potentially. So not in items that you buy. You want to be able to scale up, get some like light in your BKB, but still your impact is not as big as some other offlaners.
It's kind of like the old offlaners where you had like these offlane razors that would carry the game, where it
Radiant
feels more like
team
something you did in
back.
the old patch rather than the current patch.
Radiant team pick.
Here we go. Last couple of bans coming out from this
Dire
second
team
phase. The classic Zoo Heroes, Beastmaster, Visage getting banned down, and
Dire
then
team
Lucan, a bit more of a
Radiant
widespread
team
of bans before a tiny into Sanking. They do love their offlane Sanking. That's something
They do love their Grimstroke.
This is so comfort for them. Like 11 Sanking. I mean, I don't know if Sanking's a good hero. No one's picking much Sanking.
It got nerfed way
10
too hard.
seconds
The
remaining.
hero was like, oh, you pick Sanking, your chances of winning the game
5
are through the
seconds
roof.
remaining.
Got nerfed way too heavily, I would say. So it's going to be Sanking Mirana, Grimstroke. Like, they do run Ember Spirit in the safe lane as well, so it could be just like... I would still prefer if it's Ember on a mid lane and have something paired up with the Grimstroke. I think you need to look out for a hero like a Juggernaut, potentially, because having someone that builds into Manta style, built-in BKB against the Dawnbreaker, also being able to slice through Dawnbreaker and just kill her off during one Omni Slash. What they lack on side of Lil Gun is tower damage. Sanking, Mirana, Ember, Grimstroke, like none of these heroes deal damage. It's more about getting out there and also, yeah, speaking of no tower damage, no surprise that Arc Warden came through because he's the one who can stall the game. It's going to be very difficult for Lil Gun to take the tier 3 towers. And speaking of, like, we use the word cheese and Arc Warden.
Different team,
yeah, I know I do talk a lot, but
5 seconds
I wanted to
remaining.
see Arc Warden at TI. I thought this hero was going to be picked.
Yeah.
So much more.
Towards the end, it started getting a lot of more bans than picks
Yeah,
because
it's
everyone was
like-
like so afraid of it. I mean, the Ag Scepter is so ridiculous.
I think what happened is that teams tried it out in scrims, and it wasn't working out as you would expect it to work out. Maybe you lose confidence, you lose a couple of those games. You're like, yeah, we're staying away from Arc Warden.
Yeah. At the same time, like, Cheese Pick comes up, but like I see this Lil Gun draft. These are typically heroes that, at least in the past, like, were good against Arc Warden.
Yeah.
They like just jump right on top of him.
I think I have a perfect pick for Lil Gun. I
Radiant
said
team
Juggernaut, but
back.
Lifestealer sounds so much better
Dire
against
team
Tiny.
back.
Against Arc Warden, you get in there, you build, you do have tower damage. They did ban out Lone Druid, which would do similar job. We did mention tower damage, the lack of it, so removing pretty much all the Zoo heroes and also this Lone Druid, not the hero that we've seen too much. He was popular coming into TI, but the hero kind of fell
5
off
seconds
popularity.
remaining.
Yeah, outside of the teams who have like a niche low druid player like your Team Liquids and stuff, it's not really considered all that meta here. Is Lil Gun banning out some of these offlaners. They start with the Viper ban. There is some questions when it comes to Grind Sky about where these lanes are going. You know, you've got Dawnbreaker, who can be an offlaner, can be a safe
Radiant
laner.
team
Tiny is
back.
likely the 4 position, but it does seem that Lil Gun expect Dawnbreaker to be played in the safe lane.
They probably have a bit more info
than we do. You said
Yeah.
they did their homework.
They did their homework. We
Yeah.
skipped. We were sick
10
that whole week.
seconds
Skipped to
remaining.
school and also didn't have to do homework. But yeah,
5 seconds
we
remaining.
mentioned that they needed some like low cooldown abilities to take the fight, someone that gets in, and that's Tiny. Like that's the perfect hero.
Naga Siren, perhaps they saw that opening game and saw what it can do, so what's that building damage going to be for Lil Gun? They are a team, I mean, as much as they're known for their cheese picks, they did run your standard like TB kind of drafts every now and then in
10
the past.
seconds
At
remaining.
the same time, playing TB into Arc
Radiant
Warden, not
team
generally
pick.
something you want to do.
Monkey King.
There's your kind of jump on Arc Warden carry hero. It's not the Lifestealer, but something kind of similar with the Monkey King picked up.
It's also a hero that can counter Dawnbreaker plus Silencer with 1 BKB Wukongs. You know where the circle's gonna come. You know they're gonna be grouping around.
10
So
seconds remaining.
that's their way to say we're gonna counter initiate, but we're also gonna double
5
down
seconds
on
remaining.
team fight.
Logan has always been a team that almost prioritizes fighting over objectives. Going all in, Sanking, Grim, Ember Mirana, like all these combos are not really designed to, you know, take objectives. It's very much about just hunting down these heroes, and Monkey King is going to be just adding one more to the party. Lance Guy have to come up with a last pick to kind of answer this aggression that we're expecting from Lilga.
Just thinking about their lanes, how they could set things up. This is gonna be like Silencer 5 with either Dawnbreaker, and then they pick a different, potentially off-lane range hero that doesn't care too much about the Monkey King. I don't know if they played, I would say Snapfire, but yeah, they're
You
just
may
gonna
now
stick
select your heroes.
with different things. It's gonna be Juggernaut plus a Silencer lane, not the best lane, I would say. You need some kind of a slow. Curse is a slow, but it's not that like guaranteed slow pump up Juggernaut somehow. So a bit of a greedy draft, I would say, from Grind Sky, having both Juggernaut and Arc Warden. These two heroes do tend to farm a lot.
And it does feel like they're up against a draft that's going to be running at them and trying to punish the greed too. So they definitely have their work cut out for them as far as avoiding some of that aggression. But as for Lil Gun, very much comfort. This is heroes they have played all year long for quite some time. We talked about the TI meta, and the Lil Gun is just like, we're ignoring the TI meta. We've got the Lil Gun meta.
I'm thinking, Parker, Lewis is their mid player. So if this is a mid Tiny, where's this Arc Warden going? Because Akashi is the carry. Is this some off-lane Arc Warden?
Whoa, we're in for something a little weird.
But JWL is also an off-lane player.
So,
what
Arc Warden?
Where's this Arc Warden going?
Yeah. What we've been told, Lewis, yeah, he's their mid laner, but maybe they're either doing support Arc Warden or that info is incorrect.
Yeah, it's one of those two. We're definitely in for a treat. I'm hoping this is some kind of a 4-5 Arc Warden to see what the hero can do.
That would definitely add an extra layer of spice here.
You know what this is? This is like, I need to do my Cavern. I can't play it. I'll buy pipe mech, whatever, on my hero. You guys win the game.
Yeah. Maybe he already did that in some pubs and was like, hey, this is actually pretty good. Well, here we go. It's time to get things underway for the Predator League 2022 Grand Finals. Day 1, Match 3 has begun. It is Lil Gun versus Grind Sky. We are going to get ourselves into the game. Both teams making their moves early on to get out of the map. Lil Gun smoking up. And Grind Sky just playing things cautiously on their side. Curious to see any inclination as to what this Arc Warden is going to be.
I saw starting items. I saw Circlet and Slippers of Agility. Maybe Lewis is a Tiny player, so they will swap things around.
Okay.
But yeah, looking at where Tiny's standing right now on the minimap, that tells me that's a mid Tiny.
Yeah. So, he's got a Sentry Ward. I mean, he's not a core buying sentries. This is looking...
This is 4, I would say.
Yep.
But still wants to be able to pump in some right clicks.
Every 4 stream. Well, I get to carry a bit too. The Yapzor special.
I did mention that this is a greedy draft from them without knowing this Arquorton's position 4. What do you call this? It's extremely greedy.
Well, maybe, or you could say it's the opposite, you know? If you're doing Arc Warden core with Jug Core, it's greedy, but you make the Arc Warden support and it's less greedy. Because you're saying, we don't care about Arc Warden getting farmed. They're going to have a mid laner who can create some space now with the, you know, you're trying to get that fast.
But Arc Warden 4 counts as like 1.5 times being greedy if he was coming out from the mid lane. So Lewis will be playing that Tiny. Sanctity on Ember Spirit.
Yeah, definitely a mid matchup that's been seen a bit in the past, but very curious how this top lane is going to go.
I would say they win this top lane.
With the Arc
On
Warden?
side of Grind Sky. Yeah, Arc Warden plus Dawnbreaker.
Okay. What do you think's the idea behind this support Arc Warden in lane and just in the game in general?
I can lie. I can try to make something up right now, Parker, but I don't think it would sound smart. Maybe they try to bait them a bit. Tiny dropping very low on this mid lane.
Yeah, it's something he's going to be a little bit careful about, but Ember at those low levels, just using that slide spam, punishing the Tiny with his low armor. You can see there, yep, Slider Fist. And
Tiny really struggling. He was 2-2 after 2 creep waves, now sitting at 5, getting enough money for bottle after this creep, and that's going to give him some extra regeneration. Trying to man up against this Ember Spirit, but as you said, like early levels on Ember, Tiny sitting at 0 armor does hurt quite a lot.
Apollo's going to be giving me nightmares with his eek spam. Scream straight out of mine, but here we go. Down bottom is the Mirana. 4 position Mirana. This is more the classic Mirana. None of that 5 position.
Out of that 5 that we've seen at PI. Problem with this top lane is Monkey King can't really man up against the Dawnbreaker. He tries to get some right clicks in and also having Jingu level 1. Yeah, this is what
he went on them. Monkey King was the aggressor and he just died.
Having a bit of a bad read on a situation because Dawnbreaker will gladly take those fights. Maybe when Monkey is 3, when he has 2 points in Jingu, but before that, it makes things very difficult for Monkey.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea with the Arc Warden where it's like, okay, you've got 2 Jingu on me, I'm just going to put this Spark Wraith on. You can keep hitting me, but this Spark Wraith is going to nuke you, so. Early levels, Jingu, not the strongest when it comes to the lifesteal that you can just man up constantly. Mid lane, Tiny and Ember. Tiny doing, despite that rough start in terms of getting CS and getting harassed a lot.
He's catching up. Ember has more. What he doesn't. I thought he has more denies, but Tiny, yeah, did manage to get the bottle, get that region up and running, picked up the water rune in the bottle, and did manage to salvage his own lane.
Yep. As far as this bottom lane, Sand King Mirana. You're an old school player. This is a lane that should be close to your heart.
Yeah, but against the Juggernaut makes things very difficult if you don't time it right, and also Silencer getting this double Arcane Curse on him, making very difficult to initiate, get stuff going. But I think they're fine with just trading farm here. Sand King at 22 CS against the Juggernaut's 22, so he's doing pretty good. Mirana about to pick up Water Rune, stealing it from Tiny. This is what you need to do. Try to slow down Tiny. He's their playmaker.
They get the Ink Spells done here. Arc Warden could be in some trouble here. He's going to follow it up, and 3 stacks for now with another slow coming out from the stroke. Look like Apollo should be going down here. One more right click does get picked off here, so Umbrick getting a bit of a free lane for the time being, but a nice kill nonetheless.
This war should be easy to win.
He did lose a lot. He took him 25, 30 seconds to get that kill. I'm not sure that's worth it.
Not a clear win by any means. Head back to that mid lane where Tiny, yeah, continue sexy, dude. Are you okay here? Despite playing on that low armor, Tiny is just with the bottle, and despite having runes kind of kept away from him, Lewis has managed to hold his own against Sanctity, kind of the star player of this Lilgun team.
Lewis did invade enemy outpost, pick up that boundary, so that's where he's getting his region from.
Yeah, you need it against the slide spam, especially now. Level 3 slide with the Blightstone, it just adds up a lot. I can imagine he's going to go for the full Orb of Corrosion as well.
It's such a good item. To be able to like land it on multiple people with your slide does give Ember so much more kill threat.
Especially early, like support, you get hit by a slide and it's like a third of your health with a level 4 slide. Gonna be a little bit careful. A potential level 6 being reached could create a kill opening for the Ember Spirit here, but 6 minutes approaching and both teams likely gonna be eyeing off those power runes, particularly in a matchup with a Tiny versus Ember.
Tiny wants it. Tiny wants a haste rune, arcane rune to be able to gank the side lane. Tiny with the arcane rune, one of the deadliest combos. Like you go to the side lane, you know that you're getting your combo off 2 times. Apollo picking up Invis on this position for Arcor. Yeah, you heard it correctly.
We'll secure the bounty rune refill for the Tiny. That was definitely well done by Grandsky. You know, they made sure they got the rune no matter where it spawned. Of course, they would have wanted the Tiny to get that power rune, but they made sure Ember did not get a chance to refill.
A bit of a slower start, the 1-1, 6 minutes into the game. Felt like both teams expected to do more from the laning stage in terms of aggression, especially Mirana plus Sanking. Mirana, one of those heroes as a support, if you don't get much done early on, like your mid game is gonna really suffer because you want to be active. Good thing about this game is you have a Sanking who's doing extremely well, 46 CS at the moment, which means that his Blink Dagger is going to come in early, and then you always have a hero to play with. Same goes for Ember Spirit. Doesn't need items, just needs points.
Got the Monkey King down low with the hammer initiation, but not enough follow-up damage.
When I said points, I meant points in your queue on Ember to be able to set up for the arrow.
Yep. Down bottom though, there's going to be a kill going away. Lilgun as they bring down the Juggernaut. The return kill from Lewis though is going to even things up with the Sand King being brought down, but good find for Lilgun. They have the Ember just with a free lane in mid with the Tiny rotation.
It's a lot of damage on this tier 1 tower. Blightstone really putting up some work. Arc Warden's going to be there, but yeah, this is not a mid Arc Warden, so needs to be a bit more careful. Another slide gonna cut him down to half HP and needs to fall back.
Yep. And with the Arc Warden leaving this top lane, it means Lilgun recognized weakness, and it's a Dawnbreaker who's been left alone, tries to hammer out of there, and it looks like JWL will get back to safety, but no farm, no creeps for you.
Middle tower is under attack.
Punish coming in. Looks like mid lane Arc Warden getting very low as well, and yeah, we'll get chased and brought down.
It's a freebie for Ember.
I think that was just fighting over the rune. Trying to keep that power rune out of the Ember's hands, although it did end up spawning bottom for the Tiny, so.
That's Tiny's way of going back into the game and also potentially putting in some tower pressure. A bit low on mana though.
See what he looks to do with this DD. He's just going to pop it now for the heals. Maybe feeling like he can't make a whole lot of plays with a DD. It's not the haste rune one. Slash down bottom, huh?
Dyer's top
really
tower
maybe we should have not caught that on camera.
Yeah.
Burrow Strike was still available. So even if you get the Omni, like you know that he's gonna get away from Blade Fury. Yeah, 4-2-3, getting a kill on Dawnbreaker. That's pretty big.
As Dawnbreaker's been left alone largely, which has definitely made it a lane that Lilgun can exploit.
I remember stats during DPC. It's a European DPC because I worked it. But Monkey King with Hand of Midas at one point was 8 out of 8 games that he lost. So whenever you buy this item, you pretty much lose the game. It's stuck in my head. I think this game could be a bit different. He wants to be able to scale, get like tank up, Monkey King stats gain is pretty decent. Also getting to his level 15, level 20 talent faster, and just wants to be able to farm up his. Maybe also thinking about, you know, we don't have enough tower damage anyway, so I'm gonna build up for more of a mid/late game oriented build.
Nice Jingu with the Boundless Strike, barely keeps him alive, but he is still gonna go down with the tiny TP in. A big kill on the enemy carry going Grand Sky's way.
Radiant's middle tower.
He made a lot of resources to that top lane in order to get it, but still holding this mid tier 1 tower, even if just barely, very low.
Now Grand Sky can play aggressively on the other side of the map because Dawnbreaker just got her ulti up, and also Silencer needs level 6 to follow things up with the global silence. You did mention it during the draft that once that Dawnbreaker ulti is available, once there's a global, Lil Guns, they're gonna need to be a bit more careful how they approach their ganks. They either need to blink Epi into stun, because that way, like from the fog, you don't see it coming, and it's already too late to use global. So maybe try to go up with Dawnbreaker. They have ways of surprising.
Yep, I mean, absolutely. And there are long cooldowns you can play around as well. Especially if you can force it out and not get punished for it. Like, okay, maybe you don't kill somebody, but as long as you disengage, suddenly you're playing around like 2 minutes without that spell. Like down bottom, they're gonna go on the Juggernaut, bring down Akashi. That's a nice find for Lilgun, who can quickly turn that into a tier 1 bottom tower as well. Sanctity is alone in this mid lane. They're looking for the punish on him, but it's an Ember. There's not really potential to catch or bring him down.
Radiant's bottom
Arc
tower
Warden
has
4
fallen.
using a clone, not getting that Hand of Midas off. Feels kind of awkward, not gonna lie.
Clone for the...
Again.
You get the double shovel, right?
Yeah, all right, that's it.
A tool to teach.
Mid lane now, Sanking coming on in. Here comes the epicenter. You mentioned it, you got to use it first, and with the Ixwell as well, you can't really counterplay this one entirely, but the Dawnbreaker ultimate keeps Tiny alive. One more stroke of fate will help bring him down here as the chase is on.
Wants to clean up.
Yep. 1 or 2 more slides here should get the job done. They do get barely away with the Silencer, but Breaker not so lucky. Sanctity still chasing Grims here. He's just all in. Sanctity will Remnant away from the Omni side, but he's bitten off more than he can chew. The Blade Fury will bring him down before any kind of a TP out can be successful.
A bit too deep from Ember Spirit. He wanted that Silencer so badly. They did surprise Tiny in the end. They did manage to kill it the way we talked about it. The epicenter with the blink into a stun, but still very tanky. Dawnbreaker ulti keeping him alive a little bit longer there. So pretty, I would say pretty even trade overall. Slightly Lilgun favored.
I mean, it could have been just fine for Lilgun if Ember just didn't, you know.
Yeah, that was like...
For a support, it's like it's a Silencer. You just let him go.
If he stole his intelligence, you want to kill him, steal that in back.
Wanting to get some of that
Radiant
revenge.
are scanning.
Well, see what Lilgun continue to play it with their aggressive ways. You're going to imagine with their draft that
Dire's
that's
top
the idea they
tower
have
is
in
under
mind.
attack.
Sanking with such a fast blink dagger, and you know this is, I think, bread and butter for Lilgun. You know, get the fast blink dagger or initiation to go with a Grimstroke, and then just run around with that Inkswell, trying to make those plays happen. But on the
You
other
don't
side,
have cooldown. I don't think you care too much about Wukong's and then Grimstroke ulti. The big one is Epicenter, but you're still going to be able to take these fights.
Tiny's blink dagger gets the counterplay onto the Sanking, and they're going to punish the aggression from Sanking. Still keeping this hero mid alive. It's not just the blink on Sanking that's up. It's Lewis's Tiny having blink as well now.
Well, Lewis is Tiny in the middle of the pack in terms of network, but he's getting the job done. He's going in, soaking up some of the damage, because both Dawnbreaker and Jug can carry the game for him, so he doesn't necessarily need to be there going for these late game items. Getting up that blink dagger first, arrow is gonna miss.
Nicely followed there by the Observer as we'll see a much more even game. You know, after the stop in the opening game, I'm glad that we're getting something here that Still feels like it can swing either way. Sanctity caught by surprise. I believe that was, yeah, the tiny blink once again coming in. And that gives Silencer level 6 now as well. So all of a sudden, you've got to be very careful if you're...
And that was the Arcane Rune, so he might still get a couple of combos off. You see this Tiny with Arcane Rune, you run, because his combo is maxed out. Pretty difficult to kill. With the follow-up of the Global Silence, he's going to be able to get his combo 3 times in a fight. That means 3 kills, pretty much.
Zero interest in fighting that. Lil Gun's just like, yep, peace out. We're done with this. As they are gathering around this mid lane.
It's going to be Smoke or Mirana ulti.
You got to imagine, I mean, they've got Sanking Blink. They should be wanting to fight here, but they're fighting into Radiant Vision around this cliff. Smoke gonna pop, Sanky's got to be careful. Gets the side of Fist off. Jug is in full retreat, but the supports in the backline getting jumped here. The Global Silence with the Dawnbreaker ultimate follow-up. And the chase is on here. They get everybody low. They don't quite finish him off, and Dawnbreaker can't get in there. Kishka ticking down low, but...
Lewis ready to go in one more time.
Where's the next combo? He wants the Ember, and Ember just remnants into him. Goes down to the tiny toss combo, and a great find for Grind Sky. Although it is just the 1 kill, it's a big kill.
It is. It's a lot of a commitment. They did use Dawnbreaker ulti, Global Silence, but Lewis having a really nice read where Ember is gonna go. They do have good vision in the enemy jungle. This ward got pinged out, so most likely the one on the hill is gonna get de-warded.
Stuck around the mid too long in the top lane. JWO was alone, but yeah, Radiant Vision, you see there on the mini-map, just triple observer wards in the Dire jungle. Got a very clear idea of where and how they want to play. And they're not done finding these kills around the wards, they find another.
Very important that they control the runes for this Tiny. He did have Arcane Rune, and now the Haste Rune. Still wants to be able to take another fight, another pick off Apollo. Scouting things out.
Rogan just being put on the back foot, which is something their draft was not really hoping to do here.
And again!
Yep. Follow up. Not quite enough damage here. With the ticking damage over time, Senki goes down. Yeah, the Grims' silencer finished him off, and things going from bad to worse here for Lil Gun. The at least slight favorites coming into this one, and they are getting outgunned.
Tiny is all over the place. He's been heavily involved, 8 out of 10 kills. Had a bit of a rough start first couple of levels, but did manage to come back into the game. This is a big pickup. Mirana getting the Lotus Orb against all of their, against Arc Warden, against the Juggernaut ulti, against the Global Silence. It's the best pickup at this point, and it's a pretty fast one. It's 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice having this, but you can kind of see like some of the maybe downside of the Mirana is that this hero's just been farming a lot. Sank in the mid lane getting jumped, does have the defensive Yules, and now with the Grimstroke ulti finding Arc Warden and Silence together, but there's no real follow-up for this one. And instead, it's just Sankey getting spun on down with Kishka in full retreat, leaps to the high ground. Has got 4-2-3 here. The Monkey King with the ultimate, going to drop the Wukong on Silence's head. Grims almost got away from it, but the TP out. Is there a stun on the Monkey? No. So they'll lose 2 in the end, only killing a Silencer.
That was so close. Arc Warden sent his clone in Wukong's to block the damage from Monkey, but Monkey actually hit Silencer in the end. Global was available, but still another good trade for the Radiant team, being able to lose Silencer, kill offlaner, and kill position 4.
Feels like, you know, this Sanky just isn't really had such a good laning stage, but since then hasn't really delivered. Kashi's Jug just comes on in the enemy jungle, steals some farm, fights over some of these ancient. Will get pushed away a little bit, but it's to the south where the action's happening. They've already taken out the Mirana. As the return kill and the Dawnbreaker is being attempted here. Lil Gun really need this one, but with the BKB, Dawnbreaker is going to be A-OK. Gets him out of there with ease.
First usage of the BKB, you want to get something more out of that. But still, let's see if they're chasing. That's Arc Warden. It seems like they're going to bail.
Yeah.
Unless Lewis gets an opening.
He turns it around. Keeps Apollo alive for a little bit longer. But they'd love to kill the Ember here, but not sure they're going to be able to get that one, but not with the triple Fire Remnant still active. Sancti getting pretty low, though, so he can't really re-engage. And
I think Silencer picked up Shard, because I believe I saw +4. Not the usual position 5 item. It's about crippling the enemies. Like, some of these heroes don't have big mana pool, like Ember, Mirana does have Mana Boot / Lotus Orb. Sanking also does have Mana Boot, so they're okay. But yeah, Monkey Grimstroke, they do tend to struggle, especially if it starts to add up. We didn't mention that Lewis has this Fairy Trinket, which did allow him to burst his targets multiple times, especially Ember, who does have this Flame Shield and yeah, reducing the magical damage.
Lost around this mid lane, they're doing such a good job fighting and playing around their vision. Breaker ultimate up top, Akashi. He goes down, and that's a big find for Lilgun, who may get a freebie +1 here. The Yuln Scepter stopping the Dawnbreaker's escape. JWL will get burrowed up. Here comes the Cavalry, though. They're looking to kind of turn this one around with the Dawnbreaker BKB, and Lewis's Blink Initiation, but the damage isn't enough to burst anyone down. Instead, JWL going to BKB TP out of there and leaves Lewis behind. That's the big Tiny. It's not the most farmed hero, but it's the key playmaker for the team, so Lilgun, it all started with a nice pick up on the Jug, and they turn it into something more.
Lost vision. They didn't have any sentry wards to continue to chase them down. But Juggernaut's getting a bit too greedy, I would say. A couple of deaths already starting to add up, even though he's on top of the net ward. Oh, Sanctity jumping in. We'll be able to get him.
Yeah, an Arcane Rune of his own. Doesn't have any Fire Runes left, but there's no chase from Grand Sky.
This is gonna help Akashi survive, having a bit of a status resistance. SNY completed, gonna give him more tankiness. So you need to be careful how to execute this Burrow Strike into arrow combo. You need to use it earlier, which could give him enough chance to spin and also use the healing ward or TP out. Once they use their abilities, there's nothing that goes through magic immunity to stop it from TPing.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See what the next two moves are going to be. It's currently Lilgun with a slight 2k gold lead, but you can see it's actually Grand Sky. The win probability in their favor. Dota Plus loving this support Arc Warden, apparently.
I thought you were going to say Silencer, picking up the Shard. Being
That too.
extra smart.
Yeah. What's more bizarre, the support Arc Warden or the Silencer Shard?
I'd say Arc Warden. Silencer Shard is okay, especially if these like greedier position 5s are playing it. You know that they're gonna be aiming for it. Not as a first item, but still Arc Warden 4. Haven't seen too much of Arc Warden in terms of items.
I mean, he's only seeing on 4k net worth, so can't have a whole lot at this point.
Double Midas, that's 4,000 gold.
Yeah, that 4,000 will quickly turn into something a bit more than 4,000 if he has the Midas. Dire side, I mean, when you look at supports with farm, this Mirana has been given a lot of freedom to just hit some creeps.
That's a lot of arrows. Arrow accuracy, 100% on creeps.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong if you're hitting arrows. We'll see how this game progresses. It does feel like there's a lot of like kind of magic damage that doesn't address BKBs all that well on this Dire side. The Dawnbreaker's had BKB for some time though, so haven't had too many issues dealing with it. Here we go, Grand Sky making their way across the map. There's your Aqua Knight. Arcane Boots into Aghanim Scepter is the build.
2 dusts, a Wraith Band. If you ask me which hero this was, I would answer Arc Warden last. I'm not even kidding.
The Wraith Band makes it hard. I'll be like, oh, Disruptor or something. I don't know, but yeah, the Wraith. Which Agi hero is getting these items? Some off laner. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a bizarre one. Well, no success with the smoke. They make their way all the way across the map. They've got good vision with their observer wards, but their moves are kind of being mirrored by the Lilgun side, who have managed to avoid detection for now. They're going to move Night Shadow up with the smoke, look for a jump around this mid lane, but creep wave pushing in will be a bit of a telling sign that something is amiss. The Burrow Strike, they caught wind. Soulbind 2 together. The Global Silence is going to stop the initiation and the kind of spells being used in tandem, as Sanctity are going to be forced maybe just to go charging forward with the BKB. He needs to get out if he wants his BKB wears off, but he's going to get maybe a couple of kills on his way out. He wants to finish one more. He gets the Remnant kill and gets out of there. Gets back to the safety of his triangle with a 2-for-2 trade. Buyback coming in from the Grimstroke.
Sakashi's flamethrower going to be wearing off soon.
He's getting in again.
Round 2. Gets another kill. This one onto Kishka's Mirana, and it's a third kill going the way of Grindsky, who win this fight.
The Lil Gun popping their BKBs, trying to get stuff done after the global silence. They do have a Dispel as well coming up from the Grimstroke Shard, but not enough. Like being able to just having these 3 cores, which are super tanky. We're talking about Dawnbreaker, Tiny, a lot of strength gain, and then Juggernaut building into a bit more tankier option, going for the status resistance, SNY pickup. They're pretty hard to take down. If you don't use Epicenter, like you're not gonna be able to lock them, and if they're like if you land some godly 5-second arrow, there's gonna be a global silence. So it's not that easy for Lil Gun to take these fights.
Damage just lacking a bit there, maybe until this monkey gets a bit more farmers. Grimstroke
under -4. Yeah. Sitting at 26 right now. And yeah, that's Power Tread's shard on your position 5. Understanding that without Grimstroke, who just bought back, the next fight, if Lil Gun decides to take, is going to be 4 versus 5.
Sounds are bringing the idea of So Smart to the next level with his build and
big brain.
They're going to finish off Roche uncontested, all off of that one little pick-off here. And this game really feels like Grindsky has a lot of control over how things are kind of developing here. And playing around all this magic immunity with the Blade Fury as well as the BKB on Dawnbreaker, just really limiting the damage that Lil Gun can do in a team fight.
Still behind in terms of the net worth, but I feel like they do have this.
Epicenter, Blink Barrow, he used the Blade Fury, the arrow going to barely clip him on the side there, but the Dawnbreaker heal is going to keep him alive, and now they can turn this one. Jug had an Aegis anyway, so they're just trying to take the Aegis for free, but they may get punished here. 11 will get back to the trees.
Did that arrow miss?
I think it looked like it clipped him on the side.
Clipped him? Okay.
I don't know for sure. It was.
I think it clipped him, but still, like the status resistance coming in
Yeah.
clutch, and also good Dawnbreaker ulti. It was a nice attempt from Lil Gun, understanding, but sometimes, you know, you skip the class like we did. We didn't do that homework that you mentioned, so not enough. Just barely. Even if they get that kill, lose 1, it's still worth it for Lil Gun because they would have taken out the siege potential that we're gonna see coming out from the Philippines team, and yeah.
Killing an Aegis when it's got like 4+ minutes on it feels so nice sometimes. But also to be, it's lacking that bit of damage here. 2k health on Jug, and it's always been one of the issues with Sanking. I feel like Epicenter just as a spell doesn't do enough damage to kill people. Like, you need that backup. And
those pulses need to be faster, or we need to have damage numbers bumped up. Those are some rookie numbers.
Absolutely. Well, Polo lose a clone down bottom as Lil Gun are going to try to take this tier 2 tower, but here comes, looks like Juggernaut. Going to defend this one, and they'll succeed in doing so.
Still 3 minutes left on that Aegis. Juggernaut becoming more and more tanky. Also, same goes for Lewis. He does have that BKB, did disassemble his Echo Saber. You have Dawnbreaker with Shard, which means that she's going to have like pretty much 3 BKBs. Those 2 are going to be the shorter ones, but still very, very difficult to kill this hero. Almost unburstable. And she's dead. Caster's Curse coming through.
Give it a sec. Yep, she's charging forward into an Ember. But no, it's Ember who's going to be forced to get the hell out of there. Just feels like Lil Gun can't really take too many fights here. I feel like after last time, they're not going to go in Akashi.
Akashi noticed him because he was using spin with the Maelstrom Shard and did bounce on Monkey King, so he knew he was there exactly, but no Quelling Blade.
Almost a completed Scotty now. He's blinking his way around the map. Tiny charging top. Looks like we'll find Sand King here. And yeah, they're going to finish off that Sand King with the Dawnbreaker ultimating in as well, but it's mid lane where Akashi once again trying to go on this Aegis Jug. They know there's no Dawnbreaker ultimate, but I don't think it really matters as Akashi is an absolute beast here. Still has an Omnislice to play around too, and he'll use that. Oh, no, he won't get the kill with the Glimmer Cape. Ace 12 gets out of there, and now they're going to lose this Aegis, it looks like, with the Wukong being dropped as well. Jugger's going to be respawning into the middle of this one. Arc Warden trying to bail him out here, but with the Blade Fury, Akashi should be A-okay. As the Global Silence to cover the retreat as well, as Lewis gets a toss in. 4-2-3 goes down. That's your carry dropping, and Sanctity.
Oh, gets another one, and they're not done. They want to chase.
He has a BKB just to try and bail himself out, but instead it's going to be Sanctity charging forward. Will be forced to Remnant out of there as a 3-for-1 trade ends up coming the way of Grind Sky. What a fight for them.
And finally, Grind Sky has that net worth advantage. What a fight, as you mentioned, being able to take down Sanking, which is most of their damage. Like, Ember Spirit's doing quite a lot, because with the BKB slide, of course, he's gonna be... But without Sanking, their damage output is pretty limited. And also, Lewis being able to toss out Monkey King out of Wukong's command, that's always gonna be something that he's afraid of. Like, heavily committing and then getting tossed. I also want to see if he picks up, like, which level 20 talent he's gonna pick up.
Be approaching that one pretty soon. But yeah, he's using that Aegis to great effect. I mean, Sanking getting picked off kind of alone in the top lane, and all of a sudden you had Lilgun thinking that they could take a fight mid, but wasn't to be. Got a very farm Jug coming. He does use the Blade Fury. We've seen this one before where he uses Blade Fury and then they try and jump him. Are they going to make that play once again? Sanking pushing forward. Has got... Looks like a smell for somebody. He'll find Apollo here. That'll be a quick and easy kill. They actually got the clone as well.
They got the clone. That was the shortest clone in the history of Dota, pretty much. Died immediately to Caustic and the and the Sandstorm.
KO'd here is in the jungle. They're going to be looking for this silencer, trying to fight over a room by himself, getting a bit too big for his britches there. That's a couple of kills going Lilgun's ways after a bit of a shaky, phase of the game. The last 10 minutes have really been all Grind Sky. This is at least a good sign of maybe that things are not in the worst place imaginable for them. This tier 2 bottom tower was very low as well. They'd love to finish that one off. If possible.
Dire's middle tower
Arc Warden on his back, seems like they're gonna be defending it.
Tiny Blink did. It's gonna be backline, the Grimstroke getting jumped, and that's just a free kill for JWO, who's gonna bash it now as well. Kishka, he's trying to retreat into the Wukong. He's like, this is the only place I feel safe, but Monkey, he's trapped in this Wukong. He can't really get out of this one. Now Tiny's re-engaged, Blink's right into the middle of it. He's not afraid of anything. They've killed a couple now with Silencer respawning. They've now got a Global Silence as well.
And one thing to note is Sanctity, it's 33 minutes into the game, he's still holding on to Tumbler's Toy. That item is just way too good. For a tier 1, that's a tier 2 item right there. Being able to reposition yourself, get off and away from the ganks on the cliffs, just too much value. JWL, he's all over the place, being able to not just solo kill supports in fights, but now starting to kill cores.
Yeah, with this Tesso Basher, not many heroes can actually stand up and
the Enchanted Quiver, the burst damage through the roof.
Serious damage, and with all these heroes dead, they're just going high ground. They're making a play for this base here. They're going to go blinking forward, take out the Grimstroke, and maybe get a little bit punished here by the Ember, but here's Stormbreaker once again. Chain sending people up in that Basher here, but the double damage Juggernaut doing some big damage to the tier 3 tower here. Lewis, have a toss, that's a dead Mirana. They're just getting picked apart one by one. Lilgun not really coming up with a cohesive strategy to defend their base, and as a result, they're getting picked apart as they'll lose a tier 3 tower and perhaps even lane of Rax here.
I'm telling you, gods, this Monkey King with Hand of Midas, that's a curse right here.
It's 0-9 now, perhaps, if you include those.
I saw him winning one game, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stop counting, but still, it's gonna be stuck in my mind. And suddenly, 11k gold lead.
Yeah.
Therefore, Grind Sky.
This game is
Roshan, let's see if he's gonna spawn immediately. Smoke from Lilgun. They want to make something happen. It's gonna be a minute until the next Roshan spawns.
It doesn't really feel like their draft can scale that well, at least not outscale.
Now, Mirana as 4 if you don't go for greedy items like Aghanims. Grimstroke as well, if you don't have Aghanim Scepter. you're not going to be able to scale. Sanking did fall off, didn't go for E-Blade early on. It's a lot of like, he does have Lens, Jolt Scepter. These are defensive items and the BKB on top of them, so there's just not enough burst damage. They caught Tiny.
Yeah. Well, he's the one who jumped in, killed the Grimstroke, but he doesn't have the best escape plan except for the BKB, which is enough even in the Wukongs. He survived his way through. They've killed both supports now, and they're looking for more. They'll get the monkey inside the Wukong. 3 dead, and the chase is on as Mirana barely leaps to the high ground, but Ember not so lucky. Gets bursted down. He was trying to finish off Apollo there, but didn't have the tools to fight. And 4 dead, this could just be game
I
over.
think they're going to go for tier 4.
GG.
GG, they call it.
Yep, there's no way out. You hear the players on stage give out a nice little scream there. They're pretty happy. Yep, they're feeling themselves. That's a nice little upset here. They were
definitely. They were the underdogs in this matchup, and they get the W. Some really nice performance. Because they were playing from a network deficit throughout the whole game, but being able to utilize this Tiny. Lewis, for me, MVP of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of touching on it in the mid game. He was never that far, but it was just how much he got done once he got that Blink Dagger. He was, every single fight, he was getting involved in.
He did slow down Ember Spirit because he caught him like 2 or 3 times in this position. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but this was a position for Arc Warden that just won the game, and the position 5 silencer with his first item shard.
Yeah, I mean, you could really feel the silencer's impact. Arc Warden, what do you feel like the 4 position Arc Warden brought to the table?
He was annoying. He was ganking out with his clone and also scouting things out. Difficult to approach. It did have Mirana ulti, so that's one way to not get seen, but still. You can tell. I think it's obvious that Lowgun are disappointed. You know, losing to Grindsky, a team that is relatively unknown, but yeah, showing some strong and really good performance overall.
Yeah, that's the brutal best of ones.
Yes.
Not to mention, I mean, part of why they're disappointed there is also the format. It is double elimination. They're not out of the tournament, but suddenly they've played 1 game and they're in the lower bracket. So that kind of sense of, you know, okay, we can mess up once, is now gone. You've got to play perfectly from here. You've got a long road through that lower bracket. It's going to be tough for Lil Gun to kind of bounce back after a loss like that, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, and again, in the lower bracket, you are playing another BO1, so potentially 1 game away from elimination. You need to give your best. Grindsky, they did their homework. If you look at the bans, it was Lycan, it was Broodmother, so they were not able to actually get their heroes. Usually they're banned out against them, but still, some of the decision-making in the mid-game, Grindsky did punish it.
Yeah, well, and maybe a bit of that surprise factor, bringing in some unusual strats. I mean, not every day you get to see that kind of support Arc Warden coming in. Curious, we'll get a chance to talk to them and do a bit of an interview in a bit. Maybe hear if they have any other secret strats or some sauce prepared, because that was a lot of fun, seeing something a bit different.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, this is what Dota is about. We did mention at the start of the day that some of these teams, they need to stick with what they know and try their own stuff. We haven't seen any of this throughout the TI, throughout the DPC, this Arc Warden position 4, and they made it work, so they got my respect.
Yep, absolutely. Bringing in some new ideas, and I think that's what being great is that, you know, we also saw, I guess, the same with Lil Gun side, where they stuck with their strats, their meta. Why do you think it maybe didn't work out for them here?
Yeah, some of the mistakes in the mid game, not understanding how much damage they have, and being cooldown dependent on some of the heroes, and not getting too much out of what they wanted, and yeah, heavily punished by Grindsky.
All right, well, we've got an interview for you, but first, before we get there, let's have a quick watch of the recap from that game just there. It's definitely nice having this, but you can kind of see like some of the maybe downside of the Mirana is that this hero's just been farming a lot. Sank in the mid lane getting jumped, does have the defensive Yules, and now with the Grimstroke ulti finding Arc Warden and Silence together, but there's no real follow-up for this one, and instead it's just Sank getting spun on knees.
First usage of the BKB, you want to get something more out of that. But still, let's see if they're chasing. That's Arc Warden. It seems like they're going to bail. Yeah. Unless Lewis gets an opening.
He turns it around, keeps Apollo alive for a little bit longer, but they'd love to kill the Ember here, but Soulbind 2 together, the Silence is going to stop the initiation and the kind of spells being used in tandem, as Sanctity going to be forced to maybe just go charging forward with the BKB. He needs to
get out if he wants his BKB wears off, but he's going to get maybe a couple of kills on his way out. He wants to finish one more.
But I feel like they do have this.
Epicenter, Blink Barrow, he used the Blade Fury. The arrow going to barely clip him on the side there, but the Dawnbreaker heal is punished here. 11 will get back to the trees.
Did that arrow miss?
It looked like it clipped him on the side.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. Bolt gets out of there, and now they're going to lose this Aegis. It looks like with the Wukong being dropped as well, Junk is going to be respawning into the middle of this one. Dark Warden trying to bail him out here, but with the Blade Fury, Akashi should be A-okay. As the Global Silence to cover the retreat as well, as Lewis gets a toss in. 4-2-3 goes down. That's your carry dropping, and Sanctity.
Oh, gets another.
And he blinked in. Gonna be backline, the Grimstroke getting jumped, and that's just a free kill for JWO, who's gonna bash it now as well. Kishka, he's trying to retreat into the Wukong. He's like, this is the only place I feel safe, but Monkey, he's trapped in this Wukong. He can't really get out of this one. Now Tiny's re-engaged, Blink's right into the middle of it. He's not afraid of anything.
There's just not enough burst damage. They caught Tiny.
No. Well, he's the one who jumped in, killed the Grimstroke, but he doesn't have the best escape plan except the BKB, which is enough even in the Wukongs. He survived his way through. They've killed both supports now, and they're looking for more. They'll get that. This could just be game
I
over.
think they're going to go for tier 4. GG. They call it.
Yep, there's no way out. You hear the players on stage give out a nice little scream there. They're pretty happy. Yep.
Well, there's the highlights, and we've got the winners here. Team Grind Sky up on the main stage. Congratulations, guys. A great game. Really fun to see some kind of new picks, new strategies, and also just a new team competing in Southeast Asia. Eris, you're one of the more veteran players in this team, so I've been told by your teammates to ask you all the questions. So we'll get them. Don't worry, we'll get some questions from them. But firstly, you played the Arc Warden. That's not a hero we normally see in the support role. What was kind of the idea behind that pick and playing as support?
I think we just want to abuse the spark rate because it deals high damage and it can reposition their position in the map. When you're spamming spark rate, it's hard to position. Yeah.
Cool. You guys are maybe one of the kind of dark horse teams at this tournament. Not many people are maybe as familiar with you. What are your expectations for your team competing here?
We're just focusing in our game.
Yeah, you agree with that?
Yeah.
You guys are a bit of maybe one of the younger, newer teams here. How do you feel like you're developing as a team?
Actually, we're very thrilled and excited because we want to show off that we can fight the type of teams that we can compete against the tier 1 teams.
Yeah. What was your preparation like coming into this tournament?
The preparation is crazy. Before we go in, we studied the teams that are participating in this tournament. And if there's something like after preparation, that's the ramen. Ramen and udon is the best.
Oh, I mean, we've loving the food here in Japan.
Yeah.
I mean, outside the food, we've had some good Dota. I'm curious, I'll ask you since you're next to me, any team you're particularly looking forward to playing against while you're here?
SMG.
Why? Any reason? Just because they're like the star players, or?
Yeah.
Great. And as far as I'll ask you once more. As far as your match today, obviously just one game so far. How do you feel like your team performed? Like, is this your? How close to your true potential did you reach?
Maybe we played that game 101%. So.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Well, thank you so much, everybody. It was great to see you guys have such a big win over a proven team, Lilgun. We've got more Dota coming your way. We're going to see more of Grind Sky later today as well. But the next match is going to be Team Chubby Boys against Yangon Galacticos, happening at 16:15 Japanese time. So stick around, everybody. And once again, congratulations, Grind Sky. We'll have more Dota 2 coming your way. Stay tuned.
it's definitely nice having this, but you can kind of see like some of the maybe downside of the Brown is that this hero's just been farming a lot. Sank in the mid lane game jump does have the defensive Yules, and now with the Grimstroke ulti finding Mark Warden and Silencer together, but there's no real follow-up for this one, and instead it's just Sanky getting spun on knees.
First usage of the BKB, you want to get something more out of that. But still, let's see if they're chasing. That's Arc Warden. It seems like they're going to bail. Unless Lewis gets an opening.
He turns it around, keeps Apollo alive for a little bit longer, but they'd love to kill the Ember here, but Soulbind 2 together, the Global Silence is going to stop the initiation and the kind of spells being used in tandem as Sanctity are going to be forced maybe just to go charging forward with the BKB. He needs to get out if he wants his BKB wears off, but he's going to get maybe a couple of kills on his way out. He wants to finish one more.
But I feel like they do have this.
Epicenter, Blink Burrow, he used the Blade Fury, the arrow going to barely clip him on the side there, but the Dawnbreaker heal is punished here. 11 will get back to the trees.
Did that arrow miss?
It looked like it clipped him on the side.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. Bolt gets out of there, and now they're going to lose this Aegis. It looks like with the Wukong being dropped as well. Jugger's going to be respawning into the middle of this one. Dark Warden trying to bail him out here, but with the Blade Fury, Akashi should be A-okay. As the Global Silence to cover the retreat as well as Lewis gets a toss in. 4-2-3 goes down. That's your carry dropping, and Sanctity.
Oh, gets another.
He blinked in. It's going to be backline, the Grimstroke getting jumped, and that's just a free kill for JWO. He's going to bash him now as well. Kishka, he's trying to retreat into the Wukong. He's like, this is the only place I feel safe, but Monkey, he's trapped in this Wukong. He can't really get out of this one. Now Tiny's re-engaged, Blink's right into the middle of it. He's not afraid of anything.
There's just not enough burst damage. They caught Tiny.
No. Well, he's the one who jumped in, killed the Grimstroke, but he doesn't have the best escape plan except the BKB, which is enough even in the Wukongs. He survived his way through. They've killed both supports now, and they're looking for more. They'll get that. This could just be game
I
over.
think they're going to go for tier 4.
GG.
They call it.
Yep, there's no way out. You hear the players on stage give out a nice little scream there. They're pretty happy.
The Predator League 2022 Grand Finals Dota 2 tournament continues here, live from Japan, a place, I feel like that's one of those phrases it still feels weird, but awesome that I get to say.
It really is. We're here, we're live from Japan. You know, I never thought, I was hoping that we are going to be seeing tournaments in Japan. We started, and we started pretty big, so
yeah,
pretty happy about it. And some teams should also be pretty happy about how they played, because in the previous one we had, let's call it an underdog, right? That did manage to get the W against the Lil Gun.
Yeah, Grind Sky looking hot, looking like a team to look out for moving forward. We had the Aussies advancing as well. And we've got our next series on the horizon as well, which is a pretty big one. You've got Yangon Galacticos, a team from Myanmar who've been pretty stable and, you know, sticking around for some time, taking on one of the maybe favorites of the tournament, Chubby Boys. You may know them as RSG. You can see here the Dota 2 bracket, the tournament bracket. That's kind of the results you kind of touched upon a bit, and yeah, the big surprise is Lil Gun down in that lower bracket.
I think it also sets the stage for other teams coming up. It's a BO1, we did mention it a couple of times. It's one of those things where these underdog teams can make a successful run throughout the tournament because it's much easier for them. If these are like BO3s, you know that more experienced teams are going to take advantage of that, but considering the format of the tournament, underdogs do have higher chances in this one.
Yep. Well, the underdog coming to this one probably going to be that Yangon side, but they're definitely not a team who's lacking experience. They've been playing a lot of these SCA Dota 2 tournaments, these various online events. Unfortunately, the story with them has been multiple times when it comes to DPC, they play open qualifiers and they just narrowly miss out on qualifying. So we'll see how they fare here. You can see the two names there. And it looks like the next game is Chubby Boys versus Yangon Galacticos. We're going to get the players on stage. Let's bring them out to get things ready. Here we go. Representing Malaysia on the left, Team Chubby Boys. And on the right, Yangon Galacticos coming out of Myanmar. What are any expectations for this series?
I'm more of a, I want to see the draft first kind of a guy, because if we look at the first series with the Venomancer, like the Vena wasn't really able to do much as a hero, so I want to see some of the matchups as well, but yeah, it's definitely going to be entertaining. Like you did mention that the team has a bit of an upper hand in terms of having a bit more experience in some of these tournaments, playing the BTS Pro Series, and getting close, causing some upsets. But I think this is the big test, how they're going to be able to do in this one. It's on LAN and also playing against some of the bigger names, especially if they proceed to get further into the tournament.
Here we go. There's some post. The first three players coming out weren't embracing it, but now they're bringing out the shush and the different looks that they need to get ready. Nobody's baseball. What was his name again?
Baseball
fights.
Baseball dogs.
Baseball dog. He's still. Oh, okay. There we go. That's got some flavor to it. But yeah, baseball dog still repping, I think, the best walkout pose. Spag with maybe a close second. But yeah, we've had some good poses coming out from these players as they make their way out on stage. That time there was somebody missing from Chubby Boys, still hitting up the restroom, I guess. Or they're just that confident they can compete 4v5.
They're going to be playing 4 versus 5. They decided, we don't need a 5th player. Just kidding. We'll be joining them shortly, but Yangon Galacticos, love the name. Love the overall team name.
It's got some power behind it. The big star player, so to speak, to look out for is Young PH. He's the guy who, is generally speaking, the big kind of playmaker and the guy who kind of carries these games for them. So definitely keep your eyes out on him.
One particular hero did pop up when we talked about collecting some info from other members of our squad is Ban Ember Spirit. Do not let this guy get hands on Ember Spirit, because he will carry the game. All these youngsters, they do have like these specific overlapping heroes that we see. You know, it's something that requires skill. It's not like, oh, he's a mean Phantom Assassin player or a mean Wraith King player. These are the type of heroes that you need a lot of clicking, like something flashy. These younger guys, they love to play it. They love to show off their skills.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of them when you're playing Dota, you're just naturally, especially if you're a mid player, you're going to be going to the Embers, the SFs, the ones that get the highlight reels. Especially, I think there's such a culture around like being like, you know, like that flashy mid player in Southeast Asia. You know, there's always like the LAN cafe culture. Everyone's sitting over your shoulders watching you play, and you want to make that sick.
Yeah, you want to
sick
spice
move.
things up.
Yeah.
When you lose a game, like you want to be able to challenge someone to duel 1v1 mid Shadowfin. It's been a thing for the past 18, maybe even 20 years. I stopped counting. At one point I said 18. We might be at 20 right now.
Probably, yeah, going past that. It's funny enough, that was Abed's story. He was like a 12-year-old kid in the Philippines just hustling people in LAN cafes, 1v1ing them mid and taking their money, you know. So one day, these guys, you know, you win enough of those 1v1 mids, you could be finding yourself at TI bombing out with EG.
Yeah, you had me in the first half, not gonna lie. But yeah, you need that to be a mid player. I think you need that cockiness. You need to be able to show off. You need to be flashy. You need to have confidence in yourself, and also you need to show the team confidence. Like you need to build it up so that the rest of the team does give you confidence for you to carry the game for them.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the Yangon team have prepared up against a more experienced team, even though they're playing under the Chubby Boys name. Mentioned RSG. They were one of these teams that kind of came up. It was, I think, the Tour 2. They played the open qualifiers, made it into Division 2, got picked up by RSG, absolutely stomped Division 2. They went undefeated, 7-0, and then played in Division 1 and, you know, were kind of a middle of the pack team there, but they were pretty solid. They took some games off of some top teams there and just kind of formed out of nowhere. So this is definitely a team that rose quickly and is, for now, kind of sticking together and playing it out. So we're excited to see how they can do in the new season.
There's so much raw talent in Southeast Asia scene. I would compare it to South America. These days, like, they need to be shaped up. You can make stacks and you can make things work, but there's so much skill, like individual skill on the players. They just need to learn how to be a part of the team. And yeah, I think Chubby Boys are a good example of how to fight through and make it here, make it big from zero.
Yeah, I think the big talk with SCA is such a good point. It's like they always felt like they've maybe lacked leaders on teams.
Yes.
Like that. Fnatic being one of the big teams of the region always felt like, oh, okay, they've got 5 superstar players but no one to lead them. I think with Chubby Boys, they've found pretty good success, partly because Roger in the support role is a pretty good captain and leader. You know, before that, he was on SMG, even though he got kicked. It was, I think, a big part of SMG finding a lot of that success. And he's been a good kind of captain for the team. So we'll see if that's going to be enough here. It is kind of that, once again, at least underdog story for Yangon Galacticos, even though they've kind of been around and they're not a totally new team. It is a team that is going to be coming in facing a Division 1 DPC team. We are running a bit late. We will be starting in maybe about 5 more minutes, so we'll keep kind of filling for now. As far as tournament as a whole, the other big team I think we haven't talked much about, Team SMG.
Yeah, one of the players that actually retired, but in Dota, retirement does not mean anything. Yeah. So he's back.
And that was a very short retirement. As far as retirements go, usually they last like at least 3 months.
Yeah.
That was like...
I think the shortest one was Fade. It lasted maybe less than 48 hours even. I think that was the one way to get out of the contract. But yeah, Team SMG, Nico Baby is back as a carry. He's going to be playing alongside Moon, Mid1, Afu, and Poloson. So pretty stacked squad, I would say. They do have a lot to prove. A lot of these players are kind of like rejects.
I don't know if Poloson... I think it was John told me that Ollie's playing instead of Poloson.
Oh, is he?
Don't quote me on that. Quote John on that.
Quoting John, if we're lying, feel free to tweet at JohnXFire and call him out.
Yes.
but he joined Talon, but I think he is here as a stand-in, but not entirely sure. But yeah, maybe Nico Baby's just here. He announced he was going to start a podcast. Maybe this is just him starting his podcast out here. You know, he wants to. The podcast is his time on a Dota 2 pro team. So no, I'm going to be a podcaster, but I gotta play some pro Dota while I'm at. But that's enough of SMG. Chubby Boys versus Yangon Galacticos. It's time to get ourselves into the draft. That wasn't even 5 minutes.
No, that was John X Fire again. He gave us wrong information. But jokes aside,
10 seconds remaining.
looking forward to this one. Oh, it's they're taking a lot of time to use this first ban.
You're worried the nerves are getting to them. What are you reading into it? They're still playing 4v5. It looks like, or at least only four players. Maybe one of them's not here or competing remotely. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, they're going through these bans. And yep, you can see the names. I always love when
I was about to say it. I'm looking at it, and yeah, you go ahead.
Look, it's
a good way to bond with the rest of the team. Like, you need to be able to call out your own teammates whenever they do something dumb, and yeah, they found a way. Call them out publicly, but
I wonder if that's MKS or Zhao Yu, because yeah, we see Excellent. Which one of them is calling out Roger?
Good question, but they did ban out Primal Beast. Marcy is gone, and also Lina. So looking at this Lina ban, we've seen it. Was it the first or the second game? First game, yeah. Lina against Lashrak matchup. Lina did well. Like, you can tell in the laning stage that Lina has that advantage, even though they did lose a game. Lashrak ended up with having 0 deaths overall, but still a good lane-to-lane counter, burst damage throughout the game. Bit of a different bans here. Seems like teams did a lot of research, because Doom, I hear it not banned quite often.
Yeah, I think when it came to TI, it's very much like only if a team is like really prioritizing picking. I think it was like Talon were one of those teams who were like love playing Doom, but like during the LCQ, but everyone would ban against them because it was just like one of their signature picks. But most teams, it's just it's only if it's a signature hero of yours. But we'll see what Chubby Boys opt to get their hands on instead with this first pick. Definitely so far, like, we haven't just seen like TI. It's like some of the TI heroes, but then also teams bring in their own. Like, let's pick for our playstyle, our comfort. So it's not just let's copy paste what Tundra, Secret, or whoever did it at TI.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did mention Ember Spirit. This is a good way to counter Ember Spirit. Picking up Nyx Assassin. We saw Australian team also doing extremely well with Nyx. Not a strong laner. Definitely needs a bit of a levels to be able to go and do stuff. A hero that doesn't farm. That's one of my problems with the hero. I'm greedy, can't really do stuff. Meteor Hammer, not a thing for quite some time. So you need to be going around and doing stuff. Every Vendetta needs to be successful, hit successful gank around the map. They're gonna go with Mirana and the Beastmaster, so that's a pretty strong off lane unless they want to run this Mirana as position 5, which we've seen only, like, I've been watching some of the pubs after Tundra won TI, and it seems like it's getting more popular. People are trying to copy it, but yeah, as a position 4, I think some of these Southeast Asian teams that they're still gonna stick with the 4 instead.
I think it's one of those like very hard to execute as a 5. Like, you're not getting typical 5 position things out of a support Mirana. So unless you've played it a bunch and understand as a team,
you need to have a good feeling about the hero to make it work. Yeah.
I'm sure most carries in pubs are going to be absolutely hating life when they're 5.
It also comes down to Tundra. Like, we do mention Tundra. They did win a TI, so Snaking did play position 4. You have a lot of experience playing that for Mirana, and then you just played as a 5, so you still know how the hero functions. You do have a lot of games on it, but then again, you're going to be playing it from different position.
No surprise by some of these bans here. Ember against Yangon, Young PH getting banned out. And then the Dawnbreaker. We've seen this Nyx Dawnbreaker lane a few times. The lane is good, and then also the synergy with the Vendetta, plus the
ultimate in the middle to later stage of the game, just giving you this great global potential.
Something so simple, but so powerful. Like you wouldn't think about that until you see it in action. Having like 3 layers of stun, like even 4th layer pretty much if you count in carapace.
And that's often, I think, what you need is just like when you're competing with some pressure on you, is just simplify things as much as possible. I think that's why Nyx is his first pick tier 2. It's just his hero. You know, you're going to send Nyx around in Vendetta. Maybe he dies once or twice to a Sentry Ward trap, but more often than not, he's going to give you vision and set up kills for you. But on the Yangon side, you've got that vision aspect themselves. They've got the Beastmaster here, so we'll see where they look to kind of send their draft with Beastmaster Mirana. Some fear of cheese, as Chubby Boys does ban out Brood.
10 seconds.
Even though they have Nyx Assassin, they still decided to ban Ember Spirit. They have Lash as well, so that's a good counter in the lane. Lashrak against the melee hero. Lashrak has, like, I'd say one of the most satisfying right clicks. Just the attacks in the game, the base attack time, everything feels nice. So whenever you harass a melee hero, it's just like getting that extra value. I don't know how, like, good hero to play, like good feeling that you get from playing the hero.
I mean, I guess that really highlights how much respect they have for the Ember player if they're banning it despite having Leshrac and Nyx on their team here.
It's also Ember Spirit plus Mirana. It's a deadly combo. It's always been a setup for an arrow. But yeah, problem or a good side for Lashrak is you do have tower damage. You have like scaling damage. The hero is insane once he gets the 5-6 slots, and also strong early game. Bloodstone Carrier, pretty much the only hero that buys the item, which makes the hero powerful. Something needs to be done. I don't know how we're gonna balance it, but when the patch drops, it's not gonna be the same thing. Either this Bloodstone's gonna be nerfed or Lashrak's gonna be nerfed.
It's crazy how, for as long as I can remember, Bloodstone has just always had to be balanced around Lashrak.
Yes.
And Storm as well at one point in time, but they dealt with that by just nerfing the hell out of Storm, unfortunately.
10 seconds.
Here we go. Last couple of bans coming in. Are there any particular heroes you'd say that you really don't like, that you feel good against playing into Leshrac, or that Leshrac hates versing?
Sniper, man. I love Sniper. Maybe not as good against Nyx Assassin because he can walk into Shrapnel. People did try to counter Leshrac with some of the like different approaches, having Ancient Apparition, try to burst him down so he's not healing up from this Bloodstone.
5 seconds remaining.
And we did mention the off lane that builds into Raid Pact and Pipe. They already picked their Beastmaster. They know that this hero doesn't really build into Pipe. Like, you could, theoretically, but it's not one of those items that Beastmaster players like to buy. There's always, it feels like there's a better option, whether it's a BKB, a Shard, a Blink Dagger to close the gap.
Even the Raid Pack can not come up that fast if you're going for the full Helm build, so they go into the Undying. It's going to bring some more team fight, gives them a Tombstone to play around, and also a hero that can kind of bully the Nyx Assassin lane if you're expecting that Nyx +1 in the off lane.
Maybe, like, something that kills the Tombstone. I wouldn't mind seeing Snapfire 4, Gyro, Medusa. Okay, this also deals with the Tombstone.
With the Silencer, I mean, the Naga deals with the Tombstone, also kind of deals with the Beastmaster, I feel like, as well. Like, you're not going to get much out of your Beastmaster in lane, and your Naga's so good at shoving in lanes, which right now I feel like Yangon, I mean, they can kind of push out with the Beastmaster summons, but for the most part, they don't really have the best wave push.
They don't. Mirana has, like, Undying doesn't do it. Mirana is okay-ish. Beastmaster can do it, but yeah, seeing some patterns. We did talk about Secret Nyx Assassin plus Dawnbreaker. Throw in a Silencer in there. That was also their hero throughout the TI that they had a lot of success with. Nyx Assassin scouts things out, follow it by a Global Silence. It's a lineup that's gonna farm a lot, I would say. Naga Siren can push out the waves. Leshrac does kill waves quickly. Nyx Assassin and Silencer, these two heroes are worthless in terms of pushing out the wave. Takes them 45 seconds to kill a whole creep wave, pretty much. But they're good at ganking. They need to move around. Like, it's not easy to execute ganks because you have an Nyx Assassin. If there's a sentry, Leshrac needs to land a stun. We're talking about like 15-20 minutes into the game. Might be a bit difficult. We've still yet to see their probably an offlaner, what they're looking for.
Yeah, maybe that's
unless it's like a silencer on the off lane. But you need to start thinking about this Morphling.
Disruptor.
So they think it's silencer off lane.
Yeah. Offlane silencer, or yeah, like a Nyx silencer lane. I mean, core silencer seems pretty annoying for Morphling to play.
Yeah, it's also something that Seekins ran. They did run this silencer on a position 3 once or twice.
That's definitely a possibility here. Morphling, by the way, gets picked up. We haven't touched too much on this. You liking the Morphling picked up in this spot?
Against silencer could be tricky. Like one global silence, the next Vendetta into stun. If you're on low HP, you're gonna die. Leshrac deals well with Morphling, a lot of magical burst damage, but I don't know. I want to see the matchup first. Undying plus Morphling sounds pretty strong. Morphling is so strong right now. I've seen Morphlings having even level 1 shift at early levels, and they just don't put more points in it. Sometimes it's 2, and then they're like, well, I don't need more because that's how buffed it is. Yeah. Also, to go back to this Disruptor, maybe they're gonna still ban an offlaner, but Disruptor would be really good against Mirana, against the Morphling, to be able to lock them down, have another layer of silence. Like, you provide vision with Naga Siren Illusions, you know that you have kind of guaranteed glimpse with this vision.
Well, that's very... Yangon Galacticos looking likely for that mid lane pickup. And that's what's being banned out. Invoker, Kunkka taken out of the pool, so we'll see what they opt for as far as that mid matchup against the Leshrac goes. What is still left? There's like a Bat Rider. Probably can't go too greedy when you've already picked up that Morphling. Need something that gives you a bit more maybe team fight as well, because you've got, yeah, Beastmaster, Morphling aren't really team fighting cores. Which is where stuff like Kunkka and Invoker definitely would have been nice for them.
Something with the lower cooldown, something that can make moves around the map.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like a lot of those heroes is what have been getting banned out. Even heroes like Pango would have maybe fit nicely for them.
Oh, Pango's banned. Okay.
Yeah. And then you've also got the Naga Siren problem. So do they feel they have enough damage or ways to deal with these illusions? Like, do you start considering stuff like the Zeus and whatnot as a answer for stuff like the Naga illusions? We'll have to wait and see.
Last pick, Tusk. I still think this is a core silencer. Okay. I don't think it's that great to play melee off lane, whether we're talking about Nyx Assassin or Tusk as your like off lane. That doesn't provide much against Morphling. So
or Undying too.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's gonna be one of those two. Maybe if you want to put Nyx Assassin against Undying Nyx Silencer, sounds a bit better. And that's their way to hold them in place.
Well, there's your team fight for Yangon Galacticos. They pick up a Mars here. And I believe it will be going to the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see as it could... I mean, with the Beastmaster, it almost feels like it has to be. Young PH, typically, like, he's kind of the mid laner, but he's going to play the Morph lane, which I assume they're going to be sending to the safe lane, so...
Yeah, but you did mention Roger as a captain, as a support. He's going to be playing Silencer, and Xiao Yu off-lane Tusk.
Interesting. Xiao Yu's always played some kind of wonky hero. He was playing a lot of core Marcy back during the last DPC season. Team started actually banning out Marcy against him.
I got to go back to this. It's last pick Tusk. You know the matchup. You know you're playing against Morphling and Undying. I just think this lane for Chubby Boys is going to be a disaster. Nyx Assassin plus Tusk, if that's their lane together against Morphling Undying, they're going to struggle. It's going to be a disaster.
double melee. Yeah, that does not sound fun at all. Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case here when we get ourselves into the game, because that does feel like a pretty rough way to set things up. As we'll see in just a moment. What do you make of Mars last pick here? It played, I presume, in the mid lane.
It's one of the heroes that can deal with Nexus Assassin. Like, it's not a counter. They didn't think like, oh, we got to counter Nexus Assassin. I'm just going with the heroes that I see on screen, because you want to get Carapace 2-3 times off in a fight with your arena, like, you know you're dead. Also against the silencer, if there's a global silence, pre-BKB you already popped the arena, which means they're gonna be hold in place. You can kill them with the right clicks potentially. Even Leshrac, like Nagasiren, it's so-so. Maybe it was more of a, I'd say, comfort pick. It's good against certain heroes, but nothing is like, wow, this is such a godly Mars game.
No. It does give them that insta-wave clear, I guess, which is something they kind of were slightly lacking too. I think I'm sure whatever they pick for their mid lane, they'll think, yeah, we need something that can at least shove lanes to a decent extent. But here we go. We're getting ourselves into match 5 of day 1 of the Predator League 2022 Grand Finals. Let's get things underway here. Team Yangon Galactico playing on the dire side up against Chubby Boys. What a name. I like it.
Which one do you like better, the Australian guys or Chubby Boys?
Chubby Boys have a better name. I speak as someone with a bit of a chubby belly myself. Been enjoying too much of the local cuisine, perhaps. But, you know, I still hope the Aussies go far here.
Sitting underneath the ward, not aware of it at the moment. They placed it with the smoke relatively fast. Still smoked. They want to be able to wrap around, potentially get a kill. It's a good lineup to fight with at the early levels. Having Leshrac, Tusk, like potentially block, and also Silencer maybe. Let's see what he gets.
Oh, gets the eye shot block. Young PH in some trouble here. The Impale follow-up, and he is donezo. With the Morph Strength, he's got no way out of here, and that's going to be an early first blood. Going the way of, I was going to say RSG, but they are Chubby Boys.
And they're going to be more chubby, you know, getting that extra gold on a mid lane. It does make this mid matchup even more Leshrac favored, because you don't die. Against Mars, you don't get a chance at early levels. Maybe 6 with a rotation is a potential kill from Mirana, but pre-level 6, this Leshrac should not die. He should not be threatened.
Excellent, just giving Z-Rain the poke treatment, just constantly harassing him here in this mid lane. Has to make sure he doesn't get speared back under a tower or anything, but you got to imagine he's more than well aware of what Mars can do to him. Back at top, young PH just TP'd in. He cannot afford to die. He's not going to have a TP to get back in the lane, but it's just harass coming in from the Chubby Boys offlaners.
They did get some extra gold from that kill. Nothing spectacular, but also Undying being late to this lane could set them back quite a lot. I said that this is the lane that you know, it's going to be Nyx plus Tusk, but they decided to swap things around. They understood that if they lane it that way, so they kind of sacrificed this bottom lane a little bit. Nagasiren with another melee support. She's still gonna get the farm right now, sitting at 4 CS, using these illusions, and you can see Beastmaster immediately using axes, trying to find which one is real, and yeah, even Starstorm, just to be able to clear out the illusions.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking a lot of damage, so they may clear out these illusions, but
those illusions need to give more gold. Like, it's 4 gold. Do you remember when Trap gave 1 gold? You place a sentry, you spend 50, maybe it was even more expensive back then.
That's some
75, and then you're like, I got 1 gold.
Back in the good old days, Illusions gave 0 gold. That was the PL with Radiance pushing out waves, making life miserable. Nice kill there. They just land.
You could lifesteal off Illusion, like literally nothing. You could one-shot him with Dagon. That was always cool. And yeah, we're getting a kill on the bottom lane. I want to see how much this Tusk is going to be able to get from this lane as time progresses. Right now, sitting at 10, same CS as Morphling.
They're going in. They're getting aggressive here. Just rolling in on young PH, getting some nice 2-hero arcane curse.
Dire's courier
Cheap, cost-effective harass, not really costing them anything. They've got a Bassering, it looked like, coming out on Zhao Yu's Tusk, so they'll have plenty of mana to just spam out. Just making life as difficult as possible for the Morphling in lane. That said, Morphling's still farming just fine. He's sitting on 14 last hits already.
He put another point in shift, which means that he's not gonna die in this lane. Mid matchup going pretty even. Mars does CS against Leshrac, but he cannot kill him. Leshrac also going near his outpost, picking up the bounce rune to be able to refill his bottle. Still, Naga Siren getting a farm bottom, even though she's paired up with this melee support.
I mean, that's a big part of why Naga's just become such a almost meta pick at this point when the carry role. It does feel like when you get these good games in lanes, you kind of just do fine in the lane just by yourself. Like, there's nothing Beastmaster really does to pressure MKS here. Just having a very free time.
So does Beastmaster. He's really not afraid of neither Nyx nor Naga Siren. Understands what needs to be done in the lane, doesn't buy any small items, going for Helm immediately. So has that extra armor, extra regeneration for any kind of harassment coming out.
Nice job by Ziran. It looks like he forced the silencer off that rune to secure the water rune, get himself the bottle refill. So both teams putting a lot of emphasis on these early runes, rotating multiple supports to take the fight to them.
Radiant's courier.
6-minute rune is going to be the big one. Do minimum 3 potentially coming out to secure the rune for either Lesh or Mars, and both heroes are going to be level 6 by then, so that means whoever rotates, whoever lands a spell, potentially gets a kill.
What a spear.
Spear just to get a deny.
Got the deny, and he dodged the splitter. That was actually very, very nicely done. Very, very pesky stuff coming in from Ziran there. And yeah, we'll see that 6-minute rune coming up in about a minute's time. We'll see how many of those rotations do in fact come into play. It does feel like both teams having pretty free safe lanes. I mean, the Morphling and Naga both more or less free farming so far. Definitely still raise the question of what is maybe the purpose behind this offlane Tusk.
Yeah, not sure what offlane Tusk provides you with that some other offlaners couldn't. You must be greedy with this hero. You can't go for team fight items. I don't see a good team fight item that could make like that big of an impact in this game. Of course, there's always Raid Pact that you can buy on any hero. It's gonna feel good, but other than that, you're playing for yourself. You want to be able to go in, blink, BKB potentially to get out of the arena, even though you're playing against Beastmaster, so BKB might not be like your highest priority. And of course, you know, that Aghanim Scepter.
Well, the 6-minute rune coming up, and they're fighting over at bottom. It just spawns top, so Undying gets an illusion rune. Meanwhile, Lesh has hit level 6 with the arena coming out as well. Does get the Carapace and spears the Lesh into the arena with the Starstorm damage. It's just enough to kill off the Lesh, and Mirana gonna stick and TP out. It's just enough to get out of there before going down. Z-Rain has another spell in a couple of seconds. Maybe gonna go looking for that spear. Job on Bon in full retreat here. Gonna try and escape to the Ancient, get sliced up by the spear of Z-Rain. A couple of kills going their way here in this mid lane. Really nicely done by Yangon.
Z-Rain getting that arena, connecting onto Leshrac with a spear, more than enough. If he doesn't die there, if he misuses the spear, Leshrac could potentially, not potentially, he gets at least 1 kill, because Mirana would not be able to get away. He'd be able to chase her down, and also saving himself, because if you use 2 abilities and don't get much done with it, that means you're in a lot of trouble. Leshrac pumping out way too much damage, even at these early stages of the game.
These early fights, really important for trying to get your team momentum. Both teams also using these fights to give their carries a lot of space to just free farm. With all the attention around this mid lane with supports rotating, neither Morph nor Naga
has been pressured all. Those two heroes, top of the net worth. Do you feel like either team is favored by their carry getting free farm over the other?
Looking at some other heroes that they have, slightly Naga Siren. If you asked me that 6 months ago or 6 years ago, I would never choose Naga Siren. But the way you build right now and with all the buffs, I feel like Naga Siren can do good. Even though this, we don't see it as much, this Diffusal Blade pickup against Morphling, like, could still be a decent one. Problem is you can't upgrade the item, unlike Orchid, where you can just have a slot, get a Bloodthorn later on.
Roger, TP out, takes it away.
Roger Dodger, getting out of the trouble, understanding both stuns were used and that he can get away with it.
We'll see how these carries develop, but yeah, for now it's the Mars just using this arena of cooldown, finding kills, always being active at this time. Does feel like Leshrac maybe doesn't have that teammate to play around quite as much. Has made the move rotating top to try and just play around this Tusk, but it's going to try and take some early towers.
Beastmaster, Helm of the Dominator done. Speaking of taking the towers, but look at Naga Siren. She's not afraid. Beastmaster is level 6, so needs to be a bit more careful if they land a roar into arrow. She's definitely dead. Silencer is behind her. No global silence yet, and we're 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this feels particularly brave from MKS, but it's one of the strengths of Naga. Under your tower, you're just very tanky and hard to bring down. Now going in the aggressive here with the Tombstone being dropped. They're diving this. They want MKS, but the rotation's coming in from Zhao Yu. He's here on the Tusk to try and save the day. In fact, he's going on the aggressive now. Goes in, rolls in with the Warrior's Punch onto the Beastmaster, who's getting kind of low here, but they've now gone on Zhao Yu with the double Starstorm hit. He gets low onto about 10% health. He's going to survive for now with Roger being the new focus on Silencer.
Here comes Mars.
Yep.
Gotta be silenced though.
Yep, Mars on the trees. One more right click. We'll get MKS, but the Leshrac's also showing up. And now Loon. Here's Undying going to get burned down by the Pulse Nova. So both teams losing a hero or two as Z-Rain can't stop the TP out coming in. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end.
Took them a lot of time for the rest of the team to rotate, because Naga Siren did manage to escape inside the trees with the illusions, killing the Tombstone. And
yeah, with the arrow follow-up, that's a lot of damage, and they get a big kill
body
out
block.
of it.
Yeah. Leap into body block, my favorite thing to do in Dota.
He's showing off his skills there. The skill lay, and yeah, they're doing all this while Morphling just kind of gets to farm pretty freely elsewhere on the map. Can't quite keep up with the Naga just because of the illusion factor, but really good aggression from the Myanmar team.
Some crisp, beautiful execution while Morphling is farming, as you mentioned. Still not as farmed as Naga Siren. Yeah. You wouldn't expect him to be. Naga with the illusions doing way too much, but if he gets a solo kill here, one more right click will do it.
He's got to juke him. He does juke him north, and now with, oh no!
The pure damage from Vendetta. He morphed way too low.
Oh, what a... I don't know if you can call that a bait. I mean, MKS, he jukes him, but if Morphling, you know, if he figures out the juke there, he had that solo kill. Oh, that was heartbreaking. It felt like Morphling outplayed him there, and then MKS had the last laugh.
And also Nyx bringing 2 healing cells that he dug up with his shovel, healing up Naga Siren, so she doesn't need to go back.
Yeah, that's so nice. That's gonna feel real bad for the Morphling. All of a sudden, there's a 1,000 gold difference between him and the Naga Siren, which was previously only like half of that. So
it's Dota 2. If he got that kill, if he morphed a little earlier, maybe he would not need an extra right click, and then he would be the one on top of the net worth.
Yep. A small game of tiny little margins, and we'll see where the next moves come from the Yangon side. It's been mostly the Mars who's been the big fight starter for them.
Has a lot of mana pool in this Mars. Yeah. Decided to go for Falcon Blade. Was thinking about the Soul Ring, but I've seen Mars tending to go for Falcon Blade instead. Does give you that damage. With the bottle, you do have enough mana regen, and also picking up a neutral item, Thumber's Toy. So good way to set things up. Sometimes it's all you need, that tiny little jump, and here we go.
Right on cue. Z-Rain follows up what Lacoste was dishing out. There's a bit of retaliation coming in, but there's a raw counterplay. Murano with no leaps to get out of this one is going to get chain stunned and brought down, but the stuns from the Yangon side getting Zhao Yu low. He's still hanging on, just barely on the tusk, but with the slows from the Tombstone zombies, it's too much. This Tombstone being a terrible place to take a fight, as Chubby Boys just get chewed up one by the Undying.
And something we didn't mention, if there's no Naga Siren, they can't kill the Tombstone. These heroes are really bad at it. You're not going to see Tusk, Nyx, and Silence are hitting the Tombstone. Like even Leshrac, he wants to be able to chase people down and get stuff done while he's pumping out that ulti damage. So very difficult. Like this Tombstone was right in front of them and no one wanted to hit it.
Just making life so hard for them, and there's Yangon who's now starting to pull ahead a bit despite this Naga being well on top of the net worth charts. They've kept Tusk down and also managed to get a good deal of farm on their support Mirana. So
once Morphin gets to his item timing, when there's this Manta style, he's not gonna be needed, like he's not gonna be afraid of global silence, and will be able to like join these fights. I like Morphlings that do join early fights and collect some of the XP, getting some gold from it.
Yeah, we've already seen at least a little bit here with some of the fights Morphling showing up to, and feels like it may continue to be the case. For now, they've got to deal with what's starting to become a bit more and more pesky as the Naga Siren kind of, not even split push necessarily, but just the pressure on all your lanes and towers. Like this Naga hero is just always hiding, but the illusion's keeping all the lanes shoved out. And somebody has to kind of keep going back to defend, and often that's the Mars, who simultaneously wants to be the one making plays, but then also has to be the one defending lanes.
I'm looking at Tusk items. I did mention that this hero from the offlane plays for himself, going for Falcon Blade and the Blink Dagger. Yeah, Blink Dagger is nice to be able to save people, but still a long way until he's going to be able to get it. In terms of scaling, when you look at the Beastmaster and Tusk from the offlane, Tusk is cool once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, one of the most satisfying things in Dota. But Beastmaster does boring things from early on, but very effectively.
Nice job by Z-Rain getting away from a bit of a trap there. Nyx did have, at least before, some follow-up from the left track.
They're too far away right now.
Yeah. Mars back to safety. He's trying to finish his Blink Dagger elsewhere. Roger getting chased down by the Zoo. The Helm Creep will finish off the job. Nicely done. Yangon to find that kill. Just finding these pickups around their vision. And they're not done yet. They want to take this tier 1 mid tower, but Leshrac doing a good job pulling the wave of the tower. Has got a completed Bloodstone here, but without a creep wave, they say they'll do it the old-fashioned way. Just send these units at the tier 1. Spear away onto the Leshrac. They're not looking to hard follow this one up. The snowball on in, just to take out the Helm Creep here. They've got the Tombstone down, so they want to force this fight. They get the Roar here, and there's no more snowball save. The arena catches everyone. There's no follow-up damage. They're just going to turn and fight. Mars goes down, the Tombstone still standing, gets healed up, the Morphling showing up. This is the fight for him to clean up. Young PH gets up 4 dead, triple kill for the Morphling. The sleep comes, but it's all too late. Oh boy, fighting under that Tombstone. It was like one hit from dead and then it got soul ripped up, and Morphling also showed up for the absolute cleanup of the life.
That was beautifully done. From Morphling. Morphing into the fight, like you mentioned it, there was no real follow-up once Mars used the arena, but the rest of the team, I like that Beastmaster immediately pops the Roar because he saw them using Snowball on the arrow target, and they understood, like, we're just gonna use that, the rest of the team is gonna be able to come in and clean up. Big fight for Yangon Galacticus.
Yeah, it sounded like, looking back, like, okay, this arena caught 3, but no one's dying, but over time, they were trapped in this Tombstone arena, and zombies just built up and kind of forced them to stand their ground and fight against some Morphling who they used everything to kill Mars, and suddenly Morphling's like, okay, this fight's free for me. Bon, they want just the Helm Creep, it looks like. A nice chunk of gold if they can finish this one off. They'll maybe get it, but at what cost here? Leshrac's been stunned up, speared into a tree, and with Morphling followed up, Young PH has got another kill. Leshrac can't afford to be going down like that. Not worth the 250 gold from the Helm.
There's some good targets that he can morph into. There's nothing like, oh, I'm gonna morph into Undying on the enemy team, steal the Tombstone. But if he like gets illusions from Naga Siren, if he gets like we've seen him using Carapace to great extent, also landing a two-man stun, snowball save, shard block. So some of these spells that he's gonna be stealing, it's gonna have a huge impact. And now with that Aegis, he's gonna have a really free time. He was not afraid to join fights, something that we did mention, and now things are gonna get even easier for this Morphling, because he will be morphing immediately. Oh!
The Naga illusions off!
He still had a curse on.
Oh, he's not done!
What the hell's going on?
They're just dying to illusions! And they're getting picked off one, they just got a free Roshan, and then they kind of chain feed.
What was that?
Naga's doing Naga things, I guess, but that... And they're gonna lose this T1 mid.
She got so much gold. She got triple kill and the tower, and is gonna TP to get even more farm. So that Scotty timing is gonna be pretty big, which is important. You're playing against like 3 melee heroes and also Morphling, reducing his shift healing, what do you want to call it?
Could be in trouble. He's sending off... Oh, but they smoked up. They know that he sent off the fake one and the real one's down here. Blink Warrior's punch. He's got the Aegis, but they may just try and kill him twice here. Waveform in. Morphling morphs into the Tusk here, and Zhao Yu's just going to go for the TP on out. Young PH will finish off the job here. It looks like they're trying to hunt the Morphling, but the rest of Tusk teammates had other ideas and went off somewhere else.
17:45, Roche timer in all chat. Not sure if that's intended.
Yeah, especially when it happened so long ago, but I guess he was trying to retype it maybe. Not sure. Or some mind games. You post some wrong timers in the old chat.
Is under attack.
Lie about, what, 15, 20 seconds?
Yeah. And then you Morphling, you know, and then you go for that kill where you think, oh, I've still got 10 seconds on Aegis.
Yeah, and the rest of your team is not listening, so you have a position for sitting inside the Roche pit unnecessary for 40 seconds.
Well, with the Aegis there, pushing forward down bottom. Leshrac, so be careful. He's been hit by an arrow and a spear. He just gets deleted trying to defend this tower. The backup comes, but it's all too late. Xiaobonbon's been dusted up. Now will look to go for the kill before he goes down, but he may even be able to survive his way through this one. Nope, no chance. Gets picked off, does get a kill on his way out, so not the worst for him, but losing the Leshrac again. This Lesh has just been food.
Yeah, needs a BKB. He definitely needs to be able to run from the arena. But then again, Morphling plus a Beastmaster could roar and right-click you down. So, at every stage of the game, it's still going to be a problem for Leshrac.
Yeah. And it feels like
he needs a snowball. Like, he definitely needs a snowball save once they initiate it with the roar.
Yeah. But now he's already behind. He's just going to be kind of consistently underfarmed, it feels like. So he's never going to be at that point where he feels tanky, given that he just doesn't have the farm to really get there. And it's going to be much more dependence on Naga Siren here, headed towards, kind of towards the mid-game, late-game stages, but Naga already 15k net worth is absolutely huge.
2,000 gold away from that, Scotty. Good Carapace, but yeah.
Into a Nyx, and there gets an Impale off it. Snowball save is there. Young PH getting a little bit low, still has the Aegis to play around, and with the sleep they've set up on 3. What's the follow-up going to be? Xiaobonbon trying to line up an Impale, only catches 1 in the end, but it's enough to get a kill on the Mars. Another stun coming in from Young PH, but with the global
back
silence.
from Mars.
Yep, they want to force this fight. Can they make it go? But the Naga illusion's just absolutely eating everybody alive. Nice snowball, I think helped dodge the arrow for X alone to keep him alive. And Young PH out of mana, can't really chase here. Doesn't have the mana for a waveform, but here's the Mars buying back, getting the spear onto the Leshrac, and once again, they managed to bring him down. It does come at a pretty heavy price with the Mars buyback, but
yeah, they only managed to get 1 kill from that buyback, but the rest of the team is cleaning up, being able to finish off a tier 2 tower on mid, which does, like, they're already controlling the outpost, never mind, and still, Aegis up and running for 40 seconds. Morphling gonna pump up some damage on tier 3 towers.
Yep, there's a creep wave now. Snowball in just to try and clear that with the blink out, but I think he's going to be forced back. You don't want to caught on this high ground as the Aegis is expiring. Just wants to probably get back to safety, use that Aegis regen, and
Wait for a better fight.
Also, morphing into Nyx Assassin and then burning mana on a hero like Leshrac, it really does hurt him a lot.
Gonna smoke up with the Aegis expiring, and RSG showing they want to try and take a fight that may catch Yangon by surprise. Naga not with them, but is pressuring the map and playing very deep on this Dire side, so in a pretty good position to join up with this smoke. What are they gonna find here as they invade the enemy jungle? They get some good vision down. They're going hunting here. Morphling not too far away, but it doesn't look like they'll catch him. Instead, it's gonna be the Undying, and Morphling just instantly waves back to safety. So just the Undying, but a good move to get some vision down and get control of the enemy jungle.
Past 10 minutes, really close, back and forth game. Feels like every time you do something right, the next fight you're gonna lose it. Roshan potentially available in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And Tusk going for that BKB. Oh man, you mentioned Leshrac, he really is struggling. Looking at his items, no BKB yet, has a casual cloak. Arena initiation.
Yep, it's the Naga, but the snowball save is once again there. They've been so good with Zhao Yu, but then once it ends, the follow-up is going to go onto the Naga Siren, who goes down before she can get the song off. And the chase is on, they want more. Zhao Yu, already having used the snowball, is going to get pierced through by the spear. 3 dead. And a fight where they just didn't have Leshrac with them, and they, you know, for the most part, it's been Leshrac getting jumped. This time around, it's the Naga Siren getting initiated on.
Leshrac is their damage. Like, he needs to be there. He needs to be with the team. But even with the great snowball save, Arena still being there for a long time did allow rest of the team to just get and connect onto one target, kill it, go for the other one. Because, as you said, there was no Leshrac. And onto the tier 3 tower. One more time they go.
May just be a lane of racks here, potentially. We've still got a small window before Naga's back. If they want to force this one, there is a cliff with the reset. It does look like that may be enough to deter them from going high ground with Naga's respawn, and Yangon may just wait for another good initiation, especially waiting for the Mars Arena, which has been such a key part of their team fight.
Mars cannot die. If they kill Mars, he's gonna be dead for almost 2 minutes. And Morphling, okay, Morphling finishing off his Scotty. I see Aghanim Scepter queued up next. It's such a good upgrade. Like, this hero is so hard to balance. Either he's really not playable, or he's like, oh, yeah, this is very OP.
This is not quite the old days of like Morphling Shaker, but still a hero in this current patch that...
I can't believe that was in the game for so long.
So ridiculous. Jumping
and then
around
with the
like
introduction of the shard and everything, it's just like,
yep.
Why? Please.
It's Dota, everything's going to be imba, but in that case...
That was really imba. I've seen, you know, 95, 100% almost win rate Dota plus comebacks with the Earthshaker plus Morphling. It gets ridiculous. Yeah. Next Roche, gonna be up in a minute.
For the most part, it is Yangon with that Beastmaster giving them a lot of this vision advantage, but on the Chubby Boy side, they're looking around at this Naga Siren. They've got her on the enemy side of the map, which is really where you want to be playing as a Naga, cutting those waves, keeping both mid as well as at least one of the side lanes pushed out. Ideally even all 3, but constant pressure down bottom is going to, you know, make life kind of annoying for Yangon.
Morphling deeping back. Radiant will kill the tower. Naga Siren with the illusions. You said those lanes, they need to be pushed out. And mid lane pushed out. Bottom lane almost near the tier 3 tower.
And, I mean, one Morphling TP back and suddenly there's a window to maybe take a fight. Like, they're trying to force this here. The Morphling's a little bit far away. With that said, maybe Yangon are going to initiate in. They jump in on the Leshrac. The Global Sound's coming in with the snowball save as well. Morphling trying to get back to this fight here as they look to turn and bring down the Mirana to start things off here. This is on for the Undying here. That'd be a nice little follow-up kill with the root. It looks like they should have him from the ensnare. That's 2 dead. All of this starting from that split push down bottom. It forced the Morphling bottom, and suddenly they get themselves a fight. That's 5 versus 4. Morphling's now showing up, and it does look like they have to disengage.
Morphling still very unkillable. Some of these spells, the defensive ones, are being overlapped by Chubby Boys, both Snowball, like a BKB, and the Global Silence.
Oh, that's it. Have they got the damage for that? That's a bit ambitious. Getting close. Morphling does get the waveform one out of there, just barely. He's going to snowball back in, though.
Oh, here we go. All right, the bug. Back it up, boys. I want this game to last another 45, up to an hour.
Does he, even if he dies, does he stay like this?
Yeah, he does. Like, sometimes it disappears for a second, but he's going to be like that then. He's having, it's Lotus Orb.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Well, spy back from the Beastmaster. They would have forced a spy.
Thing is, if you're playing Tusk, it gets very difficult to play it this way.
Yeah. Oh my God, 3 hero stun from Zhao Bonbon with a split thought 2 to follow it up. What a combo from RSG. Excellent, looking to pulse Nova down. The Undying will finish him off. The BKB on Mars, we're getting back to safety, but in the pit, it's MKS on the Naga. With the Song securing the Aegis, they've taken out 2. They want more with the Orchid on Moran, and they'll get more. 3 dead. What a fight for RSG. All set up by the Chain Stun and the multi-hero
Snowball is
tail.
still there. Where's Tusk, though? He's dead, but he left the Snowball.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if he's going to pick it up. But, yeah, beautiful, beautiful fight. Some nice team fight execution by Chubby Boys, not overlapping anything this time around. They didn't even use the Global in the previous fight. And also being able to stun this Morphling, not allowing him to use the shift. This Naga Siren right now does quite a lot of damage. Bloodthorn, an item that we mentioned. Being able, like, you just burst people down. If there's no Manta Style, if there's no Dispel mechanic, if Morana is dead, no Lotus Orb, people just straight up die to it.
A lot of burst damage coming out now, and the Butterfly not far off as well. Things could go from bad to worse here very quickly for Yangon, who's been the ones kind of controlling most of this game. Bringing the Morphling to these early fights and getting some great arenas off, but all of a sudden things have turned against them with this Aegis being claimed by Naga Siren.
A bit of a pause. Wants to be able to, you know, check if this Snowball can be fixed.
Yeah, that's right. He's the one disconnecting. So, like you say, it's making his life harder more than anyone. Maybe a reconnect can fix things up here.
I tried. It doesn't work.
Nothing fixes it.
I did got that bug, like, I don't know, 2 months ago. I remember, like, almost at the start, someone rushed Lotus Orb. I'm like, please, no.
And everybody sees you as that Snowball?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Does it make you harder to click or not really?
I'm not sure about this one.
Snowball bug, there we go. He says sorry. Maybe we'll have another look at the Tusk in a sec to see if he fixed it, but
hopefully not. I hope he stays Snowball. Ymir.
They're really giving them the Naga Siren treatment now. Illusion's just sitting right outside the Dire base, catching all these creep waves and keeping the pressure on Jabonbon. He's got the Impale set, the Snowball.
Double Snowball. One from the side, and he picks it up. Triple Snowball.
Okay.
It's not fixable. You've seen him coming from the south, and also one Snowball from the west.
This is so hard to cast.
Naga Siren Illusion, Snowball. Oh, he's getting ready. Is he snowballing or is he not?
Yeah, you just never know when he's using his spells. That's actually insane how, like, much that almost, it makes playing so hard. They've caught Naga. That should be her Aegis for free here. And can they follow this up? They've got an arena here. Do they want to drop it down? They're still trying to force this fight. MKS is just going to go for the Song.
Kill the Tombstone.
Yep, kill the Tomb and back off, it looks like. They don't want to force a fight. They're TPing top with the last track. Arrow catches him! Excellent! Oh, he was trying to TP up top. They're not going to follow it up, though.
The snowball's getting bigger.
I mean, that's how it works, right? You snowball down. It doesn't. Why would it get smaller?
There's no snow. We're not on a snow map. It should be getting smaller.
global warming is a lie. Because here's your proof right in front of you.
Yeah, last time we worked together, we did discuss the global silence on the panel.
Yep. Well, here we go. Young Gun Galacticos looking to make their move. Oh, okay, there we go. That's it. They got the sentry down the Nyx and the roar. Global silence, the fight taking place to the south somewhere. The giant snowball just rolling its way around the fight, and Z-Rain on the Mars getting very low. Once the MKS Naga, but it hasn't got the damage for it.
He popped the BKB, and you couldn't even see it in the snowball.
Yep. Morphling just getting zoned out of this one. He's going to wave in into a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Has got the Mirana to back him up with all the buybacks coming in. Young P8 is just melting to the Pulse Nova damage. Too much from Exalern. His Leshrac finally coming online. Has the Mirana for, I believe, a dieback here. And now 3 are dead. None of them have buybacks. Z-Rain bought back himself. He cannot afford to die here. Caught by a Carapace stunner. They've now lost 4, perhaps 5. And that's going to blink in a couple of seconds.
Ooh, that was close.
But they can just go right down mid.
They don't care about Mars.
Yeah.
He does not have a TP for 40 seconds. And yeah, as you mentioned, they can run down the mid lane with Leshrac. They have more than enough damage. Not going to be too afraid of this Undying, who's going to respawn in 5 seconds.
Edict, no Naga. That was the one big kill that went Ingon's way, but having a Leshrac alive means they should be able to at least get a tier 3 tower, maybe even a lane of Rax here, depending on how carefully they want to play this one. Got Morphling in 15, so time is ticking. There's a bit of pressure on the Tombstone. Was just dropped to try and defend this one.
Here comes Snowball.
It's just impossible to know. Oh, let's get that teamfight recap out of there. There we go. As the push is on, they've got to back off though. Morphling's respawning. The arena catches none. Z-Rain tried to punish them for sticking around too long. Will end up catching a silencer as they nicely dodge the Impale, and Young P8 stealing the Nyx. Morphing into him, and one Xiao Bonbon who...
He's dusted. Ooh, he's going to be able to blink out.
Chase is still on here. PH looking for some kind of catch here. Has the Carapace, gets him with the Carapace, sets up the arrow as well. And they'll finish off the Nyx. Nicely done there by the Morphling.
Man, this game is the closest one we had so far today. At least the one that we're showing on stream. Not being able to like close out the game, even though they're 10k ahead. They're still losing heroes here and there, and they didn't manage to kill Barracks in the mid lane. They just got the tower.
Yeah, it's still no Rax Flame. I feel like all eyes going to be on that next Roshan. That was what gave Chubby Boys such a big lead and gave them this strong position that they're now finding themselves in, but next Roshan goes the other way. All of a sudden, things could flip on their heads.
Undying jungling, my favorite thing to watch. At least it's now good. Your DK does double damage to creeps. Before it was almost impossible. Morphling does have, speaking of double damage, he does have one in bottle.
That's an item that could swing a fight in their favor. Find a good jump here. No BKB though, so still a lot of disables and annoying things to kind of worry about in these fights. The Manta style alone just doesn't feel like it really cuts it right now. So if they can get a BKB on Morphling before the next fight, they'd be absolutely thrilled. Here come RSG smoking on up, rolling their way towards this dire triangle, and MKS leading the way. Gonna get the jump with the blink punch here. The arena counterplay, spears through, doesn't catch anybody. I believe that's the BKB preventing that one, and they're just gonna look to abandon ship here. They'll leave the Undying behind, the Tombstone will drop, and possibly they'll lose multiple heroes here. They've caught the Beastmaster far back with the Lotus Orb. He's trying to keep himself alive, but it's just not enough.
So funny to watch. That was actually Beastmaster using the Lotus Orb on himself. So you can't even see the snowball, like the counter snowball, which actually went on Tusk himself.
I don't know.
Just getting more ridiculous at this point.
The only spell I can tell Tusk uses is Ice Shards. Everything else is a blur.
Next Roche, let's see the respawn timer. That's the third one if I'm counting correctly. It's gonna be more than 2 minutes.
It's still getting bigger, it feels like.
It does change size, yeah. Like,
it's when it's on the side of the screen, it looks bigger, I think.
A canção da sereia! A canção da sereia! Com el wombo combo perfecto!
Next Roshan, right now with the way these lanes are being pushed out, does seem to favor RSG.
I like this on Xiao Bonbon, picking up Eon Disc after a Blink Dagger, which means that he's going to be able to get... Oh, there's a gem inside a pit, thank you. That he's going to be able to get the Carapace off no matter what.
Yeah. He's often been that first target that Morphling wants to take out. Maybe they'll care less about the Nyx once Morphling has this BKB, but there's a big problem, it feels like. Dire side going to start lacking maybe some damage in these fights with how tanky both Naga and Leshrac are getting. And this Leshrac was struggling earlier on, but all of a sudden it's second position in terms of net worth, and having all the items that Leshrac could really hope for a late game Dota position.
All right, that was a quick fix.
Both teams ready to get things back underway with Roshan respawning in 1 minute. How important is it that Yangon contest this one? Or
it's a third Roche, you don't know what it is. If you get Aghanim Scepter on Tusk, like even Naga Siren, I feel like you give it to Tusk because Naga Siren can farm one for herself. Kicking Morphling during the BKB timing, even Mars, like it just changes things. And also him being in a snowball, so you don't even see what's happening when he blinks on top of you. That's going to be pretty difficult. In terms of refresher, you can give one to, I don't mind the Leshrac, just to be able to, you know, refresh his BKB.
Yep.
They're not that good of a refresher game on their side. Silencer is okay, but they do have like Lotus Orbs already. They do have Manta Styles BKB, so not that big of a value from refresher anyway.
Well, they'll be hoping for that Aghanim Scepter then. Keeping these lanes pushed out, not long to wait, as there we go. Roche has respawned, and they see this entire Dire team defending their high ground, but they've now smoked up. They're charging forward. And this may not be the free Roche that they're hoping for. Nyx in a decent position to maybe pop this one. Xiao Bonbon scouts it out, gets the Carapace off, also has that Aeon Disc to play around. Roche is already dead though. They've just killed it too fast, and Yangon will be forced back. Did you see if it was the refresher or the Ags?
I didn't see.
Okay. There we go. Now they get to play. Keep them in their base.
Xiao Yu high-fiving inside the snowball. He's having too much fun.
So Naga does have an Ag Scepter, it looks like. I don't think she bought that.
No, yeah. Looking at the net worth, that's inflated net worth right there.
That's it. The Roche answer is they go get to work on the high ground here. Team's just posturing. Hear the excitement in their voices just across the room from us. There's so much crap on the ground with this split earth. The snowball on snowball. They've got the Morphling in the middle of them. Young PH barely gets out of there with a BKB. Instead, it's going to be the Mirana going down, and Young PH is going to go back to base to heal, which may just give IRC enough time to finish off the base here. Pulling in the Undying. Oh, man. There's a kick from the Tusk. He's already got the Ag Scepter.
That's why they didn't give it to him. And yeah, suddenly this game feels very over. Pull
back in once again. There's just no escaping. They pull you in, they lock you down with the ensnares, they also kick you in, and one by one they're getting picked apart here. The Tusk Aghanim Scepter just setting up these fights. First the Morphling, who they don't quite kill, but the follow-up kills are there. Another kickback coming on. This time they'll finish the job.
Without Morphling, they don't have what it takes. He already bought back 7 minutes dead, and they're gonna call it.
A very competitive game. I mean, in the end, it's kind of the one-sided finish that you sometimes get, but this was a game where Yangon,
they were kind of in control for the first 20 minutes.
They were until Lestrak decided to actually survive, you know, in a couple of these fights, because he was sitting in the middle of the pack. He was getting heavily focused, but yeah, he did manage to not get caught inside of the arena a couple of times. They also did take care of him with the snowball saves, and in the end, they did prevail. But yeah, Naga Siren, she's a menace. Like this hero, like during TI, I think also we're gonna see this hero more picked during this tournament because it feels she doesn't get countered in the lane. Like you can almost first phase this hero because it's also a flexible hero. Some teams did play it as position 3, some teams did run it as position 4. So there's some flexibility if they counter it too hard, but most of the time it feels like that this hero just hits her timings much faster than other heroes.
Yeah, like the hero has a strong enough laning stage, which is like maybe in theory her weakness, but come mid-game, the fact you can just keep everything pushed out and get vision for your team with 0 risk. It's all illusions doing it. It's just such a strength of hers. Definitely some sloppiness maybe when the Naga got that like triple kill. Right after Yangon got Roshan, suddenly there was like a Naga triple kill, which gave her
I don't know what that was. That was really funny to watch because they lost 2 heroes trying to fight illusions. I think there was Naga Siren right there as well, Silence Beastmaster, but the illusions finished both of them off, and then they got another kill from it.
Yeah.
Plus the tower. And
yeah.
then, this is when her net worth skyrocketed.
Yeah, that was the part of the game where all of a sudden you're like, wait a second, maybe Yangon aren't winning this game, because it felt like up until then that things were going brilliantly for them. So it wasn't to be. At the same time, I feel like this was a tough matchup for Yangon. They overall looked good. There was this constant aggression where it didn't feel like they were playing scared.
No, definitely not. I mean, we're going to see a lot more mistakes being made by some of these teams, but also a lot more punishments overall. Some of these like overextensions that usually we don't see when we are talking about like the top tier teams in the world. So a lot more punishments, and it's also a BO1, so every single mistake does cost you by a lot. You can't afford some of these mistakes in a BO1.
Yeah, and maybe mistakes that against some of the other opponents you could get away with, but when you're versing, you know, Chubby Boys, they're a Division 1 DPC team, they're going to take advantage of that, because this is a game where Yangon maybe feels they could have snuck out a win, but, you know, maybe the experience ultimately prevailing a bit. And Chubby Boys, we talked about them being maybe one of the tournament favorites. Are you still feeling that, or is this game not as convincing for you?
They made a comeback, so that shows some of the strength of the team. But also, I want to see like how some other teams, like the top tier teams here, are going to do.
All right, well, we're going to have an interview with them. But before we do that, let's take a quick look at the recap from this game, and then we'll talk to the boys from Chubby Boys.
Too much, but if he gets a solo kill here, one more right click will do it.
He's got to juke him. He does juke him north, and now with, oh no!
The pure damage.
No leaps to get out of this one. Is going to get chain stunned and brought down, but the stuns from the Yangon side getting Zhao Yu low. He's still hanging on just barely on the tusk, but with the slows from the Tombstone zombies, it's too much. This Tombstone being a terrible place to take a fight. This fight, they get the roar here, and there's no more snowball save. The arena catches everyone. There's no follow-up damage. They're just going to turn and fight. Mars goes down, the Tombstone still standing, gets healed up, the Morphling showing up. This is the fight for him to clean up. Young PH gets up. PH is there pushing forward down bottom. Lestrak, so be careful. He's been hit by an arrow and a spear. He just gets deleted, trying to defend this tower. The backup comes, but it's all too late. Zhao Bonbon's been dusted up. Now will look to go for the kill before he goes down, but he may even be able to survive his way through this one. Nope, no chance.
Very difficult to play this way.
Yeah. Oh my god, 3 hero stun from Zhao Bonbon with a split for 2 to follow it up. What a combo from RSG. Excellent, looking to pulse Nova down. The Undying will finish him off. The BKB on Mars getting back around the fight, and Z-Rate on the Mars getting very low. Once the MKS Naga, but hasn't got the damage for it.
He popped the BKB and you couldn't even see it in the snowball.
No. Morphling just getting zoned out of this one. He's going to wave it into a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Has got the Miranda to back him up with all the buybacks coming in. Young PH is just melting to the Pulse Nova damage. Too much from Excellent. His Lestrak finally coming online. Has the Miranda for, I believe, in a way. Going to get the jump with the Blink Punch here. The Arena counterplay spears through. Doesn't catch anybody. I believe that's the BKB preventing that one. And they're just going to look to abandon ship here. I'll leave the Undying behind. The Tombstone will drop, and possibly They'll lose multiple heroes here. They've caught the Beastmaster far back with the Lotus Orb. He's trying
Oh man, there's a kick from the Tusk. He's already got the Ag Scepter.
That's why they didn't give it to him. And yeah, suddenly this game feels very over. Bull.
Yeah, pull back in once again. There's just no escaping. They pull you in. They lock you down with the ensnares. They also kick you in. And one by one, they're getting picked apart here. Tusk Aghanim Scepter just setting up these fights. First the Morphling, who they don't quite kill, but the follow-up kills are there. Another kickback coming on. This time they'll
this
finish
might
the
be
job.
it. Without Morphling, they don't have what it takes. He already bought back 7.
Finish that you sometimes get, but... Alrighty, there you have it. It is Team Chubby Boys here up on the main stage. Congratulations, guys. Great win to get things started. I'll start with you, Jumbo. How are you finding your time in Japan so far? You enjoying the trip?
It's really good. Enjoying the Japan. Beautiful city.
Yep, you guys are one of the maybe more experienced teams here as far as this tournament goes. How did you kind of prepare coming into this one here?
Yes, screaming training and prepare everything can happen.
Okay. I'll ask you going down the line. Do you feel like you still have that motivation? Obviously, TI just happened. Are you hungry? Are you getting ready for the new Dota season?
Yeah, just can't wait for it. It's like in January, right? So preparing for it also.
And are you guys planning to play together for the Dota season, you think?
We'll see. Not sure yet. Nothing is fixed yet.
Sorry to put you on the spot. We'll save those questions for later. As far as these games go, it started off a bit shaky, maybe. At least it looked like from our perspective that they had a lot of control over the game. Were you worried at all, or you felt like things were going fine?
No, to me, I know our heroes are taking secure better. So there's no worry at all for me.
Okay. One of the big heroes this game, I think maybe that gave you that better late game was the Naga Siren. Is that something you think we'll be seeing a bit more of? Naga Siren looked pretty good.
Yeah, I think most teams will be Naga in here for sure.
Okay. Yeah. And then I guess one of the last questions, as far as this tournament goes, what are your expectations? Are you hoping to win the whole thing? Obviously you'd like to, but do you think you're playing at a level where you can win the whole thing?
To be honest, we came here just to have fun, like just holiday, but we just played. No expectation at all.
Japan's a nice place to take a holiday.
Yeah.
I guess, and final question, who are you most looking forward to playing against? Anybody's you're interested to answer that?
DOTA2. Who against? For me, SMG maybe.
Yeah. I think we'd enjoy that one. Your old team. Yeah. Well, thank you for the interview, guys. Congratulations once again. Our next match is coming up shortly. It's going to be Execration versus TNC Predator. That match happens at 18:05 Japanese time, 6:05 p.m. We'll see you there, and congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
much, but
Going
if
for
he
a
gets a
solo
solo kill here, one more right click will do it.
He's got to juke him. He does juke him north, and now with, oh no!
The pure damage.
No leaps to get out of this one is going to get chain stunned and brought down, but the stuns from the Yangon side getting Zhao Yu low. He's still hanging on just barely on the tusk, but with the slows from the Tombstone zombies, it's too much. This Tombstone being a terrible place to take a fight. This fight, they get the roar here, and there's no more snowball save. The arena catches everyone. There's no follow-up damage. They're just going to turn and fight. Mars goes down, the Tombstone still standing, gets healed up, the Morphling showing up. This is the fight for him to clean up. Young PH gets up.
PH is there, pushing forward down bottom. Leshrac, so be careful. He's been hit by an arrow and a spear. He just gets the lead and tries to defend this tower. The backup comes, but it's all too late. Japon being dusted up. Now will look to go for the kill before he goes down, but he may even be able to survive his way through this one. Nope, no chance.
Very difficult to play it this way.
Yeah. Oh my god, 3 heroes stunned from Japon with a split thought 2 to follow it up. What a combo from RSG. X to learn, looking to pulse Nova down. The Undying will finish him off. The BKB on Mars going back around the fight, and Z-Rate on the Mars getting very low. Once the MKS Naga, but hasn't got the damage for it.
And he popped the BKB, and you couldn't even see it in the snowball.
Morphling just getting zoned out of this one. He's going to wave in into a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Has got the Mirana to back him up with all the buybacks coming in. Young PH is just melting to the Pulse Nova damage. Too much from X to learn. Is Leshrac finally coming online? Has the Mirana for, I believe, in a way. And to get the jump with the Blink Punch here. The arena counterplay spears through, doesn't catch anybody. I believe that's the BKB preventing that one, and they're just going to look to abandon ship here. They'll leave the Undying behind. The Tombstone will drop, and possibly they'll lose multiple heroes here. They've caught the Beastmaster far back with the Lotus Orb. This is just across the room from us. There's so much crap on the ground with this split earth. The snowball on snowball. They've got the Morphling in the middle of them. Young PH barely gets out of there with a BKB. Instead, it's going to be the Mirana going down, and Young PH going to go back to base to heal, which may just give IRC enough time to finish off the base here. Pulling in the Undying. Oh, man. There's a kick from the Tusk. He's already got the Ag Scepter.
That's why they didn't give it to him. And yeah, suddenly this game feels very over. Bull.
Pull back in once again. There's just no escaping. They pull you in. They lock you down with things that you sometimes get, but
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Predator League 2022 finals phase. It is MLP Dota, joined by the lovely John X Fire. Jonathan, we're in the beautiful city of Tokyo here to watch some more great Dota. Of course, plenty of Dota has already gone through today. But before all that, how the hell are you doing?
I'm feeling great. You know, a lot of great games already played, a lot of teams already kind of matching up. We've seen some of the underdogs start to go on a little bit of a run in the first part of the tournament, and we've already got a few teams stuck in the lower bracket already. So a lot in line for those teams. We are still on the upper bracket for this next match though, and this is an exciting match as well. I mean, we're back to the classic TNC versus Execration, what you and I call a rambulan on hand between these two teams, and it should be quite the matchup here for us, Mike.
It should be. I mean, this is a classic matchup. We've seen this one over and over again throughout the years, and we get to see it once again as you do get to see the bracket. Of course, Execration, they were straight into round 2. They haven't played a game yet today, so this will be their first matchup. TNC Predator, a bit more warmed up, you'd have to argue here, Jonathan. They did go through their first game against Lahi, obviously winning that one out. Of course, we can look through the rest of the bracket as well. You've got Boons plus Goons against Grind Sky Esports later on. Polaris Esports versus Revengers. I believe that's the next game we're casting here today. Chubby Boy's still waiting for their next competitor, but I'm sure we'll find out rather soon. And of course, you mentioned the lower bracket as well. Lahi and the Covenant already sitting there. They're not out of the tournament yet. That's all that matters.
Yeah, they've still got another shot. They've got Reject Main, Lilgun in that first bracket as well, and along with Yangon Galacticus also being knocked down. So a lot more for those teams, of course, online. No room for mistakes. These are best of ones all the way through. So you have to play a perfect game of Dota almost to kind of get going. But again, this matchup coming up, TNC versus Execration, I'm so excited to see this happen because TNC in particular is a team that we've seen kind of go up and down with these new rosters. So I think it's a big test for them if they can finally take down Execration here.
Well, let's see, Jonathan. We do have our game ready to go. So Execration against TNC Predator. Let's see how this one pans out. I can't wait. I want to see some players, Jonathan. Let's see some players into the arena. You see the players entering, of course, very handsome lads, John, very recognizable. There we go, working together as well. That's what we love to see. Look, I've been looking at the posing game of these players today. I've been watching all the games. That has to be the best one yet.
Yeah, Baka and Bala's just shaping up. Again, these two teams are very close.
Right.
It's not just that they're rivals, and it's not just that they're both Filipino teams. They have played together a lot. Like, all of these players are veterans. Abeng and Carlo on hand. All the hearts coming out. This is supposed to be a fist fight, but brotherly love is reigning through here.
Why the hell? I mean, sometimes you can just love it out. I mean, it's a best of one. One of these teams has to get knocked down. They both understand this, Jonathan. But before, you gotta hug it out. Before. Good sportsmanship matters, Jonathan. It matters.
It does. It does. It really does. And again, just the experience both of these teams have.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute here. Hold on. Things have changed very, very quickly. We've got an anime moment between these two.
Pointing at each other in front of the Torii Gate, of course. Always interesting. That's going to be our mid matchup down the line. Carry a mid matchup. So
of course, mid players.
Yeah, you've got to get a little bit of spice in there. But again, as you were saying, brotherly love does come through, and these teams are so intertwined in history of not just Filipino Dota, but Southeast Asian Dota in general as well. John Pong?
They both chose scissors as well. It's a classic era rookie move here from these two players, both going scissors. You always start with rock, Jonathan, except if you're up against one of those paper players. They're those sickos that choose paper every time. It makes me sick.
Yeah, here's a nice element, Mike.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got Krish along, which Tino on hand there. Just a little friendly fist bump, not as much. You know, Krish, maybe, you know, going back, Krish is like the outside element, promising player out from India, and we've been watching him for a while, and he's been molding in. He knows way too many words in Filipino now for his time in TNC.
I've been hearing a few of them, Jonathan. He has learned very, very well level 2. He's been learning very quickly, even faster than I have somehow. But that's probably because I work with you and you still don't know how to speak Filipino.
No, not very well.
No.
Very, very middling Filipino, as both of these teams would attest to from our conversations. But again, you've seen them pose. How do you feel about the poses this time?
I thought the last one was a bit lackluster. I'm not going to lie, John. I mean, Krish, he's a bit of a shy boy. You saw they were kind of contemplating, should we fist bump, shouldn't we? You know, just get in there. Just get in there and fist bump. Maybe have a bit of a kiss, you know. Nothing hurts. We started with love hearts. We went to war with the mid players, and we ended with an awkward fist bump. That's not how it's meant to work.
You should close out with a kiss of homie. See if that happens at some point. I'm sure at some point it will happen, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Still,
Maybe
again,
we'll be doing it, Jonathan. You never know.
You never know. Still, what I do know is in this match, it's going to be exciting, right? Like, we've seen a little bit of the meta kind of form up. Not as much info comes out from best of ones, but, you know, the carryover is still there from TI. We've seen a lot of Lushrak. Marcy's still in the pool. Yeah. And that's something both sides do play a lot, especially flexing on mid and off lane as supports. So I'm keen to see just how much of that draft changes here, if anything changes at all. It is a best of one. That factors a lot into the playstyle both these teams will look for.
It certainly does. Going back to the Marcy as well, Jonathan, I want to kind of deviate just a little bit. Have you seen these new sets coming out?
Not. I actually haven't.
I mean, they haven't been, you know, quite accepted yet by Valve, and I hope they aren't. But my
I hope they are. I've seen a little.
You've
I've
seen it.
I
know
think
you have.
I think I have.
Yeah, you have.
I saw posts on social media, and I'm like, I want that.
Yeah,
it looks ridiculous. Put it in.
You didn't say ridiculous, Jonathan. I know
it looks ridiculous. It does look ridiculous, but you know what? Put it in. Make the anime fans happy.
No.
Give them what they want.
No. Unless we nerf Marcy first, so I can destroy them every time.
No, on that I kind of agree. She is kind of annoying to so let's face it. I think it's just ridiculous if you imagine that set when you're playing a pro game.
Yeah.
And, you know, someone's using that set, beating someone down with just BKB phase boots.
Sickening.
That sends quite the mental imagery to my head.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of the meta, going back to serious mode here, Jonathan, you talked about the hero pickups, but what about these items? I mean, this Wraith Pact item, I keep talking about how this item just needs to be deleted off the face of the earth. There's no nerfing an item like this. Just get rid of it. I don't want to see it anymore. It doesn't belong in this game.
How long did it take us for us to remove Necrobook, though? You think about the Zoom meta, you think about how much influence that item has.
Why do you do that?
It took years for Valve to make that choice to take it off. And I think the Raid Packet might be the same thing. Maybe we see the values thrown down and down, gets demoted to a neutral item, who knows? I think it's here to stay, unfortunately. I do agree, though, like on that point. Raid Pack it changes the game in a way that makes it, I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't make it less exciting. At the same time, it doesn't make it more exciting.
It does make it less exciting. It does. It just, you know, these teams are doing no damage, tickling each other with this Wraith Pack just kind of bouncing around. It's just sickening, John. And why do you bring up Necrobook in game 1 that we're casting? You know you're going to upset me when you bring up that item.
Do you reckon now it goes 60 minutes and we get a Book of the Dead?
I hope so, Jonathan.
No.
I love seeing those Necromonicons come out. They're my favorite, you know that.
So on that point, though, with summons.
Go on.
Like, we have seen maybe a little bit of the Broodmother being banned in the first phase. I think it's really just against Logan. You see that as a priority, but speaking of that micro, Locke is a proficient Broodmother player. Right. Could be something to prioritize. I think that's going to be interesting to see as well, as we do have the draft slowly unfolding. First few bans coming out here. Let's see if something surprising does bite us.
Yeah, let me just, you know, premise this game by saying, by the way, Necrobook does belong in Dota. No. It does, Jonathan. No. You said it.
The only time I approve of Necronomicon is if you get all members of your team to buy level 2 Necronomicon.
The library
strat.
The library strat.
Yeah.
That's a classic. That's a classic. All right, moving on. The draft has begun. Marcy banned immediately. That's what I love to see. This hero just doesn't belong in Dota. Get rid of it. Batrider also removed. It's one of those things. You kind of talked about this already, but considering how well the teams know each other and how much they've played against each other, and the fact that it is a Rambulan here, Jonathan, these teams are going to know each other very well. So it's not necessarily about banning meta picks, even though these heroes are quite meta right now, but it is more so about banning comfort picks here against each side. I mean, you've got Bob, you've got to get rid of the Leshrac and the Batrider. And the Marcy, well, maybe it's not such a favorite hero by TNC, but it is just so broken you just have to remove it.
It definitely is just too strong. We've seen Mavis, we've seen Carlo play that in the 4 and 5. A lot of flexibility in hand. Surprised that Execration do take care of the Primal Beast, though. Again, that's a hero that's also been on the up and up. There's been some flex towards mid. And TNC does start off with a Crystal Maiden. This is something that I think we saw Mavis himself kind of play when the CM was not that popular. In his time in Polaris, he was picking this hero up, and he was making it work. And with how CM's played nowadays, you just spam the mangoes, work the lane. It can be really annoying if Execration's not set, but it's also a first phase CM, so it is open to just being countered in lane anyway.
And deleted every single time.
Absolutely.
My favorite. I love deleting Crystal Maiden in this game. But it literally has gone back, and there's a hero that loves doing so. The Nyx Assassin comes out into the Enigma, who is probably going to be that Wraith Pack carrier that we always talk about. Going back to the Maiden, though, this hero has turned into almost like Undying, right? Like you talked about the mango build-up. You literally can spam just like 5-6 mangoes in the laning phase and just spam Frost Nova over and over again, or Crystal Nova, and it just works. It's kind of sickening as the Naga Siren also comes out. This is a hero we've been seeing a lot of today. I feel like we've seen it at least 2-3 times now in that POS 1 role, and at the very least, if I remember correctly from Boons and Goons, it did work out for them.
Yeah, they did manage to make it work, and we did see it in the last series as well, with Chubby Boys kind of running this, right, for MKS. It's highly effective. I mean, again, it's popped off since TI. It's got flexibility. You can still run it as support or even off lane because of that Wraith Pack build. And the utility you get just from Ag Shard alone, I feel like, is very underrated. Just having that reset button in the middle of a fight and just allowing your team to heal up. Down the line, Ag's Blessing could be a factor as well, though that one's a little bit more of a mixed bag with a reel in, but still pretty useful in the right circumstances. And it does provide you a solid answer for Enigma. When you see the black hole, if you're not caught in it, you can clear it out pre-BKB.
Right.
And you could also have a good way of dealing with Eidolon. So you have good wave clear coming up from Naga. Execration arguably doesn't have the same way of managing Naga illusions, especially once a Heart is up with Manta, the stats build up. It is a lot harder for them to pierce through that spam that TNC will be pumping out here.
You know what would be amazing? If Ensnared didn't cancel Black Hole for some reason, and we know it does, but let's just pretend we're in a world where it doesn't. And you could just reel in an Enigma that's Black Holing and it just kept going. How great would that be?
But why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, but why not,
But why would you do that at all? Like,
because you can, Jonathan.
But, well, it's not as funny as say the black hole, not black hole reel in, chrono reel in. That's funny to watch because they're technically frozen in time. But hey, you can come over here, Naga's fishing. It's not as funny. That sounds pretty busted. Enigma's already good enough with just its base skills. It's all about laning with the Enigma, and I think just giving black hole even more is terrifying. Still, right now, the only answer TNC has is that song.
Right.
So considering everything else, Execration's still fairly well protected to have a good Enigma game. It's still fairly clear-cut, and you see the rest of the bands coming out, protecting the Enigma, taking out the Rubik, taking out the Clockwork. So you do lack some BKB piercing stun from some of your Flex on 4, and of course no stolen black hole in this game. TNC, for their part, take care of the Pudge, Dazzle, and the Alchemist. So taking care of some Palos specials there, especially with the Pudge. We've seen him be really prolific with that one.
Yeah, certainly. So you just don't want that POS 1 Pudge available, even if it's a POS 3, a mid Pudge. It's just really annoying to try and have to play against. Execration, third pick for them. They'll have our first third pick here. So we'll have to think about it just a little bit, maybe go for a position 5 pickup. You'd assume the Enigma's probably going to be the POS 3 again, just a natural Wraith Pack builder. It's not all about going into BKBs and Blinks anymore like the good old days. It's all about this damn Wraith Packed item. Execration. Let's see where they want to go.
It's fairly flexible for Exe. It does feel like you can still run an Enigma 4, Nyx 5 if you wanted to go that route.
Right.
Give Tino something else in the offlane. But it does feel like Tino kind of lines into this Enigma. We've seen him play it a lot, especially I believe in the TI regional qualifiers, something Tino has leaned into. So fairly open enough. It's not quite safe for them to lock in something like a mid. Just a little bit tricky with so many openings for TNC left. They go with the line.
Whoa!
So going with multiple stuns, really good stunts on hand with the Earth Spike and the Impale. A good burst damage on hand, and a good way to clear out illusions. Once you get that shard online, the Naga illusions won't last that long. They just poof away, and you have some way of dealing with the illusion spam.
I'll tell you what, John, if I couldn't see the players right now in front of me, I think you were drafting for Execration. I mean, they've literally chosen Nyx Assassin line. This is literally your hero pool right now. The only thing they could really do is choose Undying on top of this, and that'd be it. That's the John X Fire hero
just
pool.
pick Undying and Warlock, and you suddenly have a very bad game on hand. Wouldn't want to do that, but it's semi-feasible. And I like it. I mean, it's hard not to like this. You've got great burst, you've got really good stuns coming out from Nyx's line, and even the Enigma with the mini stuns he does provide. So you've got a lot of ways. And going back to that point we made earlier, Broodmother does come out. I mean, you're up against Bach. You don't ban Broodmother. He will pick it up.
Another Wraith Pack carrier as well. If you do want, you don't need to go down that route, but you know, why the hell not? If you're playing Broodmother, you can just farm it up easily, put it down, and just kind of, you know, you're microing Spiderlings anyway, Jonathan. You haven't got Necrobook anymore, you may as well micro something else. Going back, in fact, hold that thought, because TNC Predator, they're also going to go down the Disruptor route. So they're going to make it rather hard for this Enigma to get any black holes prior to the BKB being available. Execration. Going back to the Lion pickup, John, I believe you can still get the Shards pickup to have the split mana drain,
yes,
which will get rid of the
deal
Naga.
with Naga. Yeah.
Right, okay.
So you can kind of just clear that out. I want to point out for TNC as well, they've got the Naga Disruptor, the classic combination we used to see a lot from China.
Yes.
So this tech it's tried and tested. You've got the song to set up, you've got all the control to kind of build in to that static storm, and you have the bonus of frozen field around it with Crystal Maiden. So you have a lot of good AoE team fight. The one where I do have with TNC is that their team fighting is not going to come from the off lane, because the Broodmother is not going to be really looking for those early kill potentials or grouping up for the big team fight. Execration still has most of that control on hand. The Brood will try to just make space for the Naga. And I like the answer from Exa. Straight into the Pangolier. You've got even more wave clear to deal with the illusions and with the Broodlings. And you're not completely locked in by the control that TNC has. If you don't manage to catch the Pangolier in that static field, it does feel like you can just get free rolls out here for Execration.
That's fair. Great ways of dealing with the Broodmother, the roles you talked about already. Like, there's really nothing to stop it throughout the roles, so it's going to be rather problematic, I think, for TNC Predators. We are going to have to wait out some more bans. Does seem like Execration still lacking a position 1. TNC Predator not so much, maybe just lacking the mid lane hero. You can flex the Brood into the mid lane if you really want to, but preferably not. I think it just works way better as the POS 3. What are you thinking? I mean, POS 1 for Execration, position 2 for TNC Predator. Can we get a very famous John X5 prediction here, Jonathan?
I think it's easier to guess for TNC on mid. It does feel like you want something a little bit more up-tempo, something that can deal with Pangolier. So something range. Lena's still in the pool if you want to go that route. It's not the easiest game to play high mobility heroes. Spirit heroes are pretty hard against Nyx and Lion. Instant control just makes that uncomfy. Quap is by extension uncomfy as well. Something I feel like the Lina still kind of slots in. It is greedy, because you've got Brood and Naga who's going to want to farm, and the Lina's not exactly the most selfless mid in the world.
That is true. I was going to say the Kunkka would have been a decent pick against the Pango, but that obviously banned out immediately by Execration.
You could go for something cheeky, like, say, a Mars mid could work out. That is something we've seen Krish play a couple of times as well.
Right.
So you do get team fight, something to go with the static field again, tie in more control and have that tempo player from mid while Bach buys space with the Brood, and you get space out for us to farm.
That's fair. What about the position 1 though for TNC Predator? Like, in fact, never mind that, Execration's position 1 is what I was meant to say, John. Do you have any predictions for them? Is there anything that slots in very nicely here?
It's fairly open. Like, you have enough wave clear that you don't mind a Broodmother as much down the line. You could go for something nice and simple. Juggernaut could fit in nice. Luna could be good. Ranged cores kind of line up really nicely with Execration because it's pretty selfless. You have a lot of room to get something like a Terrorblade farmed up. Even something weird like, say, Sniper 1 can work pretty all right here because there's no direct jump from TNC. Sniper is fairly well protected here.
That's a fair point, John. That is a fair point. It does feel like you kind of want to outpace TNC Predator as well, right? Like, it's kind of weird because you're against the Broodmother. So it's kind of hard to set a tempo in this game against a hero like Brood, but at the same time, you don't want to allow the side of TNC to take map control when they've got a Naga Siren, because the Brood's going to take your side of the jungle, and then Naga's going to take the other side of the jungle, and then you're literally going to have maybe your triangle left to work with. If you are Execration, you do get caught with your pants down. So I do feel like you want a position 1 that can just get started early on. Perhaps, say, 15-minute mark, you hit the mid-game, you just want to get going. And there's that Mars you talked about, Jonathan. Very good prediction. It's why I call you the famous John X5 predictions here, because you always seem to find a way to get it right. I don't know how you do it, Jonathan, but you do something. Execration, you talked about a POS 1 sniper. I will be so impressed if that's what's
I don't think that's what Exa would go for. I feel like something like Terrorblade or Luna, bigger hyper carries a little bit better, just because you can farm pretty nicely in this game. Range cores are also, they have a rough time against Mars. If you're inside or outside arena, depending on the position, it's pretty awkward.
So this is how you do it. You start listing out all the heroes in Dota 2, and eventually you'll get one of them, right? Not this time around. Gyrocopter was not listed here.
Range core that kind of plays with that tempo, farms pretty fast, still has wave clear to deal with the Broodmother and to deal with the illusions coming out from Asta. So overall, Execration's draft very well rounded. I think they've got a lot of good answers on hand. But they're really tied into Black Hole for big team fights online. If they don't manage to get the stun combination off, then you're really riding on Tino to catch multiple heroes. And as we mentioned, you do have decent enough counters on TNC's end to prevent that from happening.
Right. I mean, you can't, forget about the Rolling Thunder either. Let's be fair. The Rolling Thunder's still pretty good, but I do agree with you. I think the Black Hole is going to be very important here from Tino this game. TNC Predator, I'm not sure how to feel about this, though, because if the Brood has a rough lane, and if Krish doesn't dominate the mid lane as this Mars, then you've got no space for the Naga anymore. Then it just feels like you're in kind of dire straits. then again, I don't know how to feel about position 1 gyrocopter either. It's kind of like, what year are we in right now? Where there's a Naga Disruptor against a gyrocopter. Like, this was, what, 2018, 2000? We used to see this every game from the Chinese region. Here we are again.
Yeah, and it's in Southeast Asian. Look, I get it. Gyro is not the most popular, but it is a Palos special. Right. He's the guy who revolutionized the Chrysalis build-up first with the IO, and he would just farm and do a lot of damage in the fights. I like the gyrocopter in lane up against Brood. You can just kind of go rocket barrage if you want to be aggressive, and you have a lot of options. So it's going to be a back and forth. This is the kind of draft that leads to a classic Rambulan that you would see between these two teams.
So you love to see it, Jonathan. We are going to get into game number 1 between TNC Predator and, of course, Execration. A best of 1. Winner obviously proceeds through to round 3 of this bracket, and, well, the loser, they will get knocked down to the lower bracket. We'll find out who that's going to be after this game. Of course, we'll get started, though. Anything in particular you'd like to keep an eye on as we do get into the Predator League 2022 Finals Phase Day 1 Match 9 start?
What I want to keep an eye out on is just how well the mid lane goes. I think Bob and Krish are going to be key for both sides to get momentum for each team. Right? You talked about the matchup. It does rely heavily on Krish just getting a good start, and I think the Mars Pangolier matchup, it leans towards Mars early on, but it does pull heavily for Pangolier once you hit level 3, level 4. Shield Crash is just obnoxious for something like the Mars to deal with. You don't have the best angles to constantly land spears onto the Pango to cut him off as well. So you have a lot more play for Bob there. And if you think about the supports you have on hand, just having this double stun threat coming into mid at any point is very detrimental for Krish. He's going to have to really watch himself on rune control, especially in this match.
That's fair. I do appreciate these teams getting us a pause. This is a classic Rumble, and it needs to happen. They want to go to Lawson's after this.
Yeah, you know what? Little tidbit. We hung out outside Lawson's for at least an hour last night.
Doing what, Jonathan?
Just had supper.
You were loitering, weren't you?
Yeah, we were sitting outside having a picnic. We had a couple of packed meals, and just had a good time. It was pretty fun. Just chilling out. You know, the weather's lovely here. You're in Japan, you're in Tokyo. It's near winter time. You have to enjoy it when you can.
I'm a big fan. I've been eating the chicken nuggets from Lawson's. I mean, while we're here, we may as well start talking about Merienda, Jonathan. I've been eating a lot of chicken nuggets, let me tell you. Delicious.
Yeah, they are great. Fami Chiki is really good too. I love all the food here.
Right.
As we do finally get into the game. So, a few alt chat there, I'm not sure if we caught that, asking to raise their hands, if you can see. A little bit of back forward. Again, that brotherhood between these teams are there. They've played with each other for a long time. Still a good wraparound here from TNC's end.
That it is. They are wrapping around through that Radiant jungle, and I believe we do have a Bang and Palos both sitting there. This could be a great start for TNC. Where is the Bang? He's AFK right now. He wasn't paying attention, and he's going to drop because of it. First blood to go the way of Krish. How do you go AFK on a land, Jonathan? I don't even know.
I'm not sure. Maybe they're checking settings. Maybe they didn't figure that angle was coming out from TNC, but they find it. They find a way to make that work. And Krish getting the first blood is big. Still, a little bit of poking and prodding elsewhere. Shanks trying to steal away a rune as well.
The battle begins.
So you might get away with one. In fact, there is a Naga illusion, maybe trying for a deny, but it's not going to work out. So a 2-for-2 start, pretty even start between these two, but you do have the first blood to go the way of the Dire. It's always going to make you very happy as TNC Predator. And with a draft like TNC has, you kind of want these early starts. They are going to move in for even more now. Shanks, a very nice Impale is going to land on 2. So nothing going to come out of this. Bit of harassment. Thing is, Nyx Assassin, very high base regen, so not really going to mind too much.
Just pop back to the tower, eat a tango, back to full HP in no time. Mavis, it takes quite the commitment to keep spamming out those spells out from Disruptor, so it's a little bit tougher for you to keep up. The economy game will favor Execration in this harassment up top, but Asta shouldn't have the hardest time to farm here. There is double stun threat down the line with Malphus, but for now you're just kind of prioritizing holding the lane, and once Asta does build up Riptide levels and Illusion levels, you can farm relatively safe. Mavis can at least zone out Nyx, even though you won't probably line up for that kill.
And of course, you've got the mid lane as well here. Krish going to be up against Bob. Now, this is a matchup we talk about a lot because these two players need to set the tempo for either side here. Bob already getting speared up by Krish, but not going to land onto the tree line. For now, it does feel like Krish is probably going to have the inherent advantage as the Mars as well. Like against the Pango, it's still probably going to be a fairly even matchup between the two. I would still give a little bit of favor though to the Mars.
first 2-3 levels are a lot better for Morris. I feel like 4 is the breaking point for Pangolier to kind of play that lane. You can be ultra aggressive with a shield crash. You can clear out the creep wave fairly safe with Swash. It does feel like that lane boils down to rune control, and when you think about that, it just feels like Execration has these really strong supports that have such great presence for the rotation down the line.
Yeah. And of course, that bot lane, you've got Bok and Palos going at it. Of course, the support's going at it as well with Bing and Carlo. Carlo with the new CM persona. Swift as the Wolves of Ice-Track is what they say, and I gotta tell you, John, it doesn't look very swift to me, but he's moving at the very least, and that's good news for the CM players out there.
Yeah, it moves. The little puppy is the cutest thing about that. Not really the CM persona, actually. It has a nice animation when you swim.
I saw that on Reddit today.
It is very nice.
I was about to say that too, but you took the damn
It's adorable. You're not a CM player. I'm a CM player. It's adorable.
That's
So,
true.
That lane down bot, like it does feel like Bok shouldn't be struggling too much, and you are seeing Palos kind of lag slightly behind. Not the best CS. It is up against a Brood Mother, but if you don't manage to really apply that early magical pressure on Brood, you do provide enough room for Bok to at least meet parity by the time you hit the 6-minute mark, and you know the webs start coming out, the sparklings start popping up by 8, and the map can get a bit uncontrolled if you're not careful past that point.
It certainly can. You do look up again at the top lane. I mean, Asta's been having maybe a little bit of a rough time, but you do kind of consider this is going to happen against the Enigma, who can just deny so many creeps away, already with 9 denies, and it is one of those things. Like, it makes Enigma a very nice counter towards a hero that just wants to farm like the Naga Siren. And you kind of pointed out as well earlier, like the Disruptor, there's only so much you can do. You spam Thunderstrike, you get the harassment up the best you can. Against heroes like Nyx Enigma, it doesn't generally matter too much.
Yeah, it just doesn't do enough to stop it. You're still fairly healthy here on Shanks. We are seeing, again, that mid lane, you are seeing Krish pull up a little bit more. Bob is sneaking around to steal a rune away for the bottle refill. Very well timed, with wave slightly shoved out. And Shanks is just being as disruptive as he can. He can't quite stop the pulls, so you are still getting what you want here in TNC's end. And he's not quite getting the levels. This is the one thing with Nyx. If you don't manage to get that creep pull, soak a little bit of solo EXP yourself, the hero can go off to a slower start into that level 6 spike.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As we still only have 1 kill on the board. No heroes rotating quite yet. Mind you, we don't have the power runes coming up yet either. It doesn't seem like the water runes are going to be too important between these two mid laners. They will fight over it now. In fact, Krish is getting rather low. Does try to go through a bottle charge, but does end up getting a spear off very nicely onto Bob. Does seem like he just wanted to make sure Bob did not get away with that water rune. And even the top side, it does seem like it is at least secured by the side of Execration. We are going to see the Nyx Assassin take it for himself. So in the end, this Pango going to be left completely without a full bottle, and that's going to be just a little bit annoying for him.
Yeah, it's certainly just helping Krish to apply that pressure. He's just not completely zoned out. He does run out of mana, but he's managing to top up just fine, and Bob isn't able to get as much out of lane. It's not the biggest disparity, 26-4 up against 22-4, so they're finding an equal amount of denies, but that level 6 timing is going to be big. If Krish does hit the arena timing just a little bit earlier, you don't have that much counterplay on the Pango.
Shanks takes a little bit of harassment here from Mavis. Again, it's the thing with the Nyx Assassin, right? Like, your base region is just so darn high. The Thunderstrike, the harass, it just doesn't feel like it does anything. And for poor old Mavis, he's going to be feeling somewhat useless right now, I'm sure, in the laning phase. The point where the Naga's probably going to ask him to just leave the lane. Let me soak XP by myself, please, as every POS1 player does tend to do eventually. Meanwhile, mid lane, Krish is still winning out that mid lane on the Mars's top. They are going to go for a nice glimpse back. Maybe they can finally punish Shanks, but a very nice impale finds both of them once again, and there's just nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, they needed that net off cooldown out from Asa. Not quite there.
Bang. Bottom lane, he's going to be just fine. TP's out. Nothing they can do about that either.
Yeah, but that does provide a lot of room for Bok. He's still allowed to just farm up. Second in CS right now. Really keeping Palos down. Not the biggest amount, but this is what you want to see out from the Broodmother. It's not a slow start. You're not being zoned out, Tino.
Tino, he's a bigger target, and looks like eventually Asta going to be able to pick this one up, and that was completely solo by the looks of it. You didn't have Mavis around to try and help out with that, so the Naga gets away with it. And speaking of Mavis, these neutrals just kind of harassing him out right now. The chain lining and Shanks. Wait, what, Shanks?
Wait,
what? Shanks, wake up, sir! Mavis is right around the corner. Wait a minute, in we go with the impale. They do get the kill. What was that?
I'm not sure. Mavis saw the Nyx, walked into it, and followed it for a bit. He had room to go away. It's still mid.
Yeah, mid lane, Bob. He's going to be able to get that Rolling Thunder off. The stick charges were there. He'll try to turn, but eventually might have to run, though. It's a lot of damage flying out. Carlo, still going down, is eventually going to get taken out as now Krish trying for the chase, misses the shield crash. Bob will keep trying to juke him out, but eventually Krish will find him. A nice trade here for TNC Predator. As an impel comes out immediately from Shanks as well, onto 2. This man apparently cannot miss today, but it won't mean anything.
And that's actually big. It stops a bottle refill for Krish, so he doesn't get topped up from that fight. It's still a decent trade for TNC in the end. You take a mid out for a support, you're not losing as much, and it's just really that bottle refill. Still, losing Carlo, also not big still. CM does fall, you are giving more room for Palos, but your gains in mid are enough to offset this loss.
Right. Palos still enjoying his time down at that bot lane, but so is Bok. He's having a very good time on that Broodmother, 32-9 so far in terms of creep scoring. And it's quite a concerning kind of rate at which they're farming right now on the side of TNC Predators, because both side lanes have gone very, very smoothly. Like, Bok's farmed very well, the Nagasaran farming even better than the Spider, and well, again, if you allow them this great start, they're going to be able to just take over the map as mid lane, Shanks and Bob trying to go for something, but Krish is going to be there to make sure they cannot pursue Mavis.
Yeah, could have been a kill off if he lined up with
Bok's a much bigger kill. Hex is out, but he's got the spider whips to walk through. Will walk through the terrain, but here comes Bob from the side. Bok still trying to juke out, does do so nicely. The raindrops will protect just a little bit longer, but not for too much longer as Palos able to secure the kill on the gyrocopter. That's a much bigger target. It's mid lane now. They'll make the jump in onto Krish. They've got the Rolling Thunder, and eventually this Mars just has nowhere to go as they perma-stun him up. He is gone.
That was just perfect pacing out from Bob. Great follow-up coming through from Execration, and this is where you see that aspect of that Nyx and Lion come in. Just all these chain stunts and not too much counterplay for TNC. They just don't have that same presence with their own supports. They've got decent enough single target control. Kinetic field is a little bit harder to catch on more heroes. So it's just easier for Execration to make these moves. And going with the scoreline, 5-3 is a pretty strong start. You still have good CS on TNC, but they're slightly behind in net worth. Not the biggest amount. It does still give Execration a good amount of momentum and space to play with. You've got the Vlads already up on Tino, being left AFK. That raid pack isn't too far off.
Certainly is not. That's where things get very, very annoying. By the side, that is. The raid pack soon to come out. Bok, he'll just keep at it. 5-3 right now. Very slight net worth lead the way of Execration, but it doesn't really seem to matter right now. Again, it just feels like the side lanes of Execration have gotten away with a bit too much. Tino, though, I mean, he's having a great time as well in this Enigma. Just look at this man. Free farm, completely highest net worth on the board right now on the Enigma. No contest. He's just going to start slowly pushing out that top tier 1 tower. Things are coming out, but I don't think there's much they can do about him right now.
No, he's just, he has the threat of Black Hole to kind of turn these fights around if he does get jumped. And for TNC, it's not like you'd want to willingly throw your Naga there still.
Shanks will be chased down on the Nyx Assassin. We'll go for the Spy Carrots. It's only going to last so long as Bok eventually just chases him down, and Carlo able to secure the kill on the Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, top lane. TP's coming out. Looks like Palas has already dropped. Asta able to secure a kill up top as they do go for the song into Tino. They might have a way to deal with this Enigma as they do lock him down and take him out as well. So another kill to come out from this dire end of things. TNC Predator just so aggressive.
Yeah, finally working that map really well and getting the big kills they want. Taking out the Gyrocopter is huge. Taking out Tino, he was #1 in net worth. Does pay off. Bok being sacrificed though.
He certainly is. The Spider will go down, and so Execration, they do trade at least a little bit, but it does still feel like TNC are getting away with murder here.
I mean, you're keeping Palos down, you're buying so much room for Asta to farm up in this Naga Siren. We know what happens when the Naga hits critical mass. Yeah, once you get that heart, once you get the Manta, down the line, Ag Shard, Luxury, Ags as well. Still Krish.
Yeah, nice impel onto Krish. The Mars still going to be just fine. Doesn't have Arena to turn around with, so eventually he's just going to go back to farming. Side of Execration just trying to get a bit of information is now a Beng. For top side, he's going to be just fine as Mavis is the one that's overextended and will drop Bob. Able to secure another one for his team now, 4-1-1 on the Penguin. They go for a bit more. Asla, he's a much bigger target and they're going to find him. Palos, Bob setting up perfectly, and that's going to be a double for the Pengo.
Yeah, that's huge. Asta just maybe farming a little bit too far forward, trying to hit that triangle, deny it away from Execration, or just kind of work the map and help his teammates. Natsa here you really don't want to lose. And we talked about the mid momentum from both sides. With all the kills Bob's taken, his blink timing shouldn't be too far off. Krish isn't too far off as well. It's just so much harder for them to reach. They will go for that smoke play on TNC though.
They're going to try. TNC Predator. Through the top side, they might run right into the Pos 5 line. That's not exactly what you want, as Krish will have his smoke broken. Palos, he's the target they want. They'll get the glimpse back with the ensnare setup, and they'll get the Mars Arena dropped right on top of his head. Palos is gone. TNC, they always seem to be able to find the exact target they really want as Tino. He'll be chased down as well. Frostbite into the ulti of the CM and Krish. He'll take down another. A double kill for the Mars, and once again, it's the Pos 1 and Pos 2 going down as Bok, he does drop on the Broodmother, but doesn't really matter.
It doesn't feel like it does. He's creating space. He's allowing these opportunities to present themselves for TNC. And this is what we wanted to see. This is the hallmarks of a classic Rambulan, right?
Yeah.
9 to 8, 12 minutes in, and both sides just having a lot of fight. It's such a close match in terms of the economy. Both cores kind of getting some room, going a little bit too far on the aggression and being punished. It does feel like when you think about timings, Execration's lined up for a little bit of a better time. Like you still have this early timing from the Gyrocopter that can be big. You've got the threat Vendetta that can always scout around. Black Hole eventually down the line as well. And a Wraith Pack, which will come out soon. Execration does feel like they're set up for a better time, whereas for TNC, it's still about stalling for the Naga. And you can see Execration going for that smoke.
They're going to try something. Execration, they'll move up towards that top side, see if they can find that Naga Siren you mentioned, as they might just run right into him. The Naga, go for a run. Asta, he does have the song up, and it's easy as going for the song TP play out. And of course, you've always got a time for a cheeky voice line while you're doing that.
Yeah, they have no way of really stopping that. I guess homing missile is one way, but a bit too far out there for Palos to make it in Bok though.
He's always in trouble, this guy. Oh, I saw a black hole come out. Whoopsie, Tino, he was on the edge. I believe he actually caught the Broodmother there for a second, but immediately cancelled off as Shanks. Gonna try to run, will be fine, but Tino, he's the one in danger. Krish is all over the place on the Mars, finding another kill for his team. And Bok's actually the one to take it.
And that would have been a kill if the black hole was fully channeled. It did look like enough damage, enough control. Krish showing that fresh blink in a big way, comes in and intercepts and gets a freebie for himself. #1 in net worth now on that Mars, and they're just ready to keep rolling.
They are. Carlo, he'll go for a chase. Krish, he's all over the place as a Bang does get caught into the glimpse back. They have the vision. A Bang not gonna last as he'll try for a finger out, but it's just not enough damage. Maybe it's gonna be just fine through it. He'll heal up eventually, and I gotta tell you, John, Krish is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's really about the mids. Both Bob and Krish have been so active. Shanks, not the safest in defense.
Oh, another great spear out. Krish, he is just all over the place. They do find the Nyx Assassin, but Bob is there with the Rolling Thunder. He'll at least find a trade in Mavis, but can he get himself out now? He committed the swashbuckle to secure the kill, but it's going to cost his own life. It's just not worth it. Carlo? I mean, you might find the CM, Krish. Okay, he's a bigger target. Can they take down the Mars? A Bang is in trouble. The spear play, it is not going to help out. Krish will drop as well. Well, both teams just kind of banging their heads against the wall, and I still believe the Dio came out on top on that one, but I can't 100% say so.
Feels a little bit better for Execration. They find a few more heroes for their trouble, so it's a little bit more worthwhile for them, but you have to drag Palos in.
Right.
You know, in comparison, Asta is still working that top jungle, completely safe, getting the build-up, but look at these Ancients for Palos. Left alone, they defended the triangle really well, and that investment is paying off. He's managing to catch up. #1 in that worth now with the Maelstrom and the Falcon Blade on hand. And this Gyrocopter's timings are going to start piling on, whereas again, with the Naga, it's a lot slower. So you've got some good early answers here. Mid-tier 1 still stands as well. TNC needs to clear some of these objectives to stop that farm game for Execration here.
Right. Well, TNC, they do at least have Bok in the mid lane, trying to set up that tier 1 tower. Oh, Impel is there. Shank's going to set up. Rolling Thunder right behind Bok. He's had a very rough game already and will continue to have a very rough game. So he will go down once again. Bob able to secure another kill for his team. Feeling there for Execration, making sure Bot cannot take off. Now TNC, they'll move in. They do get the glimpse back onto the next assassin with the Static Storm to set up on Krish. He's there once again on the Mars to make sure they secure the kill. It's still a pretty decent window, I would argue, for Execration.
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss in the world. You feel a lot better about shutting down Bach. But Bach, for his part, despite all these deaths, I mean, he's still above Tino and Farm.
Right.
And Tino had a freer lane. So he's still having impact, he's still getting build up. They're not quite done yet.
That's a great glimpse back. Mavis finding a very big target in Bob. And Krish has so much damage on this Mars. Way too much damage. He'll take down Bob once again as they draw the line up towards the north. They want to go up towards that top lane. Asta, he's there to help set up. Meanwhile, Tino is going to try to move in on the Enigma, but there's Urena down. Palos, he's already trying to fight this one out. They do find Asta, and they'll find Krish as well. Shanks once again setting up perfectly.
I mean, he just timed it so well. TP'd at the right time, got in with a spike carapace.
But I'm not sure about this one. I suppose they do have enough heroes to try and at least find Shanks. The pick stick is there though, and he's within the fog. Sparkling's still chasing, but it doesn't seem like they have the glimpse. In fact, they do. They just never use it in time. Instead, they'll find Mavis. So TNC once again getting punished.
Yeah, they just go way too far. And Shanks, he's just been doing so much work. Like, spike carapace to cut off that initial fight, stunning both of the heroes. Right as the arena came out, TNC didn't have the counterplay on hand. And now he has a blink up. Like, he can be so much more aggressive on that Nyx. He can really set up for the team. And it's a lot harder for TNC to spot that out. So we'll see if TNC manages to find some way to fix it. BKB coming out from Krish should be the big one. You've got the raid pack up and running as well on Bach. So you do have some damage mitigation on hand. But it still does feel like you're waiting for Asta now. Like, Palos is so far ahead. 10k net worth on that gyrocopter in comparison to Asta at 8.3. There needs to be some time and space given out to Naga and Shanks.
Oh, Sentry Ward placement is perfect there from Mavis, right on time. They'll find the Nyx Assassin, but do they have the damage output? Shanks is actually pretty tanky right now. The Spike Carapace into the Impale setup, but he is still going to drop as Bob does go for a Rolling Thunder, but there's no backup. He's just going to roll his way out as Bok. He'll go for a chase. Seems like Bob, he's going to be just fine though.
Yeah, just bails out in the nick of time. If they can keep being aggressive on TNC though, they've still got Arena ready. No static field, but you do have enough on hand to kind of work it in your favor. And they finally cleared out the objectives they need. With the mid-tier one gone earlier, they've got the force to invade this bot jungle and cut off some of those resources for Execration. Look at Palos. He's having to farm pretty far forward on top. Not being punished yet, but that is a risky position for your Pos 1 to be in.
Yeah, instead they seem to want to try and go after Tino down at this bot lane, but Tino just fine with the Maleficent and back off. Not much they can do to stop him. Seems like TNC might just kind of have to take a back seat and find another way into this. It is still very concerning how well this gyrocopter is farming at the moment. Easily top of the net worth board, and well, Beng and Bob, they're actually going to join their gyro as well. Just make sure he's not alone. Make sure Palos cannot get caught out. Get some deep wards down and just protect the area.
TNC haven't really played in that area too often. Carlo could be a nice little bonus here.
You got the finger up as well. You might want that extra charge. Why the hell not? A Beng, he does pop a little bit early, and oh, they missed the roll. A Beng, he still gets caught. Bob's going to go back for this one. Carlo is still alive. They finally pick him up, but Mavis doesn't end up trying for a glimpse back onto Bob. He's going to be just fine to back his way out.
Yeah, they've gotten a little bit of a pickup. Abeng has one finger charge up at the very least here, and Bob at least gets a bit of a freebie working onto his own BKB as well. But TNC, they just don't mind. As long as you have space out for Asta, you still feel pretty good. They need to answer Palos somehow, but Execration's defense on Palos is just really damn good. Like, that forward ward is going to help them massively. They haven't really lined up for a move onto the mid-tier one, which I think is the one thing that can kind of cut them off, or at least getting further control in that jungle. But for now, they're getting that scaling in. TNC gonna try for a smoke again.
They are gonna try. They'll move in. Nice positioning from Abeng to break the smoke. They'll get the glimpse back on the line, but still Abeng's more than happy to dive for this. In fact, Palos, he's going to join in. Krish, he'll make the jump in with his BKB up now. Bob, meanwhile, does have the roll-up, so he's going to be just fine. And Palos, he'll keep chasing. Bob, he's in big trouble, though. On the Pango, he does get caught out once again as Krish is right on target. Mavis, he does also drop the Palos, but now Asta might be able to try and turn this one around. They do get another nice spear set up here from Krish, but do they have the backup? It doesn't seem like it. Not quite yet as Carlo. They'll go for a bit more, maybe try onto Shanks. They'll have the silence out, into the spear back, but it's not going to be the biggest kill in the world. Still, it is another one for the side of TNC Predator. 3-1 now. And TNC, they seem to just win out every single team fight.
I think the one thing that you're lacking from Execration in some of these engagements is that you're not connecting with your line and Nyx at the same time, right? Someone gets caught out, you take out one stun from the equation, Tino is elsewhere farming up, so the threat of Black Hole isn't quite there, and you can just rip through on TNC's end without the threat of control. They are still a little bit more tied into that static field though, so it can be a little bit harder to time yourself here, but you've got the BKB protection up and ready on Krish. He can make good use of it in the middle of these fights. The raid pack is starting to provide a lot more durability out for TNC as well. And it still keeps it at a really even game. It's so hard to tell who's ahead because you're still #1 on Palos, but TNC, their farm distribution is a lot more even. Look at how much Execration had to sacrifice on Bob to get Palos that big.
Yeah, it still seems like Palos has so much more to go before he is at that point where he can just kind of 1v5 the rest of the side of TNC right now. Like the team fights just always seem to be working the way of TNC and Palos. He's just going to get back to the farm game. This is why I question the Gyrocopter pick. This hero just never feels good until you're 6 slotted. This Execration, they are going to try and smoke up once again. Bang, he'll get rid of some illusions, but it kind of gives an indication as to where they are right now. And so Execration, maybe just trying to roam across the map, find another place to secure some farm. There is going to be a counter smoke to come out here from TNC. They'll come from the north, down towards the south. Asta, he's got the song to try and escape if they do set up on top of him. Shanks making his way in, a Bang also there. There's your song out, Asta. He's got the information. He'll try to get his way out. He's just standing there for now as his team is going to be there to back him up. And now the Static Storm is there. Palos, he's got the BKB up at the very least, so he's going to try and force the fight. But I don't think he has the damage. Asta is actually dropping quite low though. Palos, he'll keep going to work, but now the BKB is over. They'll go right onto the Gyrocopter. Palos still fighting though. Bok moved in, but he's all on his lonesome right now. He needs some help. Krish will jump in, but Tino, he's there with the black hole. He'll hold down 2 of them. Krish still fighting, but they've lost Carlo. They've lost Bok. They'll go for a bit more now. Krish eventually will drop an Execration. Able to win out this team fight. This TNC, they could not hold out.
That was a sick black hole coming out from Tino, but it was such a good initiation from TNC. Perfect timing with the song, arena off, static field on top. The BKB usage out from Palos is just on point. Stalled out the fight long enough, got his backup in, and for TNC it felt a little bit scattered. They were kind of running around in the initial part of that fight, figuring which hero to pin down. So their damage was spread between the supports. They didn't manage to focus down Palos in that opening, and it just kind of fell apart. Execration just finding the small windows to work it out, and just finding that perfect timing for a big black hole to make its way here.
Yeah, absolutely. Execration just trusting their BKB timing on the Gyrocopter, and it all ends up working out here. It seems like TNC now the ones that need to try and find a way to fight back. I mean, I still feel like the Gyrocopter is not at the stage where it can really fight that effectively, but as the BKB charge is still there, it just seems like he's perfectly fine to just keep running them down. And I suppose I could say the same thing about Asta. Like, he's not at the stage where he can really get so much damage out of this Naga Siren yet.
Yeah, it's still a ways off for that Naga to really be a huge menace. And I think you're also trying to work into that timing for Mavis. He's been rushing this Ags for a while. Process has been a bit slower, but he does have the Philo Stone at least to relieve some pressure.
Right.
So you should be able to start getting even more control out, stop the BKBs from coming out. And that's going to be the big issue for Palos online. If you don't find Mavis, which you should theoretically do with a Nyx, but if you don't, then that static field is just going to be a killer in the middle of these fights.
It certainly will. Slow down just a little bit, 21-19. Still such a close game between these two teams. Only a 1K advantage here for the side of Execration. And TNC holding it very effectively. Big level difference here for the Gyrocopter though, already level 19 on that Gyro, but to be fair, he has been farming pretty much the whole game and he does survive throughout that whole team fight. So he does get all the XP here. TNC, again, not really ready with Asta to fight back in these big team fights. 5v5. Execration. They want to just keep this aggression up if they can. For now though, might also more be about the next Roshan, to be fair. Envision going to be spotted out here by Carlo, but don't do too much here for either side. That is one thing we haven't seen from either team either, right? Like moving into that Roshan pit hasn't been done yet by either team. Palos, again, it's one of the curses of the Gyrocopter is you're never really ready for Roshan. So maybe now with the Mjolnir and the Axe he might be. Bob, he's going to try and force a fight immediately. Krish is already there with the BKB. They'll find Shanks of the Nyx Assassin. That's the start here for TNC they might have wanted. But now without the BKB up on Krish, he needs to find a way out of this team fight. A bang, he's in with a nice stun out. They're trying to move in again. Bob, even popping his own BKB now, but where's the backup? It's literally just Bob and a Peng trying to move in. Maybe buying a bit of time for Palos to try and make his way over. He finally gets here, but it seems like the party's already over. Fact is it, Palos still being chipped away out on this Gyrocopter, still trying to move in, not willing to pop that BKB yet, but they just continue chipping away his Asta. He drops across the map. Tino finds him on the Enigma. Palos eventually forced to pop his BKB, but what does it matter? You found the Naga Siren.
And that's massive for the side of Execration. Asta, it felt like that fight was just too fragmented for TNC. They were very far apart from each other to try and work that. They felt indecisive in chasing down Palos as well. I think because they saw Asta being committed to right next to them. And that indecision just gave Execration that opening they need. And killing off the Nog again, widening that lead with Palos up ahead. It's going to cause some issues. Palos is far ahead enough that as a counter to the Naga, it is rather effective. Just the Maelstrom up, the full Mjolnir up, and the Ags on hand. The illusions just don't last that long coming out here from Asta, and even the Spiderlings just melt right now from Bach.
Well, here we go. They'll try for the Roshan now. Execration. Getting through half its HP. Without Asta, it's very hard to know how they're going to try and force this fight, but TNC, they've got to try some way, somehow. Bob's moving, but a nice setup once again from Shanks. This time, though, I don't believe they have the Black Hole. It's going to be a harder fight to start as Krish. He'll make the jump in with a great arena round. He's going to find Palos immediately. They'll even find a bang. Bob's going to move in. Shanks trying to set up onto that Disruptor. Meanwhile, Carlo and Krish chasing down Tino on the Enigma. The BKB is still going, but not going to last for long as Shanks still running. But Bok should have his way with him eventually. And this is an absolutely disastrous situation for Execration now, as they do start Roshan, but Asta's back up. Roshan's half HP, and it seems like they'll just be able to move in.
It's not going to take too long for TNC to clear it out. They've got the damage coming out with the Naga. They've got the Spiderlings that can last a couple of stomps from Roche. And just such great timing coming out from TNC. Knowing that the BKBs were still down from that last fight, going straight in, evening it out 23-22.
I mean, how does that happen? How does that happen?
It's just that split decision making. Like, you know they're going Roche. You check, and you know the BKBs are down from that last fight. It's just such a big window where Palos cannot sustain himself. He doesn't have lifesteal on hand yet. Satanic is still pretty far off. And you've got that window open, and they just take it on TNC. Very ballsy play, but it works out.
It's a really messy scenario now for the side of Execration. Like, you had this lead going, you won a decent team fight. Maybe you popped a few too many BKBs before the Roshan started, but it seemed like a really easy Roshan to take. Props to Krish, of course, setting up perfectly with the arena once again, but that's a really disastrous situation now, giving time for Asta to get that farm going once again, and you see it on the graph. They're still in the lead here, Execration. Still 65% chance to go their way. But it was looking more like a 90% chance just a minute ago.
Yeah, TNG just clawed their way back in. And with how farmed Asta is, like, he is still 1k behind the Jar, but 1k at this point in the game isn't much in terms of itemization. You are keeping up pace relatively well. Heartless up and running on Asta, much more durable, not just gonna melt to the flat cannon charges from the Gyrocopter. And just having this ability to keep the waves shoved out, it just makes this game hellish for Execration to kind of end now.
Ooh, they've got the Ags up on the Disruptor now. That makes it rough. Yeah, that makes it rough.
Mavis has been saving up for that the entire game. Philostone showing its value there. Now BKBs aren't going to be a straightforward answer either.
Yeah, Bob, he's in trouble again. He's got the roll up into the Rolling Thunder. He'll try to set up a team fight as the rest of his team does smoke up and try to make their way over. Try to help out Bob. There's Shanks with a great impale once again onto 2 targets. They'll try at least onto Carlo, but it's just the CM they're trying to focus down. Chris will move in with the arena from the high ground. They'll find Shanks with the Knicks. It's a 1-for-1 on the supports. They do buy back on Carlo. Chris jumping in again. Finds a bang as well on that Lion. Now they've got the gyrocopter with the Axe, but the black hole is there from Tito onto Asta with the Crystal Nova flying in from Carlo, and it's going to be the gyrocopter who's in trouble and does eventually go down. They do still find, do they find Asta? He's running, he's surviving, he's fighting back. In fact, they can't take him out. They can't take down the Naga Siren. Oh, what the hell did I just watch?
Oh my god, just the timing of this fight was ridiculous. Krish with a DD, melting faces in the middle of that fight. They clear out the big supports. They get that static field off. It doesn't stop the black hole, but the black hole just isn't enough. They don't fully commit onto Asta. They know with the Aegis up, even if you commit there, he's going to come back and he's just going to melt them. TNC, again, finding that small opening here and tearing it apart. Krish just eyes like a hawk hunting for his prey here.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. I mean, if you're going to choose an MVP here for TNC Predator, you'd have to give it to Chris so far, but just fantastic play. Love the combination as well with the Arena Spirit into the freezing field of the CM. See a devastating combination and very tough to try and go against as TNC back into the lead. 5k net worth lead now for themselves. Plenty of buybacks being expended by Execration as well. And you've lost the Aegis, you've lost some buybacks, you've lost some team fights, and now Asta, it feels like this Naga Siren, he's getting a little bit out of control.
Yeah, it's a combination of 2 factors at this point in the game. Bok with the Ags, along with the Naga Illusion spam. This map is nearly unplayable for any support to just go out and shovel in.
Right.
Like, you just can't get map control back, but how oppressive that spin web, that web trap that you get with a Broodmother is, and just how tanky these illusions are. Line can drain a couple of them out, but the spam just keeps flowing, and you can't really handle it as a Nyx assassin at this point.
Certainly not. Asta, he'll move in towards that top side again. Shanks is there with the impel, but there is backup. Asta knows he's safe. Quite low on mana, but won't really mind. Doesn't really need the mana as Palos. Copying the tips here from Asta. Have they accepted the gauntlet? Yes, they have. They have. There you go.
I don't know about accepting that. I mean, Asta, look at his items. Butterfly up, heart up. Like, you are not physically harming Asta anytime soon. And your magic damage, again, scales not amazingly into the late game.
Well, this is a Rumble run, Jonathan. You don't deny a fight. If the gauntlet's thrown out, you've got to say yes. It's the manly way to do it. And naturally, they will not say no. Asta, he might have the advantage. He might be doing a dirty tactic here against his gyrocopter. It doesn't matter. You can't say no.
No, you can't. In fact, this whole match is basically a gauntlet challenge anyway.
Right.
So they will be able to find that tier 2 top. Aegis doesn't have too much time left for Asta. So Execration has avoided any further confrontations with that secondary life up. But their map is shrunk. They only have 1 outer tower left up against that Brood and Naga. I doubt they can really go outside and try to look for those opportunities easily. I mean, they're lining up for a smoke. They've got it on hand, but look at those web traps. One cross there with a smoke, you're not going to get much.
Here we go. There's that 4-man smoke up. Execration, they're going to try and move into that triangle again, but they've got the low ground disadvantage. It's a very hard situation now for Execration to try and force a fight against TNC Predator. And they understand it. They're going to back off once again. Maybe move back in. Lines drawn out. It's a very hard position to try and maneuver yourself into, though, right now for Execration, as it seems like they're actually going to smoke up to protect the courier. They're protecting the courier. The gyrocopter's courier, but now Asta, he's going to find the next assassin. Song will be popped. Asta wants to back out. They'll see the Rolling Thunder out from Bob, who does continue chasing. He wants the team fight. Asta still running. Instead, Carlo will be the one to get caught out, but Bob, he's all alone. They cannot force the fight. TNC, can they turn this one around? It seems like they may just, as they'll chase down the gyrocopter towards the south. Pings are out. I believe they found him. Bob, he's still just fine as they do find the gyrocopter. That's the target they want, and they've got him. Palos is gone.
Oh, that's the gauntlet win right there. Shanks not safe fighter. They managed to find that kill.
That might be the game win, Jonathan. There's no buyback available here on the gyrocopter. Asta, he's going to go down. Bang going to try to run. They will find another. In fact, I say Asta's going to go down, John. I mean down and towards the Radiant base is what I meant. My goodness.
He won the gauntlet. That's the big warning that came out in chat. And TNC find themselves in the driver's seat now.
My goodness.
Overwhelming blink on hand for Krish. He's got everything. He's been a madman. All of TNC working like a finely tuned machine as they siege up. With this lineup, it doesn't take too long for the objectives to melt.
Here we go, TNC making it happen. They'll drop the raid pack, they'll get started into that tier 3 tower. I think I can hear their voices right now communicating very, very loudly. They seem very excited at the moment. You can't quite blame them. And it was quite a tough first half of the game, but they've completely taken over this game number 1. And it is a best of one. There's no game 2 here between these two teams unless they meet up later on in the tournament. It's TNC. I'll leave it for now. They won't overextend. It's an 11k net worth lead, but you don't have the Aegis. You don't want to risk taking a bad team fight. The gyrocopter is back up in 10. So instead, TNC, they'll take it easy, go back to that triangle, keep that farm going, and eventually just wait for the next Roshan to pop up.
I mean, there's no need to risk it. You have complete control of the map. You can just cut them off from trying to build up, trying to farm back into this game. And Roshan's not too far off from when we see that timer. Only about 15 seconds away. So you have a good tempo to play around here for TNC to get into that high ground siege. Whereas for Execration, and we saw it last time, it was them smoking out to fight, and they didn't find anything. It's just so hard to find any target. Carlo? Ooh.
Oh, they've been chasing the CM this whole game. Carlo, I feel like it's just bait. Carlo's fine. He's quite a tanky boy in this Crystal Maiden. And now the turnaround once again. Bob forced the BKB up. They've got to try and take the fight. Surely they've got to try and force the fight here, Execration, but they can't anymore. The BKB's over. They'll get the glimpse back onto Bob, into the Static Storm, lock him down, surely take him out, and they will, as now the jump back in Krish. He's got balls to steal this guy right into a bang, but they'll miss out on the line. Instead, Arena set up. They'll lock down Shanks and Palos. Meanwhile, the black hole towards the south. It won't matter though. Shanks in trouble. Does eventually go down, but now Palos still trying to fight this one out. Does take down Carlo. They'll find a CM kill, but now without the BKB, can he keep surviving? The finger out, it's not going to be enough. Palos, he's in between a rock and a hard place right now, completely surrounded, and he is gone. He is gone. 4 down for the side of Execration. How do you defend now? It's only Tino.
You can't. There's no threat of black hole. There's no way you're stopping this Naga Siren from sieging at least 2 sets of racks. They're protected by that tier 2 down bot. And TNC, again, this movement out from Carlo, he is just so durable. You have that nice Glimmer Cape on hand, the Raid Pack comes out, and you can't kill the CM.
Literally can't kill it.
And like the Seal Club and the Force Staff, it's enough to reposition, drag it in, and just isolate Bob. He's been stepping into that trap multiple times, and those 2 racks are down onto the tier 4s. Execration, 50 seconds without Palos. This defense just feels impossible.
The game's over. The game's got to be over. They'll cliff up. TNC, they might play this one safe. They will back off. 2 racks is up. It doesn't seem like they're going to go for the tier 4 dive. They'll leave it be at that. Roshan is back up and available. They'll play it safe.
Yeah, just go for that free Roshan. Not much contention coming out from Exe. Black Hole still going to be on cooldown for this next fight as well. So no threat. Tier 4 items dropping as well. Bach finding a nice Havoc Hammer that Krish will be pleased to have if he wants it. And Roshan not going to take too much time here at all. Nice objective to take, secure the last tier 2 perhaps down bot, and go into the last set of racks. Exe, do you have some time to try and respond, but without that Gyrocopter or without that Pangolier as well, it just doesn't feel like a fight you want to take.
Yeah, Asta just kind of splashing like a Magikarp there, Jonathan and Roshan. There's just way too much water flying around, and Roshan is not a big fan of water. He will drop. Execration, they're in between a rock and a hard place now. I don't know how they make the comeback happen. They need a big team fight on their high ground. We need to see a good black hole to fly out from Tino. TNC, they have not been giving the opportunities over. Like, you might find a 1 or 2 man black hole this game, but that's about all they're giving. They're just so hard to be able to get anything here for the side of Execration. As TNC smoke up, they're looking to try and move their way back up towards the high ground and put a lid on this game. There's still no buyback available here for our Gyrocopter, so if he's gone, he is definitely just gone. It's Bob. Bottom lane, gotta be careful not to get caught out himself. Spear was there, but he got the Rolling Thunder in time. Bob should have a way out. In fact, they're going to try and make the jump in onto the Disruptor, get rid of that Static Storm, but where's the damage output? It's not going to be there. Bob, he's still chasing with Palos. They'll pop the song. They'll find Mavis eventually, but can they get their Gyrocopter out? He hasn't got the buyback. Arena's down. Palos is caught. Bob is still trying to help Tino. He's in with the black hole. He might be just enough to keep Palos alive as he's going to fight back. They've got Krish down, but the Static Storm.
What?
The buyback is there from Mavis. That's going to be enough. Oh, they've got Palos. No, oh, in fact, he has buyback now. He just got buyback off cooldown. They might be able to keep the fight going. Spear is there, Tino, he's going to be fine. A double impale out from Shax. In fact, it's a Nerf Spike into the impale setup, into the cooldown. Maybe they can take the fight. Asta still trying, will move in on Tino. Meanwhile, Krish is getting rather low. Palos, it's 1v5 for him on the Gyrocopter. He's completely surrounded. Tino trying to help. His lifesteal is flying, and the Gyrocopter might survive, but not quite. Not quite. GG is called. GG is called. Execration. They tap out. And TNC, I hear some very happy, loud faces right now.
Oh, they're very happy. They finally beat that losing streak they've had up against Execration for a while. And TNC plays such a fantastic game. Every single member of the team doing their darndest. Just getting that space used up, Bach finding those openings for the team, getting the directions. Carlo stalling for so long, forcing Bob onto him with all the mobility and durability he had on hand. It felt so difficult for Execration to find those openings themselves, and you did see the big black holes. Tino was lining up for that big setup for the team, but the follow-up just didn't get in there. It does feel like at some point in like the early to mid game, they just didn't connect with this Nyx and Lion combination that could have had so much more impact if they just got aggressive a little bit faster.
That's good to see the sportsmanship as well here between TNC and Execration. Of course, you're not going to be happy losing that game, John, but at the same time, your friends have won the game. You can't be too upset at TNC. Like you said, they've broken the losing streak they've had against Execration for quite a while now. They proceed through to round 3 of the upper bracket. And Execration, who played their first game just now, they made it through to round 2 immediately. Suddenly, they're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, that lower bracket's filled with a lot of great teams. And TNC, this lineup has gone through so much changes in the past few months, right? In the past few months. And the improvements this team constantly shows is just staggering. Like, they have shown themselves to be a team that's still learning how to play around each other, still finding their own style. But I think in this game in particular, we are seeing that growth finally come to fruition. And they just play fantastic. All of the tools on that team just turned perfectly, and the timings were just on point. Like, every single player just looked great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to reiterate. I think Krish is the MVP of that team. On that Mars, just so much tempo setting, so many great spears, so many great arena setups. I think the whole side of TNC played extremely well. You kind of talked about a well-oiled machine here from TNC. But Krish, I mean, he was the man of the hour. He really was.
He was. Like, his mid matchup up against Pango of Bob was a bit back and forth, but he held that lane for a lot longer than I expected. I thought Bob could maybe get a little bit more, maybe get some support rotations in. Eventually came in, but Krish was still finding those openings as well. And just the way he'd take those fights, the way he'd identify those opportunities to go in, lock in the Nyx, take away that Spike Carapace and the Impale, and it just opens up the fight so much for TNC that his target awareness was just really on point.
It's really hard as well, right? Because it's all best of ones up until the grand final. So it's like, well, what do you do? Like, you've got to just kind of put everything on the table straight away. Otherwise, suddenly you're in the lower bracket. And, well, Execration, again, they're not out of it yet. But when you think about Execration in the grand scheme of things at this tournament, you'd kind of argue these guys are one of the favorites going into this, right? Like, as a team, like, there's a lot of teams that maybe you could argue are a bit unknown. Execration, not one of those unknown teams. Everyone knows who these guys are. Lower bracket now.
Yeah, it's been a tough road for Execration overall. It does feel like this is a team that we've had high expectations since they were in Div 1.
Yeah.
And it's just been a little bit up and down. There's some inconsistencies perhaps to iron out. But best of ones are unforgiving. You can't afford that inconsistency, and you can't afford any of those mistakes when so much is on the line in one game.
Well, with that, Jonathan, that is it for game number 1. Let's head over to some highlights and get a recap of what happened. Just standing there for now as his team is going to be there to back it up, and now the Static Storm is there. Palos, he's got the BKB up at the very least, so he's going to try and force the fight, but I don't think he has the damage. Asta is actually dropping quite low though. Palos, he'll keep going to work, but now the BKB is over. They'll go right onto the Gyrocopter. Palos still fighting though. Bok moved in, but he's all on his lonesome right now. He needs some help. Krish will jump in, but Tino, he's there with the black hole. He'll hold down 2 of them. Krish still fighting, but they've lost Carlo, they've lost Bok. They'll go for a bit more now. Krish eventually will drop an execration. They'll try at least onto Carlo, but it's just the CM they're trying to focus down. Krish will move in with the arena from the high ground. They'll find Shanks for the Knicks. It's a 1-for-1 with the supports. They do buy back on Carlo. Krish jumping in again, finds a bang as well on that line. Now they've got the gyrocopter with the Yags, but the black hole is there from Tito onto Asta with the Crystal Nova flying in from Carlo. It's going to be the gyrocopter who's in trouble and does eventually go down. They do still find, do they find Asta? He's running, he's surviving, he's fighting back. In fact, they can't take him out. They can't take down the Naga Siren. Oh, what the hell did I just watch? He's still just fine as they do find the gyrocopter. That's the target they want and they've got him. Palos is gone.
Oh, that's the gauntlet win right there. Shanks, not safe fighter. They managed to find that kill.
That might be the game win, Jonathan. There's no buyback available here on the gyrocopter. Asta, he's going to go down. A bang, going to try to run. They will take him out, and they will. As now the jump back in Krish. He's got balls to steal this guy right into a bang, but they'll miss out the line. Instead, arena set up. They'll lock down Shanks and Palos. Meanwhile, the black hole towards the south. It won't matter though. Shanks in trouble. Does eventually go down, but now Palos still trying to fight this one out. Does take down Carlo. They'll find a CM kill, but now without the BKB, can he keep surviving? The big around, it's not going to be enough. Palos, he's in between a rock and a hard place right now. Completely surrounded, and he is gone. He's caught. Bob is still trying to help Tino. He's in with the black hole. He might be just enough to keep Palos alive as he's going to fight back. They've got Krish down, but the static sword. The buyback is there from Mavis. That's going to be enough. Oh, they've got Palos. No, oh, in fact, he has buyback now. He just got buyback off cooldown. We'll move in on Tino. Meanwhile, Krish is getting rather low. Palos, it's 1v5 for him on the gyrocopter. He's completely surrounded. Tino trying to help. The life steal is flying, and the gyrocopter might survive, but not quite. Not quite. GG is called. GG is called. Execration.
All right, we're here with TNC, who just took their win up against Execration in that last best of one. You guys looked amazing in that last game. Asta, what do you think was the one thing that really showed through for TNC? What improvement do you think came out in this game?
I think they're just my Naga. We were planning to last pick Naga, but they gave me confidence to first place it.
Right, yeah, that Naga did look amazing there. What's the mindset coming into this match? Right? You and Execration, TNC and Execration are very familiar with each other, maybe even friendly with each other. What kind of prep went into that, Carla, for you in this match?
Maybe the mindset we have going through the game was just play our game, the discipline as well, and the most important thing is to enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, one thing as well in that match, I think, that really came out was your CM play. You had all this mobility in the hero, you had so much durability. Were you really trying to be that big distraction? When you think of stall tactics, CM isn't really the hero you think of. Was that just by chance, or were you on purpose just dragging that fight out? Were you really looking for Bob?
Actually, I was just trying to throw my body and let them focus on just doing what my role is.
Yeah, and it did pay off quite big. Now, Krish, you've been a very promising player for a long time. How did you feel about coming into this mid matchup against Bob? Previous games for TNC up against Execration weren't the smoothest for TNC, but how did you feel? How confident did you feel coming into this one?
For me, personally, I don't really think of who I'm playing against. I just want to play my game and try to do as much as I can.
All right. And looking back, right, like this is TNC taking a big win up against Execration after a long time. Mavis, for your part, did any extra prep come in for this specific matchup? Is it something you expected or considered very early on in the tournament?
It's kind of hard because there's no Dota buff to look into, so we're just going to be playing our game. So our preparation are mostly focused on just reminding ourselves with our playstyle, with our ideas, so that we're going to be playing our own game, and not playing the enemy's game in that matchup. So there's no extra. I think it's more like in every team that we're going to be facing on, we're doing the same kind of preparation. May it be the first round or the finals, if ever.
It does show in this match for sure. Now, seeing that you guys have managed to move on to the next bracket, I'm just curious, down the line, let's say you get to face someone in grand finals all the way there. Is there any specific opponent that you think you'd really enjoy playing against? Maybe you want a rematch against Execration. Maybe you want to face another team. Who would you really want to play here? General question. Maybe I trust it. Give me that answer.
Polaris.
Polaris. Why Polaris?
They're my old friends, so like it's nice to have grand finals with my former teammates.
Former friends.
Former friends.
Slip of the tongue right there. Slip of the tongue. Still all friendly here as we again saw in this matchup with Execration. And I want to ask one question to Coach JL here. JL, you've been with the team for quite a while with this new roster. How has the improvements that comes out from TNC you feel like there's still a lot more to go through it? Like, what's the process for you as a coach in molding this team together?
Basically, I feel like we're still young in a way. Like, our potential is like still really big. Like, I feel like this team is like they're all mechanically good, but still mechanics won't win you games. Like, you need to like be as a unit together. So that is like a work in progress for us, and I feel like this tournament's gonna like bring the best out of us.
Well, it certainly showed in this match just how well TNC can function as a unit. And that is our first match for this. That's the end of this match at the very least. Stick around for our next match of Polaris versus the Revengers at 19:50, 7:50 o'clock at Japan time. So stick around for that. We'll catch you later.
He'll try to get his way out. He's just standing there for now as his team is going to be there to back him up. And now the Static Storm is there. Palos, he's got the BKB up at the very least, so he's going to try and force the fight. But I don't think he has the damage. Asta is actually dropping quite low though. Palos, he'll keep going to work, but now the BKB is over. They'll go right onto the gyrocopter. Palos still fighting though. Bok moved him, but he's all on his lonesome right now. He needs some help. Krish will jump in, but Tino, he's there with the black hole. He'll hold down two of them. Krish still fighting, but they've lost Carlo, they've lost Bok. They'll go for a bit more now. Krish eventually will drop an Execration. They'll try and lease onto Carlo, but it's just the CM they're trying to focus down. Krish will move in with the arena from the high ground. They'll find Shanks with the Nyx. It's a 1-for-1 of the support that they do buy back on Carlo. Krish jumping in again, finds the Beng as well on that line. Now they've got the gyrocopter with the Axe, but the black hole is there from Tito onto Asta with the Crystal Nova flying in from Carlo. It's going to be the gyrocopter who's in trouble and does eventually go down. They do still find, do they find Asta? He's running, he's surviving, he's fighting back. In fact, they can't take him out. They can't take down the Naga Siren. Oh, what the hell did I just watch? He's still just fine as they do find the gyrocopter. That's the target they want and they've got him. Palos is gone.
Oh, that's the gauntlet win right there. Shanks not safe fighter. They managed to find that kill.
That might be the game win, Jonathan. There's no buyback available here on the gyrocopter. Asta, he's going to go down. Abeng going to try to run. They will take him out, and they will. And now the jump back in Krish. He's got balls to steal this guy right into Abeng, but they'll miss out on the line. Instead, Arena set up. They'll lock down Shanks and Palos. Meanwhile, the black hole towards the south. It won't matter though. Shanks in trouble. Does eventually go down, but now Palos still trying to fight this one out. Does take down Carlo. They'll find a CM kill, but now without the BKB, can he keep surviving? The finger round, it's not going to be enough. Palos, he's in between a rock and a hard place right now. Completely surrounded, and he is gone. Is caught. Bob is still trying to help Tino. He's in with the black hole. He might be just enough to keep Palos alive as he's going to fight back. They've got Krish down, but the static sword. The buyback is there from Mavis. That's going to be enough. Oh, they've got Palos. No, oh, in fact, he has buyback now. He's just got buyback off cooldown. We'll move in on to Tino. Meanwhile, Krish, he's getting rather low. Palos, it's 1v5 for him on the gyrocopter. He's completely surrounded. Tino trying to help. His life still is flying, and the gyrocopter might survive, but not quite. Not quite. GG is called. GG is called. Execration. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back for the Predator League 2022 Finals Phase, day number 1. It's MLP Dota and John X Fire once again. Jonathan, we just went through our first series, or at least for us, our first series. Moving on to the next, but before all that, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, we had some great Dota lined up all day already, and we've got even more Dota coming up. This one's an exciting one. Polaris up against the Revengers. The team from India. We've watched Indian Dota quite a fair bit back in 2018. It's kind of where we got our first stable gigs. So it's nice to see those familiar names, but Polaris is also a very good team that has been consistently good for quite some time. Maybe not enough to kind of cut into the majors recently, but they've shown that solid improvement throughout all this time.
Indian Dota reminds me of Australian Dota in a way, John, because there's a lot of talented faces. In fact, we are going to have a look at the bracket. I'll get into that in a moment. Of course, you do see TNC, Predator, and Grind Sky. They're going to be up against each other next up. But Polaris Esports versus Revengers, that's the one we're looking at today, or rather right now. Of course, Chubby Boys SMG also going to be up against each other later on. SMG did manage to pull off their victory against Makan Semaru. And of course, Lahi's still waiting for their opponent later on. Execration, still waiting for theirs. Boons and Goons, the Covenant, we already went over that. They're going to be up against each other later on as well. Still, Polaris Esports versus Revengers, that's the series we're talking about here, right now. And as I was saying, Indian Dota kind of reminds me of Australian Dota in a way, because you've got all these talented players from the region. There's not quite as much support though, compared to others.
For sure. Like, it does feel like Dota is one of those older games in India that used to be really popular. That just feels like it's been eclipsed by some newer titles in the region, but it still has that solid fan base. There's still a lot of players from the region, and I'm keen to see just how much they've grown since 2018.
Well, let's get into it, John. We do have our next game coming up. Polaris Esports against the Revengers. Let's see some players on the arena. Can't wait to see myself some players, Jonathan, with Revengers. These are faces I haven't seen too much of, but let's see them come out here. Let's see what they've got to say. Polaris as well, Jonathan. I mean, if I may just, stitch on them a little bit while I have a chance. Yeah. They were asking for some bias casting. We don't do bias casting, Polaris. We don't do that. You play well, we'll cast you well. Otherwise, Revengers. In fact, I'm more biased toward Revengers. I'll be quite honest with you, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, again, these are names that aren't familiar to a lot of people, but are familiar to us. You've got No Chance, you've got Kaneki, Pinkman, Parasite. They've all been around for quite a fair bit in the region, along with MNZ, of course. And I'm just very interested to see just how much has changed since 2018. As you mentioned, a region like Australia, you've got a lot of dedicated Dota players in India, but not a lot of support, and we are seeing those gamer poses come out, bursting up against each other here.
I know you don't know what AU was just doing, Jonathan. That's a Naruto pose right there. Yeah, he's doing some kind. I can't remember what they call it. Some hand sip in order to try and get something going. I can't quite remember. It's been a long time. More poses to come out. Much more honest, kind of humble poses I'm seeing here, Jonathan. Not so much like the last series where we were seeing a bit more interactive cooperation going on. Not here.
No, not quite. But it's still, you feel that sense of peacefulness though between both teams. It's the calm before the storm for both sides, of course. Getting those poses out here. So we will kind of close out here with Mr. Booby himself as well. Awful.
Hey, I feel you. I know the feeling.
Oh yeah.
He's had a bit too much to eat. I hope he's still hungry though, right? He's got Polaris to eat up now.
Yeah, they've got to eat right through the Messiah boys, of course. Let's see if that hunger is still there. Nico coming out. Solo?
Yeah, apparently.
All right.
He's looking around. Nobody's with him. It's all right. He'll do it by himself. It's all good.
That should settle our gamer poses. Again, a lot of love from both sides, a lot of respect as well.
No, not quite. I believe we're missing maybe a player. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe I just can't count Jonathan. I am from Australia,
No. Yeah, well,
yeah,
that's a given, but I can see a missing person right there. We'll see what's going on sooner or later, but they are in position now on Polaris' end, at the very least, setting up. Get ready here.
Oh boy. It's always, for some reason when we're casting, there's always players missing, Jonathan. This reminds me of that TI game.
Someone needs to put a teddy bear there.
Yeah, there needs to be a teddy bear, something of the sort. This reminds me of a particular game we had to cast, a historical game. In fact, I'm sure the boys from Revengers can 4v5. Jonathan, shouldn't be a problem. X-Nova 1v5. What's the problem?
Exactly it. And I mean, playing remotely might have a couple of drawbacks, but overall it shouldn't really impact you too much. And we will see whether or not that will impact them here. As again, both teams have already won one game each to move up to this point. So it's going to be really interesting to see just what Revengers can do. They did win their game up against the Covenant, their brothers in arms from Bangladesh.
Yeah.
And it's always a bit tough knocking out your neighbors
It
in
is.
such a small region, player base wise. You both have this opportunity. It's like Southeast Asia and TI. We used to knock each other out all the time.
Yeah. Every single time, in fact. I mean, it just feels like every single time. You know, I'm going to go on a rant. I don't want to go there, Jonathan. Don't talk to me about SCA and TIs right now. I had a pretty rough experience at TI11, let me tell you. Did you happen to see that symbol that was just made by one of the Polaris players as well? What is this? What is this thing? I keep seeing it.
I don't know.
No, it's not, Jonathan.
I don't know anything about any of this anime.
Oh, it's not It's not
Oh,
anime.
the heart.
The heart. Is that a
What do you
heart?
mean a heart? That was so disformed. It's like this. It's a heart. It's a Korean heart. I don't know. It's some K-drama stuff. I'm not sure.
Okay.
K-pop.
Oh, I don't want to hear about it. Thank you for that, John.
Oh, goodness me. You can see setting up again. A little bit of a practice mode coming out there. Warming up.
Yeah, I think it was Parker who told me earlier, you know, every player wants to get in there, jump into a demo, pick Invoker, spend 10 minutes just clicking buttons, acting as if they know what they're doing. Yeah, nobody knows what they're doing in Invoker, Jonathan.
No.
We press as many buttons and hope for the best.
It used to be a lot worse, wasn't it, in Dota 1?
Back in my day.
The order used to matter, right?
Yeah, it did used to matter. When you had 48 spells to go through, it mattered. That's when Invoker players were really skilled. Back in my day, Jonathan, you didn't just have to remember 9 or 10 spells or whatever the hell it is now. 48 was, I believe, the number of spells you had to remember.
Well, 9 is already too much for a lot of the ones in our pub, so you know, maybe it's for the best we don't have 48 spells hanging around there on the Invoker. So I don't think that's something I miss too much.
What if we had like, instead of Invoker, what if it was like Meepo where we could just divide them and each one of them? Like this would be proper anime style, right? I know you haven't watched Naruto, but it's like the 6 paths of pain, Jonathan. I know you have no idea what I'm talking about here. Absolutely. What if every Invoker had a different set of 9 skills that you could micro through?
Why?
Well, why not, Jonathan?
Why? That sounds painful. Would you like that in your pubs, Mike?
Yes.
You're asking, you want to lose in your pubs?
I would make it work.
You would make it work.
I'm a micro.
You would make it work.
You haven't seen my micro.
I have seen your micro. I have. Yeah, I have seen it. At the least, well, without the Necronomicons, I haven't seen it recently. Where's your micro with Enchantress, Mikey? Where's your Chen?
My inch has been
Where's
really
your
good.
Meepo?
My inch has been really good recently, by the way, just so you're aware. Anyway, moving on. We've got 2 teams in the arena right now, Jonathan. We've got to talk about these guys. Do we know much about Revengers? I know we cast some of these boys in 2018 or 2017. It was a long time ago we cast these boys. Do we remember anything particular with these guys?
It's hard to say. That period is just
It was
a
a
blur.
long
My
time
memory
ago.
doesn't hold as well as it once did. But Kaneki is still on mid. And if I recall right, we did see Kaneki on some other rosters, like say Reckoning, as we do have the game, or at least the draft on hand.
You've been saved, Jonathan.
Initial
You've
bans
been
coming
saved.
out. Marcy and Primal Beast, no big surprises there, of course. I wonder if they take care of the Leshrac at some point. That's been a top priority as well.
Yep.
One of those annoying years. I mean, it does feel like the first phase is pretty set and done nowadays. You just have these 4 years that everyone has to take out.
Yeah, it's a classic post-TI, you know, post-TI patch, I want to say, though. It's more like the post-TI meta. Everyone knows exactly what's going on. Just get rid of this hero, that hero. Marcy, Primal Beast, both removed. You talked about the Leshrac, probably also going to be removed. Maybe an Enigma ban to come out as well, just depending on what you feel like. There's an Undying ban instead, why the hell not? And there's the Leshrac you talked about. That's gone now. How do you want to get started, Revengers? They've got their first pick up. Again, it's been a very long time since we've had the pleasure of casting these boys, and I assume over 4 or 5 years, things have probably changed with these guys. They've probably got some new strategies ready up their sleeves, but now it's into the Nyx, and surprise, surprise, Polaris, right into the Broodmother, into the Mirana as well. I mean, why the hell not?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that worked for Polaris previously. This is something that we know Force does excel on at Broodmother, and of course Xavius is a Mirana enjoyer himself, so it does kind of pan out. You've got really good activity coming out. The Nyx is still annoying. It's funny that we kind of see the bug-on-bug matchup once more after just seeing it in our last match. Didn't quite go the way of the Nyx that time around. I'm keen to see how Revengers build up on that Nyx. Locking in such an early Nyx without seeing what sort of heroes you're trying to counter, what sort of control you're trying to counter, because in this case, Nyx doesn't do much against Brood, it doesn't do much against Mirana.
Right.
So it's not the easiest Nyx game to take up, but it does protect that Dawnbreaker pick, because now, well, they can't counter pick a Nyx to stop that Solar Guardian coming in to stop all of that AoE. So Revengers has this great tool on hand to just enable the Dawnbreaker to have a good game. And that is some way of wave clear. It's not the hardest way of locking in those spiralings from the Broodmother, but it does a damn decent job in clearing out.
Oh, it certainly does. It's still a great way of dealing with the Broodmother for sure. And I do appreciate the fact that they really just cover all their bases. They'll get rid of the Silencer as well. That's one little interaction. When Dawnbreaker first came out, I was a big fan. John, you know how I am. I was a big fan of the Mama Thighs here. I didn't know until someone against me chose Silencer. I got immediately counterpicked with Silencer. Global Silence happened. I was sitting there for probably 5 seconds wondering where my hero was. This really happened.
Map awareness matters, Mike. You have to be aware of what's happening on the map. I'm sure that's not an issue for our players here, but certainly I'm learning more about the Australians as we hang out even more, Mikey. Still, I do agree with that point. It is protecting the Dawnbreaker quite nicely, just ensuring they're going to have a good game here from, I'm assuming, offlane, but the flexibility's on hand for safe, very rare, mid, very rare, but definitely not out of the realms of possibilities. For Polaris, I think that's where it's really open. They have so many options to tie in with the Mirana Broodmother. You still have a lot of combinations to set up for Arrow, maybe from mid or from your 5. So stuff like Bane, stuff like Shadow Demon still there. Not the most popular as well, but it does give you some options to play with that Mirana, because right now it does feel lacking. Broodmother Mirana is not a particularly impressive setup lane to play for the Mirana.
Oh, you want a bit of setup, I'm sure. We'll see what they do go for here. A couple more bans to come out from either side before we do get to continue with these drafts. So both sides kind of focusing on the mid lane right now. We'll see the Batrider and the Lina both being removed. I wonder what position the Dawnbreaker's in as well, right? Like, they've protected the Dawnbreaker pick so much. The Nyx pick up, the Silencer ban out. They're really, really, really making sure this Dawnbreaker has a good game. But you kind of ask yourself, what position? Like, do you just run the classic POS 3, Dawnbreaker, POS 4, Nyx Assassin, and have that kind of roaming duo, like, globally? Do you go for the POS 1 Dawnbreaker that we see from particular teams? I believe Team Secret, who were just in the TI11 Grand Finals, that they enjoy running that POS 1 Dawnbreaker quite a lot. Like, where do you really want to see it being flown out?
I feel like the best position for the Dawn here is off lane. Dual melee lane can be a bit tough in the first 3 levels in this case, is pretty atrocious. It's fairly easy for you to zone out, especially if you get something aggressive on your POS 5 for Polaris and like a range core on top of that. But the gains you get from Dawnbreaker Nyx in the same lane, once you hit level 4, once you have, you know, kind of ridden through that rough spot of the lane, it does feel really good for Avengers. Just the chain stun possibilities, the setup from Impale onto the Celestial Hammer is pretty damn good, onto the Starbreaker is really good. So you can just be really aggressive early. Wouldn't mind safe lane, because again, it just handles Broodmother fairly okay, and the pressure from Brood Mirana isn't the biggest in the world. So you do have some counterplay there, and I think that openness is what Revengers is banking on. Maybe have Polaris kind of think the other way. They go with a Clockwork coming out here. That should be our AO hero on the 5, and it's one of his heroes that he's really excelled at.
Really?
I think we've seen AO play that quite a fair bit. If I recall right, in maybe not last chance, but in the regional qualifiers, I think he ran it a couple times.
10 seconds
all I remember with AU is Chen. Every time you mention AU's name,
clock,
I just think Chen all the damn time. I don't have enough brain capacity to think about other heroes, Jonathan. You know how it is. Of course, Chen was banned out, so I suppose you do have to go down the Clockwork route. Revengers. How do they want to respond?
I mean, the Clockwork's still really open, because you're leaving all your core picks open. It does give you a combination with a Mirana. Just Cog's Arrow is pretty big. And you do have that nice jump potential now coming through from Polaris. I mean, you've got a way to cancel even the Solar Guardian if the Dawnbreaker is somehow very close to that fight.
True.
So the Clockwork can just BKB pure stun. Nothing to stop it. And Dawnbreaker is just kind of caught off guard. So I like the answers from Polaris to kind of build up their own sort of momentum here. And for Avengers, it does feel like they need to kind of hammer in that Dawnbreaker by just going with a solid support now. Maybe a range support, because the melee heroes piling on is going to be a bit rough. That Crystal Maiden wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. They will go with a core pick first, though. Ember Spirit, maybe shifting that Dawnbreaker onto a 4, running a Nyx 5. So that could be one thing they gun for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why the hell not? I feel like Ember Spirit's also kind of decent against the Broodmother as well. Like, you just enjoy slider fisting the Spiderlings and just... I mean, if you have a Battle Fury or a Maelstrom, you really enjoy it because it just keeps proccing over and over and over again. And chances are the Ember's going to go for one of those items. More than likely the Maelstrom as Revengers. They'll also go down the Jakira route now as well. Very interesting draft flying out from Revengers. And again, it's a team from India. You know, we don't get to see their kind of strategies very often. They're bringing out something special, and speaking of special, Polaris Esports right into the punch. Should be a POS1 punch here.
Yeah, it should be Natsumi's hero. We've seen him play that multiple times, even in the DPC, of course. And it does feel like a pretty damn good game to be Pudge. You've got a lot of good heroes to lock in. It does feel like Root is your big stun. Like, your one stable way of keeping the Ember Spirit down is basically Dismember.
Right.
So, a lot in the back of Natsumi. I'm not sure how you lock in Kaneki in this case if he does dance around on that Ember, because it's just a pretty free Ember game. There's just not much. Maybe a Orchid on the Broodmother can be annoying, but beyond that, your supports are not stopping this Ember.
No, certainly not. I mean, you might be able to rely on the hook shot into the arrow. I feel like that's kind of the idea, but I certainly agree with you. It's not as easy said than done. See what they do get done as final banouts are going to come in. SF and Invoker being removed from Revenge's Polaris right into the Troll and the Monkey King. Expecting a position 1 to come out here from Revenge's. They know they're up against the POS1 punch. I say, like, they know that what they're up against, but it's kind of hard to counter out this position 1 punch. It's just one of those position 1s right now where it gets off to a good start, it gets the Aghanim Scepter up, and once the Axe is up, it feels just impossible to try and contest.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think the one thing you could try to answer with on Revenger's end is maybe something like a Life Stealer. It does rip through Pudge. Probably doing one here that deals with his scaling really well, but it does feel all in. You do have good vehicles for Life Stealer though. Infest Bomb on Dawnbreaker, Ember, Nyx. Lots of good options to get into that fight really fast. And it doesn't feel like you have the best lane against Broodmother though. That's the one thing. I think going for a Life Stealer here sets up Force for success. It's just not a lane that you can really curb stomp. They go to the Ursa instead, which can deal with a Pudge as well in the same way. Does have good scaling damage with the Fury swipes. Again, just back to that lane, it feels not substandard, but not the best for the Ursa either. I think the Broodmother can hold its own, although if you do punish and get some chain stuns off, Ursa Jakiro can be really aggressive.
Yeah, it can be. I think you're kind of considering the level 6 timing of the Broodmother, but before that, yeah, it should be decent, I believe, from the Jakiro Ursa laning phase. Polaris? Oh, all right, never mind. It is going to be maybe a position 2 sniper to come out. No, it's a POS2 punch to come out. They switch it up. It was all a bait in the end. Natsumi was ready with the POS1 sniper pick, and he's got it. So Lelouch, he'll take over on the mid punch. Force, he'll be on that offlane Broodmother as he always is, and I think this is perfectly fine. Now, you don't really have the issue of the Ursa countering the punch. It's Natsumi. He'll be the real carry in this game, and you've got an Ember to try and go up against him. In fact, Natsumi's playing this quite confidently considering he is up against the Nyx Assassin into the Dawnbreaker. But it just feels like as long as he doesn't get spotted, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, he should be safe in the back line. Your main jump is going to be Kaneki and maybe No Chance, or as you mentioned, Pinkman as well in the Nyx. There are ways to be on top of Natsumi in this game. It's a really back and forth one. I feel like if it starts to slow down for Polaris, it slows down really fast. You have this great pacing coming out from Revengers. You've got this almost always online team fight capability across the map. That's just really hard to stop from Polaris's end. And as long as MNZ isn't being kited around, the Ursa can kind of dance here. It's not the easiest Ursa game with a sniper on hand. At the same time, your Ember can kind of enable you. Your Dawnbreaker can enable you really well. And Roshan's going to be a big part for Revengers. They're playing Ursa on Dire. It just feels a little bit easier to reach into that Roche pit from the Dire side, so it's easier to protect that early Aegis timing, and that's something Polaris really has to be aware of.
We'll find out how it all pans out. Polaris Esports against Revenge. It's going to be a hell of a matchup here. Of course, Polaris looking to be the heavy favorites, I would argue, going into this matchup. Let's see what Revengers have got up their sleeve, though. I mean, again, we've seen these boys quite a long time ago. Not sure how they're performing now. Obviously, it has been quite a few years, but I'm sure they've still got it. Surely still practicing, still playing very frequently, and against Polaris. I mean, if they can win out this team, it sets a pretty good precedence for themselves going into the next matchup.
Yeah, it provides a huge boost in confidence because, again, you think about Polaris, you think about how close they were to getting to TI from the LCQ, to getting to TI from the regional qualifiers, to getting to Genting in the ESL qualifiers as well. They've been through a lot as a unit.
Yeah.
And Revengers, I mean, it's been a little bit on and off for the region, just overall.
Has been. We'll get into it. Of course, Predator League 2022 Grand Finals, Day 1, Match 11. Let's get it started. Polaris against, of course, Revengers. Immediate smokes up from both sides, of course. This is pretty standard going into that kind of minute zero timing. You want to get those deep wards down ASAP in that mid lane. See if a fight is to break out, though. I mean, with these two drafts, it does feel like you wouldn't mind a fight, especially as Polaris, if you can land a nice hook out. As Polaris, don't believe they saw Pinkman. Pings were out just for a moment, but Pinkman does get away with his life intact. Not spotted whatsoever. The ward should go undetected.
Yeah, nice sneaky ward. Helps massively up against something like the Pudge to try to hook early on. Just kind of dissipates as long as you have vision up. So Lelouch shouldn't be able to find those opportunistic first blood opportunities here. And that should give a little bit of leeway for Avengers to at least find a rune for themselves, but still have to be careful. It does feel like level 1, Polaris can kind of run down pretty nicely with battery assault and with potentially the arrow landing on top. But Revengers aren't no slouches in that level 1 timing either.
They are not. Both teams still posturing around the banner and spots on the river. Of course, Lelouch wants to try for a hook onto somebody. Kaneki, he might show up. No chance also around. They should be aware the hook could fly out. See if they can try and avoid it. But no, a nice hook out onto Kaneki, but it's just going to be a bit of damage. They'll get the bounty away. No follow-up there for Lelouch to keep the fight going. Meanwhile, I believe there's a Nyx Assassin in trouble. Pinkman, he's going to go down already to AU. Of course, that level 1 battery assault timing, very, very painful. And AU able to just get so much out and pretty much solo Pinkman by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of went all in here, AU. He just went for brown boots, a sentry, pays off with first blood, gets a regen on hand. Very greedy, but when it pays off like this, you see the benefit of those brown boots shine. You just can't run away from battery assault.
No chance. He's going to suffer because of this as well. I mean, it is a double melee bot lane here for Revengers, so I suppose AU can really take advantage of the brown boots. And I mean, it's still very confident, John. As a clockwork spammer, let me tell you, as a pos 5 clock, this is very, very confident. But AU, he's a bit of a genius. I'm sure he has a way to make this one work. Meanwhile, of course, top side, those spider webs are very aesthetically pleasing, but also very frightening, Jonathan.
They look so different. They stick out of the map in a big way. So at least it's a bit more visible for both sides to kind of figure out that radius. A little bit of a back and forth with Parasite and with Xavius as well. It is a Jakiro. You tend to feel pretty good about trading right back and forth with your DOT. You are buying space out for MNZ as well. Farm up, not the slowest lane for the Ursa. It's also not quite the quickest, but they are keeping Force in check. And we have seen these games for Polaris. If Force does fall behind, it does feel like that momentum gets taken away from them.
It certainly does. AU going to annoy Pinkman once again. The Nyx can't really do much, but a nice little sidestep there on the staircase. Going to make sure he gets up, at least for now. Shrapnel's there to slow him down so AU can get a bit more damage out. Of course, he has hit that level 2 timing, so AU does have the cogs out. Pinkman, he'll hold ground for at least a little bit longer, but there's going to be another battery assault up in 5 seconds. I think AU might have a kill on his hands here. Pinkman, he'll keep trying to run. Bit early to put the hand up there, Pinkman. You weren't out of danger yet. He'll go for an impale, but AU's still going to go for the chase down. The brown boots really paying off right now as Pinkman. He's going to try and rush for the water rune. Another cogs out. Battery assault will end up stopping, but Lelouch is here now, looking for a hook. In fact, never mind. AU, he'll get the job done himself, even claritying up, trying to really secure the kill, but eventually the TP will be there. The Nyx will be just fine.
Yeah, this space that AU's buying is actually huge for Natsumi. His lane is just uncontested. There's just not much a Dawnbreaker you can do at level 2 to stop that farm from a sniper. You've got a good range advantage. Your spammability, if your spells here for the Dawnbreaker isn't great until your Soul Ring is up, so you're not always committing that hammer out to clear out the wave. And it's just such a free lane for a sniper. Natsumi having a pretty good time. Not the highest CS in the world, but look at all those denies. 8 to 7. He's doing great so far.
Certainly is a very, very good time here for Natsumi. Is no chance. It's kind of rough affair as Dawnbreaker again against the clock sniper. See what he can eventually get done. At least with this kind of lane, it just feels like you want to soak some XP, get a bit of farm, and kind of rotate into the mid game. Is Kaneki very aggressive kind of man fight to try and go for. Maybe just feeling like he couldn't get out anyway. Doesn't end up going down, and now top lane Parasite also going to drop his Force. We'll go for more. MNZ trying to fight but can't keep the chase going.
Yeah, it's just tricky for you to fully commit onto that Broodmother at this point. The Jakiro, once a few levels gets picked up by the Mirana, you can trade a lot better. And you can be backed up by your Ursa, but it does force a choice out whether or not you want to farm all.
That's a lot of damage being pumped out here from Force. Parasite is going to make his way back over, but this top lane has gone pretty disastrously now. Like, MNZ is still finding a decent amount of farm, but I feel like Force has gotten away with way too much considering the lane matchup should be favoring the side of the Dire. Meanwhile, mid lane, Lelouch. He'll go for a bit of a run as Kaneki, try for the chase, might actually have a kill on his hands. Lelouch, he's going to try and turn that one around, but Kaneki does secure a very important kill. It's now the rotation. Xavius trying to find a trade onto the Ember, but doesn't have any kind of mana. Can't keep the chase going. Kaneki, he will be just fine.
Yeah, it's a nice kill for Kaneki to pick up, punishing a little bit of an overextension out from Lelouch. But he's going to need a little bit of a top-up. Does find a water rune for himself bot, so he's not completely shut out of the lane. Xavius, unfortunately, no mana post TP, can't really throw out an arrow, but is still kind of lined up to be aggressive here if they so wish. Lelouch with a TP back in, does have full bottle charges up as well. Is just going to play it safe. And this back and forth between Ember and Pudge, it's not actually that easy of a lane for the Embers we've been seeing. You've got great durability on Lelouch, you can melt through the Flame Guard very fast with level 3 Rot. And you can always clear out the range creep with Hook, so you've got a lot of options to play that lane in comparison to the Ember.
Well, there's Pikmin again with a hand up, obviously just trying to play games here with AU. And meanwhile, mid lane, Lelouch again able to set up on Kaneki. Sure, Kaneki got his life earlier on, but Lelouch, he's getting strength every single time. He does secure a kill with these Flesh Heap stacks, and well, it's never going to be a good idea to give too many over there to the Pudge.
Yeah, it's a good feeling for a Pudge player to kind of get that, especially in a mostly solo mid matchup experience. Level 6 now up for Lelouch as well, so the Dismember is on hand before you have the Remnants up on the Ember. It just gives you all of that control. A great lead for Polaris so far. 4-1, 2K lead up.
Well, bot lane, Natsumi going to be protected here from AU. In fact, no chance. Now the one in danger as they do chase him down. More shrapnels to fly up, but no chance. Looks like he might survive. Instead, Pinkman, he's the target. Is even MNZ topside ends up going down the Ursa. An even bigger target here for Polaris is they take 2 across the map. And Revengers, I mean, right now they've only got 1 kill, and that was Lelouch in the mid lane, but currently these side lanes have gone really quite poorly for them.
Yeah, it's rough. Every lane lining up for Polaris so far. That experience, that time they've had in the DPC, time in Procyon has really is showing quite the gap. Oh,
yeah, nice hook out. Lelouch waiting for that perfect moment on the staircase, not giving any angle for Parasite to try and juke that one out. And finds another one. That'll be 3 Flesh Heap stacks as well as the power room being picked up.
I mean, the level lead is way bigger. Lelouch is 7, Kaneki's still 5.
Oh boy.
He can't even run away if he wanted to.
MNZ being chased down as well. Force just smothering the Ursa. And, well, again, this is a matchup that should have favored the Ursa at least prior to that level 6 mark, but now it's not looking good as Lelouch mid lane finds Kaneki again. MNZ still in danger. Force just playing around the tree line, just juking and jiving. Spiders chasing. MNZ, he's getting the Australian experience here, John. He's being chased by all the spiders and he's gone. In fact, Parasite, he's not out of danger yet either. Surely there's no way out of this. He's going to try to run. Force is going to ignore him. He's just going to send the spiderlings in. And that'll be it. He can't escape. Ironically enough, John, his name is Parasite. He's currently being chased by parasites.
Yeah, he popped the mango, tried to burn this down as well. Liquid fire, and it doesn't really pay off. And Polaris, again, just finding everything. They did lose Lelouch. I believe Natsumi died once there to no chance.
Well,
a nice opportunity to kill. Yeah, another kill down mid. It's not an easy lane for Ember. When you're this far behind, it just doesn't feel good for the Ember Spirit, just because Rot does so much against your durability. Flame Guard just disappears. You're very reliant on Sleight of Fist. And I don't think Kaneki's at the point where Sleight of Fist is really a major threat yet to the Pudge. That's Phase Boots and Orb Corrosion. That timing, considering his start, is not quite online yet.
Yeah, I suppose if you don't have that level 6, the Dismember's just such a low cooldown as well. So you move in, you get dismembered, you're just dead. There's not much Kaneki can do about it. It's Polaris, they are really starting to overtake the map very early on. That tier 1 top tower already gone. That means Force basically owns the top lane now, as it seems like the side of Revengers. They understand they need to smoke up, slow the pace of Polaris here and trying to get some kills on their side of things. They are going to head down towards the bottom side. Natsumi's a great kill. Very confident position here from the sniper. They'll surround, trying to make the jump in. They need a stun out though, and it does land. A nice impale, finding Natsumi, who'll try to juke and jive his way through the tree line. But it seems like he is stuck and accepts the fact that he is dead. Kaneki, able to take a double kill on the Ember.
That's huge. That helps accelerate that timing. You can see him queuing up that Phase Boots and Orb Corrosion himself. So once that's up and running, you should feel pretty good. I think the big issue now is really how do you handle the Pudge. It doesn't feel like they've got the burst damage ready to melt that hero down. He's got enough levels to get more levels in the Flesh Heap if he feels the need for damage reduction. You've got enough room to really just shove in mid. And losing that control is massive because top's gone, mid tier 1's gone. The map's just completely open for Polaris. They can shut out the top part of the jungle completely. Just look at the position right now coming out from MNZ. He's forced to try to hold mid lane, but it's not very protected without tier 1.
It's all about objective-based gaming here for Polaris. They're not worried about these kills being given back the way of the Dire. They just want to get these towers down, and it's exactly what they're doing is now bottom lane. Never mind Lelouch, he wants to move in, but the hook barely off the mark there. Not connecting onto the Jakiro. Could have sworn that hook went right through the tail of the Jakiro, but not quite connecting on the hero, so he's going to be just fine to walk his way out. Mind you, Revengers, they do have 4 heroes down towards the bottom lane, but it still seems like they're a little bit afraid to try and make the jump in. Just not 100% confident right now, not willing to risk it against the rotations that could come in from Polaris. They will back their way out.
Yeah, they're just trying to cut their losses. They know dealing with a Pudge at this point is very, very difficult. But they are still grouping the heroes down. Like they want to make a move onto that bot tier 1, open up the bot jungle a little bit for them to farm up on. I think their sacrifice on top is just way too big. You've got Natsumi freely farming there, you've got Force shutting them out, clearing out every camp possible. The efficiency is true to roof for Polaris right now.
Certainly is. Force still controlling that Dire jungle, no chance. I mean, he's hanging around, but he's finding no creeps to farm right now. It's just devastating when you're up against a Broodmother like this and you just can't do anything. There's no farm to be had. You can't infiltrate that side of the map. You get close to Force, he's just going to eat you alive. And, well, Polaris, they've smoked up, Moonlight Shadow up, they want to move in. No chance. They know he's in the tree line somewhere. The arrow, did it give vision? I think it did with the hook. It's off the mark. Lelouch not going to be able to land it, so no chance. He's going to be just fine for now. Meanwhile, bottom side, I believe another team fight is currently breaking out. They have lost AU on the side of Polaris. That's going to be about it for now. More TPs incoming. It's only Xavius around though. I'm not sure he can really defend this. He'll take the arrow to take down the siege creepers. MNZ's going to try and move in. But Mirana will try to leap away, but MNZ, he'll keep the chase going. Xavius has dragged the creep wave along with him to really slow this one down. MNZ is not giving up. He will continue chasing down the Mirana. I'm not sure how he intends on catching Xavius, but it's like he does end up going back into the triangle and keeping that farm going.
That's a really good solo defense too. Tower stays alive, pressure's gone, and you open up the map for you to take that top tier 2. Polaris works that movement really well, straight into a smoke, not spotted by any vision coming out from Revengers.
And these creeps, they're still chasing the side of Polaris. They're not done. They're still chasing Xavius, eventually going on to Lelouch now. The smoke was broken, thanks to the Nyx Assassin. They know the smoke was there. They're not going to be able to try and force the fight here, Polaris. They still control the map. They've still got a 7k advantage, and the way the game's going, this net worth lead is just set to escalate.
Yeah, it feels really difficult for Avengers to kind of work out something here. I mean, you still have that good catch for Natsumi. That could be the hero to punish right now. It just feels like the sniper is at its most vulnerable at the moment. Dealing with Lelouch, it's nigh impossible. His Ags is almost up 1,000 gold away. Force as well, just chasing down No Chance solo. And there's just nothing to stop him. Although,
never mind, Pinkman's here. He's got the Impel into the Solar Guardian and the Starbreaker. Force, he's still a very tanky target, trying to make his run out, but MNZ is on the chase. Force surely can't make it out and will not. They will pick off the Broodmother. It's a pretty nice pick off to have here for the side of Revengers, as Lelouch was trying to help out, but now he's on the run. Chains is there from Kaneki, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. Lelouch, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, manages to back off. Didn't quite find that kill on the hook. Great spike carapace coming out from Pinkman at the right time. Does ensure that Lelouch can't quite go in for the kill.
MNZ, he's going to make his way over to Lelouch. Arrows off the mark. A bit of damage being dealt to the punch, but they won't dive too deep. While bottom lane, it seems like that's where all the action is breaking out once again, as they have found AU on the clockwork, but the Moonlight Shadow is going to protect, and now Kaneki is the one in danger, but he does juke to the south, and the hook is not going to land. Kaneki! He has somehow survived for now, just hiding in the tree line, but eventually does get spotted out. He was out of mana, he couldn't run it away. Very, very cheeky plays out here from the Ember. Natsumi, though, he's still going to be able to find a double.
Yeah, you're very happy on Polaris' end. You sacrifice AU, Lelouch doesn't quite get all the stacks. that he'd want, but it pays off. Natsumi's starting to get some farm himself, closing that gap between him and Lelouch. And you still hold that 8k lead on Polaris. And the bot tier 1 still stands. The map isn't opening up any more for Avengers than it was a while ago.
Certainly is not. The net worth lead continuing to increase here for Polaris Esports. They are still in dire straits here, the dire side, just not really knowing what to get done here is... Well, Pinkman, they can still try and rely on the Solar Guardian combination with the Impel from Pinkman, but that's on cooldown right now. We'll have a look around and we'll eventually spot out AU. Clockwork not quite the hero you want to make the jump on anyway, but they'll try. It's a casual Impel out, but the hook, oh, it's right on target. Oh, the Tumbler's Toy not giving enough range. Lelouch, perfect hook. Pinkman's gone. Meanwhile, mid lane, they even found Parasite. Force, he will take down the Jakiro. 15-7, 8k advantage. What can you do?
Yeah, and sometimes that hook just gets to you like a magnet. You know, you think you're juking around, you walk into a tree line at the wrong time, straight path. Nice cleanup for Lelouch, and this Pudge is just insanely bad.
Yeah.
To have that many stacks in 15 minutes is huge. Oh!
Nice hook shot. Do they have the follow-up? Not quite. Relying on the hook into the Dismember, and just wasn't there in time. No arrow available either to try and follow up, so Kaneki going to be okay this time around. Pinkman's around once again with the Vendetta. Xavier's around the corner. Doesn't seem to mind too much about the Knicks being missing. Instead, I believe they're trying to make their play onto Force on the Broodmother, and they have found him once again. Just trying to take care of the Spider. They will get him. Another nice pickup here from the side of Revengers. And that is still the highest net worth hero on the map that you're taking down, so it's certainly a very worthwhile kill.
Yeah, it gives you a lot. Just clearing out the Broodmother opens up the top jungle for a moment. You can go back to farming, you can try to build up. I think Polaris are using that space really well though, and we do have the Battle Fury finished up here by M&Z on the Ursa. So you have some clear for the Broodlings. You can farm a lot better. And I think now for Avengers, if they do manage to stall the game out, get control back in their jungle, you can get that build up on the Ursa. And again, it does scale against something like the Pudge, but the kite ability of Ursa up against Sniper is the big issue. Oh.
Arrow is there. Kaneki, he does get the Invis rune he wanted, and that'll be about it. Hook shot, meanwhile, on the left side, or rather right side, I believe, as Pinkman was the one that it connected on. He'll try to make a run out. Does get a very nice impel onto Lelouch, but the chase is still going. Xavier is trying to find a body block for Pinkman. Still will go for a run. They are chasing all the way for the... Oh, the arrow ends up landing. He ran right back into it. Hooks off the mark. Impale will not land. Xavius is somehow going to survive. What is happening?
Yeah, that's a knife's edge. Xavius manages to bail out in time. Not quite enough damage coming out from Kaneki to clean up on that Ember as well. And Lelouch gets his 8 stack. He's got the Ags up. Maxed out Flesh Heap. He's so durable. He's just doing so much. Like, there's no stable answer until you're ready to go on M&Z's on the Ursa, but it feels like it's so far away. He has managed to catch up decently on the Ursa within 1k of the Pudge. So maybe a little bit more time and you're going to be ready to go, but how much map will be left at that point? Because again, top is just gone. Roche being started by Polaris up against the Ursa lineup of Revengers. Not good news.
No, they're just so far ahead. They know that the side of Revengers can't really force the fight. They could try for an Aegis steal here, but it's pretty much up to the Ember. The only way to get it done, it's not going to be quick enough. Kaneki, he does at least find himself Xavius, but the hookshot is there. AU going to find the Jack. Back Parasite. He's the one in danger. Xavius does not get taken out. He's going to be able to survive through the onslaught. In Polaris, they get away with Roshan, they'll get a support pick off, they'll get back to trying to control this map.
Secondarily, life up on Lelouch with the Ags up. He's going to be feeling really good to just stand in the front line, working on to blink next. Oh,
hooks just on the backside, not quite going to land. It's into the mid-tier 2 tower now, they're ready.
I mean, they've got the damage. You've got the Sniper standing all the way back, you've got the Spiderlings up front. Lelouch with his durability on hand. Revengers do have really good wave clear with the Jakiro on hand, and again, that team fight is always a possibility with a Dawnbreaker. Desolator up first over any sort of spell immunity here can be a bit risky, but that does give them a lot more damage here.
Impelled there, MNZ right in onto the punch. Lelouch though going to be able to force stuff and get away. Is MNZ, he does get hooked up. Lelouch has got him. MNZ still has the help of the Solar Guardian, but it's not going to matter. He gets bursted down. Lelouch is barely, no, he's not going to survive. He finally gets taken out. It was just the Aegis though, it's not too big of a deal. In fact, with the lead that they have, they're going to try for high ground. Maybe a tier 3 tower to be had here.
Yeah, doesn't take too long. Only so much Parasite and Pinkman can really do. Kaneki is still set to go. That secondary life in the Lelouch might be a bit more manageable, although they missed the chase.
Yeah, I don't believe he got the slider fist off, and now the hook is there onto the Nyx Assassin. Pinkman, he's going to try to run with the Vendetta. Looks like he's going to be fine, but AU comes right back in onto the Ember, and that's a perfect setup. AU, just the confidence to understand they've got so much damage, so much control to take down the Ember, and now the defense becomes infinitely harder without him. Hook. Oh, it's another great hook from Lelouch. No chance, he ran right into it, and he quite literally had no chance to survive. There is going to be MNZ jumping back in, but AU coxes him up. He's still got the sniper to worry about. Natsumi just getting all the damage he wants, as they even found Parasite. Another double kill out for the sniper. Lelouch, he's even looking for a little bit more, but can't quite see Pinkman. Or does he? Lelouch trying to sniff out the Nyx Assassin, won't quite find him, but it won't matter. They're into the mid-racks now, Polaris. They don't care about heroes, they want objectives.
Yeah, they're just playing smart. Take the objectives while you can, while you've got this massive 14k lead. And while Revengers can't really do much. I mean, their team fight is expended without that Solar Guardian. Natsumi, though, is alone, but even the next TPing on top just isn't enough.
Oh, AU, he finds another perfect angle. That's a really, really nice angle there from AU, right through the creep wave. Barely latching onto the Nyx Assassin. It seems like they're still going to be able to hold on to this mid-ranks for now. Buybacks were expended by Pinkman just to try and make sure, but Polaris, they're still healthy. They may not be done with this fight yet, but no, never mind. It does seem like they will retreat to the left side of the map. Reset and come back another day, they say. Why the hell not?
You see what I was saying about the AU clockwork, man?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to bring this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays it. He plays a mean one. A very mean one. Smoke back up on Polaris, though. Again, just apply that pressure while they're so far ahead. No openings for Avengers if this works out.
Towards the south they go. They might run right into No Chance. He's got no idea they're coming either. See you later. Natsumi picks up another. More flesh heap for Lelouch. And I mean, again, they're not ready to quite go high ground again. They might just wait for the next Roshan, but they control the whole map. They've got a 17k advantage. Polaris is sitting very comfy right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's really just, the options are limited for Avengers. You can still try to keep scaling on your Ursa. You know, considering the circumstances, you're only about 500 gold behind Lelouch, 3k behind Natsumi. It's still playable.
Xavius does get caught though. Very nice ice path there from Parasite to lock down the Mirana. Kaneki messing around here with Force, but Natsumi's the one you're really going to be worried about. He's been uncontested this whole game. Just able to sit back and just hit away as much as he likes. And Polaris, even without Xavius and Mirana, they still want to go high ground. They still want to try. Chip away Thorax with these Spinalings. But eventually they'll back their way out.
That Sleight of Fist lasts forever. You've got so many Spiderlings up. That actually can be a bit frustrating for Embers because you can't move. You're just stuck there for a good 5 seconds watching that animation play out. Smoke out from Revengers, sensing a small opening for themselves here. Need to catch a big target in the back. Lelouch all by himself could be the big one.
Absolutely. We go. Force. Gonna be spotted here by Pinkman. Impale will land. They found the Broodmother, but there's no follow-up to it. In fact, the hook off the mark, but Lelouch will blink right in onto MNZ. MNZ going to try and man up and fire back with the arrow, landing onto the backside. Solar Guardian going to try and help, but it's not going to be enough. Hookshot is there. They found No Chance as well. He is gone.
Boy, they couldn't even get the Solar Guardian off. The stuns were on hand. Lelouch is chasing for more. 15 stacks off the back of that. Our Podge at 23 minutes in. And another siege onto the high ground, onto the tier 3, onto the racks next. Revengers, without the Solar Guardian, it just doesn't feel like you have a good way of jumping the backline. GG's called.
You can't quite blame them. I mean, they're 19k behind. They understand they don't have the buybacks. They don't have really the levels or the farm to be able to fight back here against the side of Polaris Esports. And well, it is Polaris, John. Quite a dominant team, a great team. And they make it work very easily, in fact.
Yeah, they come out with a really strong grab. They get some specialties coming out there, and a really good swap out on that Podge pick, right? We expected Natsumi to take it. Lelouch swings down mid with it, has a good matchup against the Ember. and you have Force just on Broodmother. First phase, unbanned, goes through. He has an excellent time in dealing with the Ursa, just dancing back and forth. I think you had really strong performances here from Xavius and AU. Xavius in particular made that lane really playable for Force. Just drag the Jakiro away, and with the Ursa on hand, just Silken Bola, and you can kind of dance around him. Very easy to manage once you remove that support from the equation.
Certainly, so a bit of a rough affair here for Avengers. What can you do again? Polaris Esports, a very, very strong team in the SEA region. Obviously, the favorites going into this matchup, and they make that one work very, very clean, I'll say. It's a very clean matchup. Anything in particular you would have liked to see changed after seeing the actual match, like in hindsight, John?
I think for Avengers, maybe the drafting just a little bit, like some of those picks. I think the Nyx from Pinkman didn't achieve as much. I think that lane of Dawnbreaker Nyx just wasn't a lane to deal with Sniper. Right, because Natsumi just stands so far away, you don't have reach with that dual lane. You can't harass the Sniper with an Nyx assassin. It leaves you so vulnerable. We saw how much AU committed in chasing with the greedier starting ground boots. Instead of being not punished, you just had all that damage on hand. And I think if you had maybe a more eclectic mix of maybe a range support plus Dawnbreaker, you could have played tag more, you could have punished the Clockwork, and built that foundation from the offlane to start playing this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a learning curve, I suppose. They aren't going anywhere either. They're in the lower bracket. They're going to have to try and make their run through there. Polaris Esports, of course, they do make it through to round 3 of the upper bracket. Again, this is a very strong team. I'd argue they're one of the favorites going into the whole tournament. So it's kind of expected these guys would make it through to round 3. Can't wait to see who they end up going up against next. I suppose we'll have to find out. Apart from that, any closing thoughts in the game, John?
I think this flex coming out from Polaris with a Pudge is just massive. Like, having this question mark, whether or not you're laning up against a mid or safe lane, is really big, because mid Pudges in certain picks, like December pickup, it can really shine. Like, your natural mids in Lina, in Leshrac do a lot better up against a Pudge, especially in the first 5 levels. But anything melee, any of the Spirit Brothers do suffer quite a fair bit. So just having that mind game from the draft is always such a big tool. And I think a lot of teams will have to watch out for that flexibility.
I mean, I must admit, it was quite clever switching the Pudge and the Snipe. I wouldn't have expected it, Jonathan. I mean, mid-Pudge is a thing, but at the same time, is it really? You know, it's one of those flexible picks, and Sniper's certainly paying off. Natsumi completely uncontested that whole game. It felt like completely uncontested. Anything else, Jonathan?
I think just seeing how Polaris are playing again, it does feel like this team has just consistently gotten more, how do you say this? They've gotten more stable as time went on, because we used to see issues with Polaris where like the late game just gets a little bit wonky onto high ground in certain circumstances, and it's just a lot more discipline. You saw them take a tier 3, back off, reset. They're just so much smarter about these fights that I think a lot of teams will have to factor that in.
Right.
Because that did feel like the one glaring weakness we saw from Polaris early on, and rectifying that, this is a top tier team.
Suppose I've learned as well, Jonathan. I can't doubt the Clockwork pick.
Yes.
You like to rub it in when you're right. You got it right, Jonathan. The Clockwork was very, very good. I'm a Clockwork spammer. I'll hand out the praise. It was very, very, very strong performance here from AU, as he generally does do, though. He generally has quite strong performances. Yes, I always remember the Chen and always bring up the Chen, but apparently he has more than a one hero pool, so he's not like you and I.
Yeah, it's certainly a wider hero pool than both of us combined, I want to argue, and he's got the experience to back that up, of course. And that's one thing with Polaris as well that I think a lot of people underrate, just how experienced this lineup is. Yeah, I mean, you've got Boombax, Xavius on hand, you've got AU again, coach into player, just giving so much information that it's hard to face up against a team with that much experience on hand.
Well, with that, Jonathan, let's head over to the recap, see some highlights, and see what happened in that game 1. All the action is breaking out once again as they have found AU on the Clockwork, but the Moonlight Shadow is going to protect, and now Kaneki is the one in danger, but he does juke to the south, and the hook is not going to land. Kaneki, he has somehow survived for now, just hiding in the tree line, but eventually does get spotted out. He was out of mana. He's not quite the hero you want to make the jump on anyway, but they'll try. Casually impale out, but the hook, oh, it's right on target. Oh, the Tumbler's Toy not giving enough range. Lelouch, perfect hook. Pinkman's gone. Meanwhile, mid lane, they even found Parasite, who ends up landing. He ran right back into it. Hooks off the mark. Impale will not land. Xavius is somehow going to survive. What is happening? Bells there, MNZ right in onto the punch. Lelouch though going to be able to force up and get away. Is
Ooh.
MNZ, he does get hooked up. Lelouch has got him. MNZ still has the help of the Solar Guardian, but it's not going to matter. He gets bursted down. Lelouch is barely, no, he's not going to survive.
Although they missed the chase.
Yeah, I don't believe he got the slightest fist off, and now the hook is there on the next assassin. Pinkman, he's going to try to run with the Vendetta. Looks like he's going to be fine, but AU comes right back in onto the Ember, and that's a perfect setup. AU, and now the defense becomes infinitely harder without him. Hook. Oh, it's another great hook from Lelouch. No chance, he ran right in.
3K behind Natsumi. It's still playable.
There's no follow-up to it. In fact, the hook off the mark, but Lelouch will pick right in onto MNZ. MNZ going to try and man up and fire back with the arrow, landing onto the backside. Solar Guardian going to try and help, but it's not going to be enough. Hookshot is there. They found no chance as well. He is gone. You understand, they don't have the buybacks, they don't have really the levels or the farm to be able to fight back here against the side of Polaris Esports. And well, it is Polaris, John.
All right, guys, we're here with Polaris. We just saw them take their win up against the Revengers. The boys from Cebu doing well here in Tokyo. How are you guys feeling after that win, Matt?
Feeling good, maybe. Yeah, feeling good.
What was your preparation like coming in up against a team like Revengers? I mean, they're not the team that a lot of people understand, so how do you prepare for Noah? How do you prepare against an opponent that's not relatively well known?
I think we're just playing pubs and scrims with other teams in here. So yeah.
All right. For you, AU, we were having a discussion with Mike. You know, he's pointed out that your most renowned hero is your Chen. How do you rank your Clockwork, though? It looked pretty damn good in that game. It looked pretty damn good in the regional qualifiers. Where do you put your Clockwork in your hero list?
I guess Clockwork right now, there's a lot of easy hero to be killed by Clockwork. So I guess that's the reason why Clockwork is better instead of taking Shen right now.
Fair enough. And you have, again, a spectacular performance on both of those
Thank
heroes. For you, Kuya Force, I want to ask, you guys confidently picked into that Brood Mother in the first pick. Is that something you call for? Is that something, you know, maybe Boomy calls for? Or are you the one saying, just pick me Brood, I'm confident, they can't stop me?
I think you can say it's both. Right now we're using our very strong heroes, so what we are confident on. So we're giving it our all in this tournament.
Yeah, and certainly showing out with how you guys are playing, especially in that last match. Again, with a back-to-back on hand, Boomy, as a captain, you know, as the leader figure for Polaris, when you have to play these back-to-back matches with one coming up soon up against, I believe, Chubby Boys, how does that factor in? Is there enough time to prep? Do you just look at the mental side for the team to prep for?
I mean, we just really need to play our game. We don't mind other teams, what they're strong, what's their playstyle and stuff. We just focus on our game. Yeah.
That's fair. And hopefully you guys can, again, reset within that 30 minutes. For you, Natsumi, you know, we had that last pick flex coming out, right? Like, the call was there to have Lelouch play that mid-pudge. Again, as a team decision, is that something you called for? Is that like a suggestion someone throws out and you guys just kind of work it out? Like, how does that decision get made for the flex?
Actually, on 18th, I already wanna pick the sniper because it's just really good in that game. Like, no one can dive me. So yeah, I mean, it's also a team decision for us to pick sniper. So yeah, just like that.
That's fair, and it's good to see all that teamwork and input come out in something like the draft. Of course, Polaris Esports isn't done for today. They do have the next match up against Chubby Boys, and that's going to be live in about 30 minutes. Hang around to see that next. We'll see you soon.
Arigato.
Arigato, thanks.
Arigato, thanks so much.
All the action is breaking out once again as they have found AU on the clockwork, but the Moonlight Shadow is going to protect, and now Kaneki is the one in danger, but he does juke to the south, and the hook is not going to land. Kaneki, he has somehow survived for now, just hiding in the tree line, but eventually does get spotted out. He was out of mana. It's not quite the hero you want to make the jump on anyway, but they'll try. Casually impale out, but the hook, oh, it's right on target. Oh, the Tumbler's Toy not giving enough range. Lelouch, perfect hook. Pinkman's gone. Meanwhile, mid lane, they even found Parasite. Ends up landing. He ran right back into it. Hooks off the mark. Impale will not land. Xavius is somehow going to survive. What is happening? Goes there, MNZ right in onto the punch. Lelouch still going to be able to force stuff and get away as MNZ. He does get hooked up. Lelouch has got him. MNZ still has the help of the Solar Guardian, but it's not going to matter. He gets bursted down. Lelouch is barely, no, he's not going to survive. Yeah, I don't believe he got the fight pissed off, but now the hook is there onto the next assassin, Pinkman. He's going to try to run with the Vendetta. Looks like he's going to be fine, but AU comes right back in onto the Emperor, and that's a perfect setup. AU, and now the defense becomes infinitely harder without him. Oh, it's another great hook from Lelouch. No chance, he ran right in.
3K behind Natsumi. It's still playable.
There's no follow-up to it. In fact, the hook off the mark, but Lelouch will pick right in onto MNZ. MNZ going to try and man up and fire back with the arrow, landing onto the backside. Solar Guardian going to try and help, but it's not going to be enough. Hookshot is there. They found no chance as well. He is gone. I understand they don't have the buybacks, they don't have really the levels or the farm to be able to fight back here against the side of Polaris Esports. And well, it is Polaris, John. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Predator League 2022 Finals Phase, day number 1. It's MLP Dota joining Spire once again. Jonathan, we're into our last series of the night. It's going to be a hell of a matchup here, but how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. A full day of great Dota. One more left to go for the day. We've got Polaris, which we just saw win in a spectacular fashion up against Revengers, up against Chubby Boys, who did manage to beat their fellow countrymen in SMG. So it's quite the grudge match again, like the same story as we saw from Revengers and the Covenant, where they're fairly close countries. One of them got to knock the other guy down to lower his bracket, and same thing happened with Chubby Boys. So we're seeing a bit of a repeat of the DPC now, with Polaris and Chubby Boys keeping the same roster since the last time we saw them in the DPC. A bit of a rematch here, and should be an exciting one to watch out for.
It certainly should be. You're seeing the bracket here right now. Polaris Esports, Chubby Boys, they're going to be the first ones up for this round of 3 best of 1. Winner of this goes straight through to the semi-final. I mean, they're just one step closer to the grand final. You'd love to be there right now, Polaris Esports, Chubby Boys. I wonder who the favorites are going into this, John. Like, if you were to pick one, would you kind of favor Polaris? Would you say Chubby Boys has a better chance in this one?
It's a toughie, because I think the last time we saw Polaris and Chubby Boys face off against each other, back when Chubby Boys was under RSG, it did feel like Polaris was going through some growing pains there. Like, you know, they had a few roster shakeups in that tour of the DPC. I think they had Nevermind in. They had that roster change, TMD was in as well, and it was a very different Polaris. So I think peak Polaris up against RSG, or peak Polaris against Chubby Boys in this case, it's going to be a close match. I think this is a really, really competitive match to watch out for.
Well, no more questions, John. Let's get into it. Polaris Esports up against Chubby Boys. Let's see how this one pans out. Of course, the player is going to enter the arena here, Jonathan. I mean, we've seen the handsome faces of Polaris, but we haven't seen so much of Chubby Boys in the arena. See what kind of pose game they have here. We're going to work together. Here we go, the love hearts again. Almost wrong hand, but he got it right the next time. And good to see, good to see. We'll see if they can keep it going. Love hearts always very good, very hard to execute though.
Yeah, you've got to be in sync. You've got to feel the love. And it does come true at the end there for not seeing an NKS. Does pay off quite nicely. Put your force on with Roger. Fist bump heart. Transformation heart coming out.
We saw that. You messed that one up. You messed it up. We saw it. Don't laugh about it. Nothing to laugh about here.
Hey, it's a good recovery out from Roger. You know, shifting from the fist bump into the heart.
Yeah.
Now Xiao Bon and Lelouch preemptively hearting. What was that?
That's asserting dominance there, is what I call it, Jonathan. He did the double heart. It's a weird maneuver there, but it does work out in his favor.
Interesting play coming out of Lelouch. Now, Boomy along with Excellent.
Oh, another love heart.
Just a lot of love.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of love, but not a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for, Jonathan? Creativity, I would argue, is probably the word here. So yeah, we're going to have another love heart. Can I? Oh, look at this, preemptively. Well, someone has to be left broken-hearted, Jonathan. Usually it's us, but this time it's not so.
Yeah, it's good of force. Xiao, you unfortunately not.
Look, I've got terrible eyesight.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, you didn't get the eye surgery there, Mike. I did, so you know, maybe it's time to pony up, get that vision fixed. But again, we've just seen Polaris and Chubby Boys come in, and again, this is probably one of the closer matches of the day to close out with.
Right.
Like, this is a DPC match that we have seen before in some form, but I'd argue a very different Polaris showed up there. So in a best of 1 with peak Polaris up against Chubby Boys, as refined as they are, it's going to be a bit of a back and forth here.
Certainly will be. Probably the closest match we've seen today, I'd argue, here in the round of 3. Again, winner of this does make it through to the semi-finals. A pretty big matchup for either of these teams. Still best of 1, Jonathan. I mean, until the grand finals, there's no best of 3s happening, so it's anyone's game. I want to say the favorites are probably Polaris going into this matchup, but it's going to be such a tight one. We've seen these guys play against each other multiple times throughout the SEA regions. What's so funny, John? What are you laughing?
He did the heart.
He did the heart. Yeah. Okay. AU does absolutely. The very stoic AU, just a man of no games.
More hearts.
There it is again. Is that the heart,
That
Jonathan?
is a heart. It is a heart. Look closely, Mike, with your unrefined eyes. See the heart within.
It doesn't look like a heart.
It's a heart.
It
well, culture dictates it is, Mike, so you're wrong once more.
Whose culture, Jonathan?
I don't know. K-pop, K-drama.
Are we in Korea right now?
No.
I don't believe we are.
No, but these guys are Koreans. What
All
can you
right.
do? Watch too much of that K-drama stuff instead of anime.
So is this something you'd watch as well, John?
I've watched a couple.
Yeah,
I will admit I've watched a couple. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
If you give them a chance, if you're open-minded, but you're not open-minded, Mike,
Nope.
that's your problem, not mine.
Not. I did watch Running Man back in the day.
Running Man is good.
It's a great show.
It's funny. Yeah, it's a good, funny show.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
like you. You're
no,
not funny.
No, I had nothing.
I do find certain aspects of you so funny when we meet up, though. I always have a good chuckle at your expense, Mike. Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on, though, these two teams, in Polaris Esports, Chubby Boys, Jonathan, what are we looking out for between these two? Like, what in particular, any particular hero picks you'd like to talk about?
I think it's more about player matchup with these two teams. I think they both have almost the same conditions from their core players, right? Like, Xiaoyu is this really amazing offlaner that pops off, but at the same time, Xiaoyu's not here. And you've got Force on hand, right? Like, Force is here, Force is ready to pop off. He's had his own ups and downs, as we've seen before.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's one of the focal points, along with a mid matchup. Exilern up against Lelouch, right? Because Exilern has really stepped up to the plate. Ever since they went through those open qualifiers, ran up from Div 2, Exilern has just constantly showed that he is a top-tier mid.
Right.
And his hero pool has expanded since that time. So I think just seeing him face off against Lelouch again with this much more revitalized Polaris, it's going to be an interesting challenge for, I think, both of these lanes. Like, mid and off lane for both sides are really important here.
Absolutely. Safe lane? Not so. I mean, screw the safe lane.
Both of them are stable. Like, Natsumi and MKS are both relatively the same where they want to farm. Although I'd argue maybe MKS is a little bit more involved in comparison.
Right. We'll go into the drafting phase. First bans to come out. Pretty standard. Broodmother being removed. Leshrac once again being removed as well. Hearing cheering in the background. We are.
That is just a consistent spam of Hasta Luego as well.
It certainly is. You're a big fan of that voice line.
Hasta Luego! One more spammed out.
One more.
Do you see the bans though, Mike? As you were mentioning before the voice lines and cheers interrupted us.
Yeah.
Broodmother and Enigma banned out, so you are taking away all those raid pack and spammy heroes. Summons are gone. Leshrac and Marcy taken out by Polaris. No big surprises, it doesn't feel like. I do like the respect Chubby Boys is giving to Force on his Broodmother, because it's not something Polaris always dips into, but when they are allowed to do so, we saw the effects of that in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what kind of first picks they want here between these two teams. Chubby Boys, they'll have a bit of a think about it already. So they'll go into the Tusk. Now, this is an interesting hero right now, because pub meta, it never shows up. Pro meta, apparently it's the best hero in the game now.
Yeah, it is, and hopefully that visual bug is only for us viewers.
Oh.
Because that visual bug just, it makes this
No, I don't
hero
think it is.
so hard.
I think it actually is in the game.
Yeah, I swear that's actually just busted. Hopefully not, but we'll find out. It's such a good hero though. Like, it enables so many lanes. It's got this flexibility onto the mid lane that, you know, was always like an option, but wasn't the most popular until like Tundra really showed it off. So I think it's such a good hero to go into to keep your lineup open. And for Polaris, they go into a usual AO hero. He mentioned it in the interview last time. He likes these simple to use heroes. Undying, arguably one of the most simple heroes to play, and set up a win condition for your team. And they go straight into the Xavius Mirana. So no joking around. Pick very comfy supports to start off with for Polaris, and just kind of build around that. I mean, there's no real ways of hard countering Undying or Mirana. There's some ways to remove their effectivity. But overall, these guys just kind of hold the lanes in a very consistent way.
I mean, talking about Xavier's, Jonathan, we talk about the man's haircut here. I mean, geez, what's with the blue? He's cut his hair short. It's right there, John. I mean, I can see you trying to look at the paperwork here. It's literally right there, John. He's right in front of your eyes right now.
He's too far out to see in person.
You showed off about having eye surgery.
Well, I have seen his hair. It's a striking color balance. You know, he is rocking the Polaris blue, so maybe it's there. Chubby Boys do go into the Naga Siren, which we have seen a lot of. Again, throughout this day, we've seen a lot of it. I think it was actually MKS who played it last, right? Like, they did play an earlier series there, Chubby Boys. And Naga Siren is just a pretty big hero right now. Like, it's definitely not a hero that Undying or Mirana really handle as supports. You don't have the best. You don't have the best clear, and why can't you stand?
It's Naga Siren, John. It just doesn't. As a hero, it just sickens me. You know how I feel about these pushy styles of hero that have illusions that just push non-stop and never end the game.
I always don't know why you say that when you love Necronomicon.
Because they push and finish the game.
But Necronomicon does the same thing. What's there to complain about?
No, Necronomicon doesn't stall out the game, John. It ends the game.
Oh, you said stall. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, you could end the game.
Don't question my love for Necro emoticons, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're sick, man. You read way too much of those white papers.
Yeah.
Still, I mean, the Naga still makes sense for Chubby Boys despite your disgust for it. You don't have the best wave clear from Polaris. Building something like the Ags on Xavius here. It's a process on Mirana. It's not a process that you normally go through as the Pause 4 as well. Maybe down the line, 4th item pickup, 5th item pickup, you could see the Ags, but beyond that, the Naga is going to have a good time here. You don't have the best ways to clear out a Tombstone though, so a well-placed Tombstone from AU is still going to be disruptive in these fights, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah. Well, we do get into the third pick here, Polaris. They'll end up picking up the Pango. Could be the old Lelouch mid-Pangoli we're used to seeing. Obviously, it could just be the Force off-lane Pango as well. Bit of a flex pickup here from Polaris. You never really know. I like to think Lelouch will probably just take it himself in the mid lane, considering he's a very, very strong mid-Pango player. But again, it's a flex pick. We saw Polaris last game, flexing up the Pudge and the Sniper. You don't want to get baited by these guys, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. It does give them a really good answer for the Naga Siren. You've got really good wave clear, really good control coming out that the Tusk can't really stop or save you from. So you've got a lot of good options on the Pango now. And it does feel like, as you mentioned, any of those roles kind of fit that hero. Like off-lane matchup against Naga Siren, not too bad. Chubby Boys, again, going back to their own flexibility here, there is room for them to run something like a Roger and Naga Siren 5. That is something that Roger has done before. He loves these quirky 5s, and we have seen support Naga. So I wouldn't put it out of the picture, except Chubby Boys go straight for the Grimstroke and the Doom. So actually going for the double Doom here.
Right.
Well, you and I had the discussion with Parker when we were watching Lil Gun earlier. And Parker, you know, he pointed out Grimstroke's not been the best hero. I think I remember a talk in TI as well, when the Grimstroke does come out, you don't necessarily want to go for the double use of stuff, but it gives him an answer for the Pango, so you're disregarding the double Doom, at least you have a way of stopping the Pango rolling.
Oh, you're saying it in a very nice way, John. To quote Parker, he said this Grimstroke hero is trash, which I think he used the word trash because I was there, and he wanted to he wanted me to understand, Jonathan. He knows I like that word.
Yes.
I do agree with him. I think Grimstroke is complete trash right now, but with the Doom, you do have the combination, and sometimes it's all that matters. Polaris Esports, they'll go into a Dazzle.
Oh. So I think this is the shift that we were looking for. Flexibility on hand, Mirana for Xavius, Dazzle for AU, more than likely the Lelouch Pango, and the Force offlane Undying.
Okay.
So the adjustments are made. Dazzle's an interesting one with up against a Doom, right? If you think about that interaction of Shallow Grave and Doom, it's funny because you could try to time it on the ticks and try to deny when Shallow Grave fades, because the damage is a tick.
Right.
There's an interval, so you could theoretically try to do that. It's kind of absurd,
right?
But that plays there, I guess.
Why did you find that necessary to bring up if it's so absurd, Jonathan?
It's absurd because it's a possibility. Otherwise, I honestly don't see how the Dazzle fits in fully here, because it doesn't really answer a lot of things. Like, on the one hand, you do have a way of clearing out illusions with a shard.
Right.
Because you will turn everything, you know, into Hex, and that will dispel the illusion. So you have a way of clearing out the Naga, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like a great answer to Doom. Like when Doom comes out, someone's just dying. Shallow Grave is not going to do much.
Right.
5 seconds.
It doesn't really apply that much control either. You are really locked into the Mirana and Pangolier to kind of jump heroes in, and it's not the most stable control. Like a good mid pickup for Chubby Boys, something like a Spirit Brother would actually line up really well for Chubby Boys if they're not going to run the Tusk mid.
Okay.
But it's open enough that I think Chubby Boys just has some good answers on hand, despite having trash in the lineup.
No need for that, John. No need for that. That's terrible. Completely unprofessional language.
Trash stroke, grim trash, garbage stroke. What are we going for here?
Monkey King ban out, Bat Rider ban out, Chubby Boys. Feel like I've had a bit too much influence rubbed off on you, Chubby Boys.
Should just be probably a mid hero. I don't think they're going to go for some like an MKS mid Tusk.
I feel like as well, while we're here, Jonathan, they don't need to call themselves Chubby Boys. I prefer Kawaii Boys. We are in Japan after all.
That's their original name. What do you mean? This is what they went by. Yeah, when they went through open qualifiers, they were Chubby Boys.
You're telling me I'm not a genius?
No.
I come up with this stuff without even thinking about it, John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should put more thought into it, Mike. Work those two brain cells. Rub them together. Get some friction going. Light a fire.
Chubby. Oh, okay. They'll go down the silencer route.
So I guess it is a mid-Tusk, unless MKS does something like a mid-Silencer, which I guess could work. I mean, we've seen mid-Grimstroke as well, but that. Polaris into the Natsumi Raid King, which is one of his favorite heroes. I mean, you've got the Undying, literally Undying strat with Undying Dazzle Raid King. Theoretically, no one's dead. Raid King's a Doom counter because, well, you Doom Raid King, what are you really going to do with that? It's like 1 life. You have to follow up? Probably not. So, I like the response from Polaris. Chubby Boys are going with the XLR and Tusk, so Roger is playing the Silencer. And that's mid-Tusks against Pango. I mean, it's not an unmanageable lane, but I would say Lelouch probably has a little bit of a better time dancing around, clearing out the creep wave. So it's not the worst thing in the world, and I think that's, again, one of the things to watch out for. That mid matchup, that off-lane matchup, really important for both sides.
It certainly is. It's going to be a very interesting matchup here between these two teams. I'm kind of curious. I like to ask you the hard questions sometimes, Jonathan. Who do you think came out with the stronger draft going into this game?
I would lean towards Polaris, even though... Actually, they switched up again as well, by the way. Xavius is on Dazzle.
Oh.
And AU is on Murano. And he does have a mean Murano. It's just very rare we see him do it with Boomy.
A mean Murano?
Yeah.
Like the mean Clockwork?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to doubt it. All right.
It's just we don't get to see it as much because Xavius always plays Murano. Right. So he's on Dazzle, which is an interesting change. But Dazzle Undying Lane is one of the most obnoxious things in the world, so I can't fault him for it.
What's not obnoxious, John, is this intro screen. I do love seeing it. It is fantastic. Sadly, Polaris do not get a cool one.
It's always funny when one team has it and the other doesn't.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things. It's just like, just do it, you know? Just put it on. Anyway, we'll get into the game. Of course, Predator League 2022, the final stage is here. Day 1, match 20. Let's get it underway. It should be a hell of a matchup between these two teams. See how it pans out.
Time. Maybe next time, what shall you?
Yeah.
Care to share?
Uh-oh. Getting started already. Naturally, we are going to have our pause.
We talked about the offlane matchup. Force and Xiao Yu already at it.
Yeah, that they are.
The mental warfare has begun.
They've got to get something going. Sorry, setting is the call here from the side of Chubby Boys. Get those settings sorted. They have time to do this early, you know. This is the thing, right? Like, see, at home, it used to always get on my nose. I'm like, okay, how have you got settings issues? You're literally at home playing.
Well, this happens when you actually change PCs. It does. Sometimes Steam Cloud just doesn't update or updates wrong.
Oh, so we're throwing Steam under the bus
No,
now.
it's just a weird thing. It just happens. The settings don't change the way you want them to. What tends to happen?
Everyone's going Lawson.
Yeah, Lawson's is great.
Everyone's going Lawson.
Everyone's going out there.
All right.
When in Japan.
I'm going Lawson's as well.
Yeah.
Quite literally, this is not a joke. Stun is down. They've already found Xiao Bonbon here on the Grimstroke, and it looks like first blood secured. Lelouch, off to a great start here on the mid Pango. You couldn't really ask for a better start, securing that first blood gold. And I always kind of bring this up, John, but the enemy mid lane are probably going to be very upset right now.
Yeah, it's not a great thing to feed that kill away to the enemy mid. To be fair to Polaris, though, they did actually literally wait for Lelouch to show up for that. Like, Natsumi had a good opportunity to take that first blood himself. Nah, plays patient, hands it over, plays disciplined, and ensures Lelouch will have that earlier bottle timing, which is key to that mid matchup. So already
you
set
try
up.
explaining that to the mid player, John. You
No.
try telling him.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's not his fault. Believe me. No, I didn't mean to feed mid.
Oh, hold on a minute. Natsumi now going to be chased down. Nice curse
Oh.
out into the great
Oh.
shards out. Exilon has found 2 of them. Natsumi going to try and delay this a little bit. Xiao Yu will continue the chase up. Looks like Natsumi is going to barely survive, but will be forced to run towards the fountain. So he will be forced to get towards that fountain, go for the reset. Roger not going to allow him to go back towards the lane and just pop himself. I think it's still fine. You might miss like 1 creep, maybe 2. Not too big of a deal.
Yeah, not the biggest deal in the world. In fact, I don't think he's going to miss much creeps. He's already in the fountain as the creep waves meet up, so probably just 1 creep missing. And taking a look at that mid, again, Exilern playing the mid Tusk, which has been popping off from TI. Lelouch on his classic Pango. This matchup should be fairly even. Maybe a little bit easier for Lelouch with a shield crash spam down the line, but Tusk does have some ways to play with the Ice Shards coming through, so there is some wave clear on hand as well. And they're both fairly durable enough that it's not going to be as punishing. Holding Lelouch back with the Shards is also pretty hard for Exilern to kind of get done because of Swash. So overall, I think Lelouch just has a few more options to balance out this mid matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe it was 109 who made the Tusk popular. But before him, of course, it was Tops. I mean, Topson's been talking about mid Tusk for quite a while, been spamming it quite a while as well in his pubs, and so it does turn out to be quite strong. So there you go. We'll see what they can get done with it. Of course, up at top lane, Natsumi going to be there with AU against Xiao Yu on the Doom, and why not have a look at bot lane as well? You've got Xavius and Force there on the Wraith King, or rather the Undying, and the Dazzle against Roger and MKS on the Naga, and of course the Silencer. How do you feel like the Undying does against the Naga, Siren, in this matchup?
I think against the Naga it's fine. Against the Silencer, it's really annoying. Like, Silencer has a really good presence in that lane. Drop the curse onto 2, and they can't spam out their spells. Both of these heroes live and die by spamming spells in the lane. You're not giving that opportunity out to either one. I mean, look at Xavius. Mana almost full, and now not too much deducted, but the HP's all the way down. And if you're not harassing out, if you're not zoning out as the Dazzle, with the Undying, it just feels like this lane isn't going to take off. So first 3 levels, very important for Polaris, and I think Chubby Boys have done a great job of just counteracting and holding their own in that first set of waves.
No, 100%. We are going to have another pause coming out. MKS once again probably having some more settings issues, and going back to that conversation, a mouse problem now. Well, imagine that. Mouse problems.
Yeah. Take your time, says Lelouch.
Well, it's not up to Lelouch how much time they take, Jonathan. Unlike with these remote casts we used to do, now I'm in the building, so I can really pay attention to see if there is some mouse problems going on.
Do you see any?
I don't see any mice.
Mice.
No mice around
no
here.
Mice
Jonathan.
around. No. Shame. I see teddy bears though.
Teddy bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are
Adorable.
some very cute teddy bears here on the desk.
Adorable.
They are certainly adorable.
All over the place.
So game 1.
Yes.
And I keep saying game 1.
keep
It is
saying that.
it is
It's
one
one game.
game, right? Never mind. MK is saying let's go. I hope we can go. Polaris.
Where were you going with that anyway?
Wait, look, I was trying to get back to the Undying. You were trying to explain to me how this matchup works. You talked about the Silencer. I'm wondering, like, does Force go for like the max decay just to be able to deal with the Naga illusions this game?
It's one way. It just feels like whenever you make this choice with Undying, you sacrifice a lot of early team fight. It does feel like Tombstone's fairly well protected here. MKS playing tag, but again, with Roger's positioning, for Force to come in and help, it's so difficult to cut through and try to find the angle to get some good decays here. Look at that spacing, too far apart for a double decay.
Certainly so. A very, very rough time here for the Undying, that's for sure. Of course, Natsumi, he's also kind of having a rough time here, like 7-0, but they've got the Arc Lightning creep here from Xiao Yu, and he's just going to chase him down now. Natsumi forced to pop the stick charges. Arrows there, Xiao Yu. He's the one that's gone too far, and AU is able to punish. You talked about the Mirana plays from AU. He'll just keep going. Jia Bon trying to run. AU does not have another arrow yet, but he's still manning up here against the Grimstroke as the stun comes out. Jia Bon does take the kill, but does get taken down. Natsumi able to take the second. You'd have to call that worth for the side of Polaris.
Oh, you're really happy. Very calculated sacrifice by AU as well. So he does feed some EXP and gold out to the Grimstroke, but solo EXP for Natsumi, a bigger win for Polaris, and that was just ballsy. A really deep dive from Xiao Yu, knowing that he has a good lane matchup, knowing he has a spell spam on hand, but copying too much from the tower and not respecting AU with the arrow right in the perfect time.
Very, very strong play there from AU, and of course Natsumi. KS back down to the bot lane. Still having a very good time, I think, with the Naga. Force not doing too bad himself. Still ahead in terms of CH, actually, and this mid lane, I suppose, is the most interesting part. Like, Exilion on this mid task, having a decent time, Lelouch having an even better time, but now Jia Bonbon's on the chase here on this Grimstoke, trying to get some damage out. Would love another Stroke of Fate right now, but it was off, or rather on cooldowns. Lelouch is going to be able to bottle up in the tree line, and he'll be just fine. Back into the lane he goes. The mid matchup has proven to be quite close, and as I say that, Exilion does go for a snowball out into Lelouch, but that'll be about it. There's no follow-up. There's now bottom lane. Xavius forced to just try and shallow grave and TP out. He does have the curse going on him, but he is within the fountain now. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, that is one thing you lack in this lane. Once the ensnare is gone, you don't really have a way of stopping just TP out, and the damage output isn't quite high enough. They do get the gold from the Tombstone, so Force does sacrifice a bit to buy that space. And MKS is more than happy to just trade a kill for 125 gold. Not the worst thing in the world. MKS is farming fairly well, and that is of concern, but Force isn't too far behind. He's not finding kills, but he is working this lane quite nicely. And that's still to the benefit of Polaris. You still have this really good level 6 spike, level 7 until level 8 once you get the Tombstone or Decay up and running. And it just feels like with Chubby Boys running Naga Siren and Doom, you are going to wait for those heroes to be online for quite a while. I mean, Doom Midas is the usual build-up. Naga Siren is usually like a hard timing. It's going to be a little bit longer until all of that's up and running, and you really feel confident here.
Yeah. A 1-3 for now. Very slight net worth lead the way of Polaris. Nothing to write home about. Xiao Yu still having a very strong time here on that Doom in the off-lane, of course, top of the CS border. Even with that death he did have. MKS in the meantime having a pretty decent lane himself, but you got to give props to Force and Xavius here. Force is still ahead in CS and hasn't really been bullied out, even though he is up against that position 5 silencer as well as the Naga. I suppose they are allowing MKS a very free laning stage, but Force is still farming just fine as Xavius. Just get a little bit aggressive there on Roger, but eventually forced to back off. MKS now getting a little bit more aggressive now that he has a few more points up the Riptide. Ultimately just has to leave Force be.
Yeah, again, they're doing a great job just keeping MKS in a little bit of a check. Like, the MKS is still slightly behind in comparison, although...
Another Decay up from Force. It's going to cop a fair bit of damage as MKS already putting stickers down. Very confident he's got the kill. Soul Rip is out. The curse is going to last forever though. Force, he kind of walked back into the illusions, but it looks like he's just going to survive. The Riptides are still going, but ultimately he is going to be alright. He'll survive.
Yeah, bails out just in time. That is still a lot of space, and Xavius?
Maybe he may not be, but he's got the Shallow Grave out. Problem is, can he survive through the curse? The answer is no. He will drop.
Find a nice enough kill coming out from Chubby Boy. He's not the biggest in the world, so you're still fairly okay with Polaris. Force gets to reset, doesn't bleed away too much gold, gets back in lane, fully manned up, and that's where you can start to be annoying in that lane. Lots of free space down mid though. Alush did get a TP out, was cancelled off, but did eventually find that kill on the Tusk as well, and now a little bit of room to shove in mid. Not the fastest pusher in the world as Pangolier, but again, that mid matchup is one of the key points for these two teams. And Alush so far has managed to work out another pretty solid lane for himself.
Absolutely, Alush able to secure another kill here as they go mid lane into AU, but the snowball's not really going to land, so they don't get that extra damage off. It won't matter though. Exilone, he's got enough at the end. Be able to take him out, but here comes Lelouch once again. Stroke of Fate doing a fair bit of damage, and now the silence is out, but they don't have the follow-up, I don't think, as Lelouch, he'll keep running towards the north. Exilone still trying. Nice snowball dodge out on the shield crash as he keeps going. Shallow Grave is there, onto the Pango. Walrus Punch is out though, Lelouch. He is going to drop. Exilone able to get a bit of punishment as Jabon, he does go down. Arrow out from AU, not going to land either. Roger though, he's the one dropping low now as the heal does come out, doing so much damage to Roger, and it's barely going to be enough.
Yeah, no uphill misses coming out for AU, does manage to nail that kill. Still a bit of a better trade for Chubby Boys, trading 2 supports for the mid Pango, not the worst thing in the world. Exilearn's getting solo EXP, he's getting that build up into the Falcon Blade. Phase boots up, he does a lot of damage if he is on top of you. And I think the one thing that you are getting for both sides is fairly free safe lane. So both Natsumi and MKS are farming well. Xavier's keeping a good track on MKS though, but needs to respect the illusions. Not until his shard is up. He's always going to be a bit of a sitting duck to that.
Meanwhile, Exilone actually finding AU once again as Lelouch now going to go for a Rolling Thunder, but connects on the corner and doesn't seem to want to go for the fight any longer. Seeing 3 heroes in the mid lane, he does not want to dive in that deep. Exilone getting away with murder once again as they are going to smoke up immediately. Don't believe there was a ward to scout that out either, so they're not aware that this smoke is happening right now. On the side of RSG, they'll head up towards the top lane. Exilone, he'd love a crack at Natsumi. Natsumi's going to back off at that right moment, and I suppose they just kind of recognize there's just too many heroes missing off the map, though I say that. Natsumi still going to get caught in that dire jungle. Does he have the reincarnate? He does not. It is not skilled up, so Natsumi in big trouble. Still only gets silenced up. They won't quite finish the job of seeing Xavier's TPing in. They'll back off, and in goes Natsumi. He'll try to make the play. Arrow's going to land from AU from a mile away onto Exilone. He does have Snowball available. He will hold out for a little bit, going back in onto Lelouch. They should still have the kills, still bottle charges are there, but AU just leaping in, trying to get the damage out, and eventually Lelouch does find it. Onto Roger, they might have another, and they do. In fact, Xiao Bon, he is not out of danger yet either. He will drop. Polaris really just ripping them a new one here on the side of RSG.
That's just some great dancing around from Polaris, just dodging out with Natsumi, baiting them in, not being able to hammer in that kill in the Wraith King after committing so hard. You just feel like you want to find something on Chubby Boy's end, and just causes this cascading effect where Polaris are able to jump on top and find something. Doom out from Xiaoyu onto Xavius, but that's a dazzle after that team fight's done. And
Rolling Thunder, oh, it's barely gonna land. Arrow's there to follow up so they can keep connecting with the Rolling Thunder. Xiaoyu, I mean, you get the dazzle kill, but it's just nowhere near worth your own life.
It's a massive win for Polaris. You're more than happy to trade Xavius away for that, considering how much farm Xiaoyu has been able to get in that Doom. He's top CS. No, that Doom's just been AFK farming, and that's a big sacrifice to make to feed onto Lelouch. They tried to make a play down mid, aren't really able to punish Lelouch that much, and he still gets his bottle refill.
And he does. Even gets lucky with the shovel. Very, very nice.
Amazing what you found laying around.
Fully topped up, fully healed up, mana to spare for some aggression. Very even game so far in terms of net worth, though. Only a 1k lead out for Polaris, not the biggest amount. Xavius just getting some stacks going now. And you do have decent clear with the Wraith King, so you can kind of benefit from that for Natsumi. He misses the large camp by just a bit. The Ancients are at least stacked up. You have to worry about the Naga left unchecked, though, but MKS hasn't been able to farm as much as you'd expect him to, lagging severely behind. He just has no room in the jungle. Just look at Xavius.
Yeah,
Chases him down.
He's just forced to TP out. Xavier's just bullying him away here on the Dazzle, and that's a worrying sign. Like when your +1 Naga's getting bullied by a Dazzle, just chasing him in the jungle, and he knows there's nothing he can do with that poison touch, just taking him away. That is very concerning. MKS just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's a rough time, and they're not able to relieve that pressure down bot because Chubby Boys are dragging their supports elsewhere. Right, we're seeing the Silencer go down mid, Roger just trying to get some space out, playing with a Tusk. They're grouping themselves around Exilern. But if Polaris don't respond, it's just time that's wasted, and they get this room to push down bot. There is a bit of focus on the mid, the two heroes down, but this is just so much room for the Undying to get this build up. I mean, it's a fast Lotus Orb that's going to come out for Force.
Yeah, Force is going to be absolutely huge going into this game. And I mean, when you're playing Doom, when you're playing Silencer against Lotus Orb that early, it's always tough. You see Chubby Boys, I mean, still grouped up, still hanging around that mid lane. AU will be there to defend. Arrow, AU trying to be a little bit cheeky there with the angle, almost finds him. See Learn. Kind of bully him back, but that'll be about it. Polaris easily hold that mid-tier 1 towers. It seems like there might be a smoke out from our Tusk. So Jabon Bon, see Learn maybe heading down towards the bottom side, trying to focus down Force on that Undying. See what they can find here. They'll hang around that dire triangle for a little bit. Back into the mid lane they go. Seems like they want to try and focus AU on this Mirana. Snowball is there, AU with a quick leap out, but it's not going to be enough. They have the ensnare to lock him down. Still Force is going to TP in with a pretty big Tombstone and Decay. Problem is there's not really much follow-up, but he's still going to chase them down. He has the Flesh Golem going. Xiaobon Bon, has he gone too far? It does seem like they have the damage for at least the Grimstroke, and now Roger, he's in big trouble. Force, he'll just man up. Now Lelouch going even more forward, finding Exilern on the Tusk. This will be another massive pickup if they can get it, but they will not. Still, they find 2 for their trouble. 2 for 1 on the supports. And the mid-tier 1 tower, it's just being chipped away at by Polaris.
They've just got everything they could ask for. Not much to really stop them in that siege. You've got a 2-level lead coming out here for Lelouch up against the Tusk, and now up top as well.
Yeah, Xiaoyu in big trouble now on the Doom, trying to make a run away, but AU is right behind him and eventually does take him out. Another nice pick up here by our Mirana. And AU, he's having another fantastic game.
What did I say about his Mirana?
All right, you don't need to say it every damn time, Jonathan. Exilern, he'll chance up, he'll try to make a run out. He is going to drop, though. Another massive pick-off. The thing is with the mid-Tusk, if you get off to a slow start, it's not really a core hero anymore.
It feels terrible to catch up with.
Yeah.
It just doesn't flash farm all too well. And it needs ganks to really get going, to hit this timing, to work towards your utility down the line, your defensive items like, say, a fast BKB to stand up front. None of that is lining up for Exilern here. And Polaris taking that mid-tier 1, opening up the map, shrinking the map space for MKS to farm in. That's dangerous. You've got Naga Doom. You need to farm for a long time here.
Roger. Almost going down to AU once again, does back his way out in time, but Polaris just have full control of the map now, it feels, as they do infiltrate that Radiant Triangle. Not much that the side of Chubby Boys can do about it. And Natsumi just so comfortable to move in with the rest of his team. They've got Tombstone back up, and why is AU stealing creeps?
He was.
Oh, goodness
From
me.
Natsumi, and the ping came out. It's like, hey. He's like, no, I need this gold. He was just far enough. He needs some.
Instead of stacking the ancient creeps, AU's literally taking the large camp away from his pos 1. That's not something you generally see from a position 5 player, but well, there you go, kids. If you're in a pub, just take the creeps. Screw 'em.
Yeah, I mean, AU's been landing those arrows. He deserves a bit of attacks of his own. He's having a good time. Chubby Boys, Xiaoyu?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting jumped again. Natsumi just casually walking in. Arrow's going to be completely whiffed this time around. Global Stance has been popped. I believe they might be fighting in the mid lane as Force. Does end up dropping, so they find a pretty big pick-off here on the side of Chubby Boys. Be happy with that, finding that position 3 Undying. And Polaris, they've Moonlight Shadowed up. They want to try and force a fight. They'll at least find the silencer. So Roger, he is going to drop. Rolling Thunder is there from Leilouche back into XC Learn. The task, Shards was way out. I'm not sure what the idea was. Oh, he was trying to get the creep wave to snowball over. It's not going to matter, but it was a nice attempt.
Yeah, a bit of a heads-up play, but doesn't quite reach in time. That slow coming out from Xavius with a right click is just obnoxious for something to run away from. 8-16, 4K lead for Polaris. They have just been setting this pace non-stop. Blink up on Lelouch with the defusal. This Pango is just really popping off. Again, still 3 levels ahead of MKS right now. 3 levels ahead of Exilern. It just doesn't feel good when you're a Tusk and you're this far back. And your bot is just being shoved in. You have such great push coming out from this Wraith King that he can pressure lanes by himself.
I mean, this game's an absolute disaster right now for Chubby Boys. There's no two ways about it. Polaris, Arrow, not going to land. MKS, though, still being chased down. He will try and use those illusions, but now the shards are up for the Dazzle, and he just gets taken out. He doesn't have Song leveled up, I don't think, or it's on cooldown. They go on to Roger. They're going to try for the Pango as well. Keeping him alive there. Leilouche is still going as he will swashbuckle away, but the silence is there. And now with the Stroke of Fate, they will have the damage. So they do end up losing their mid Pango, but it's still a 3-for-1 trade. Polaris is going to be pretty happy with this, I think.
Yeah, it's a big kill for Chubby Boys to find. So you don't feel too bad about it, but you did drop your Nagasarn. You're losing out on that far more for MKS. The game needs to be, it almost feels like you need to stall out even more for this Naga to be online. And again, it's just a Naga and a Doom sharing space to farm. It's not much to work with. Now with the tier 2 under threat, probably just going to fall to Natsumi. Bot jungle just closes out almost entirely. And it's just shrinking. It's shrinking too hard for these two heroes to sustainably farm. As long as Polaris keeps that pressure up and ensures that these heroes can't dip out to build up, then you have a pretty good path to victory for Polaris. Chubby Boys, this game is just very difficult for them to find opportunities. They need to be clever with how to find those pickoffs here.
They certainly do. I mean, 9-19, 5K disadvantage here for Chubby Boys. One good team fight could turn this game right back around, but again, they don't have that mid player to kind of work around here. The Tusk is just not doing what they need. Is Roger. He's going to run right into Force. He will at least tank the gank for his team. It's going to be another kill to go the way of Polaris, and they are pinging out Roshan. They've already popped the Flesh Golem. They may as well try for it. Natsumi, he even has a double damage rune. Well, of course he does.
Speed up the process for the winning team, of course, 9-20. No vision out here for Chubby Boys to kind of contest. So Polaris should have a nice freebie lined up for themselves here. They are still coming in to check, though. Illusions being sent out. They have MKS on hand. Could try something.
MKS will pop the song. Oh, that's a great roll in from Leilouche. He's found his primary target, just locking him down constantly. They're going to throw a Doom out eventually onto the Rolling Thunder, but he's out. He just rolls right back out of there. Bon, he's going to drop. XE Learn is trying to run his way out. Shards onto Natsumi. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu still trying to at least chase something. He'll find AU. TP away is not going to be enough, but now Leilouche is on the chase. The Pango not going to be able to find the Doom for now. They'll leave him be. It ends up being a 1-for-1 so far, but now Roger's been caught out. That'll be a second for Polaris, and they can go right back for the Roshan.
Yeah, it's way too low. Song play doesn't quite pan out for Chubby Boys. Good read on the map, though. Telling that the Rosh is happening, trying to do something about it. Just very great preparation from Polaris. Having that roll on hand from Lelouch with the blink. disrupting that song usage, ensuring there's no clear path to come in for the steal, to force this fight before Roshan. And now you get the Aegis up for Lelouch, so he can take these riskier plays up front for his team. For Chubby Boys, it just feels like there's not much damage. Like, the Naga Siren's just not quite ready. They're reliant on Doom and Global Silence to get things done. But those are long cooldown spells. Once they're expended, Polaris are more than happy to reset and come back in.
But they are. Might see it very, very soon. I mean, there is some action maybe to break out top lane. Xavius, they do move in. Zhao Yu's the one to initiate here onto Force, trying for the Undying, but the Tombstone will be dropped. And well, that'd be cute to kind of leave the area, go after the Dazzle instead. Xavier shouldn't really have the greatest way of surviving through this and probably just won't. He will drop RSG, or rather Chubby Boys, able to secure the kill as they do smoke up immediately. I believe there wasn't a creep wave though. Lelouch now, just going in onto Jabonbon on his own, does secure the kill, but how does he get out? Natsumi's around the corner, Force will be there as well. Turns out to be a bait all along as XE learned. He is just gonna melt. Oh, and they found MKS, why the hell not?
My God.
It's too much. It's just too much.
I mean, even going for Lelouch there is just a bit optimistic. He has Aegis. Like, they can handle one life. Handling two just feels like a tall order, considering that, again, there's a lack of damage. They didn't have Doom on hand. They didn't have Global Silence right at that moment. At the very least, Xiao Yu will manage to bail out, cutting their losses here. But Polaris get way more than enough from that. 11 to 26, 9k lead up. Force just doing so much up front with that early Lotus Orb pickup, really paying off with the dividends here. And straight off onto a bit of a shove down mid. They've already kind of taken care of the bot, of course. Map is just shrinking more and more, and it just doesn't feel good when you've got this Naga and Doom that need farm when the map just shrinks at 21 minutes in.
It certainly does not. Tier 2 towers going down now. The Chubby Boys, they've got to find a way to defend these towers, but it's just so rough. It really does feel like a 4v5 without this Tusk being up and online. Maybe even a 3v5, considering MKS just can't help right now. As Polaris is still roaming the map, they're the ones to smoke up and try to find more targets. They'll run right into Xiao Yu. That's another great target onto this Doom. He's so important to the side of Chubby Boys. He does have that Doom available, but he's forced the BKB just to walk away. And he will do so, but in the meantime, Jabonbon's gone. Lelouch will still go for the chase as well. They're going to split out Lelouch eventually. The Purge was there to boot, but it won't matter. He will be able to blink out. Problem is now the mid-tier 2 tower could be under siege.
That's their last outer tower here in Chubby Boys. And even if you don't find the big kills for Polaris, Aegis still stands. Rolling Thunder cooldown, not the longest in the world to wait for. With the tier 2 down, it's just straight high ground. There's really not much Chubby Boys can do. They do have the song, they've got Doom, they've got Silence, everything ready for a bit of a hold. But Polaris, they're just confident with this kind of lead up. Why wouldn't you feel good about trying to poke and prod onto the high ground? The space, though, being used well by MKS, farming where he can. So that build-up is still being maintained by the Naga as best as you can. But it's a level 13 Naga up against a 17 Raid King, a 17 Pango. That's a big discrepancy.
It's huge, absolutely huge here for the side of Chubby Boys. I mean, MKS is trying his absolute best to get something done, but it's just so rough. All he can do is hit creeps right now and hope for the best. So he will leave the illusions to do the job. He's up the whole entire jungle on his own. Like, Xavius can't actually deal with the illusions right now, just wants to run his way out. Way too much damage with that Riptide flying in. Ultimately, eventually should be just fine as Polaris continuing. Still controlling the Radiant side of the map, and that's exactly what you want. In fact, I believe they may have found Xiao Yu down on the bottom side. There at least was a bit of a chase going on, and Natsumi, he will continue the chase. Xiao Yu, BKB, TP away, Rolling Thunder was at least forced out, so you do get something out of that.
Yeah, you waste some time here.
Oh, hold on a minute. XE Learn now forced to BKB up. This isn't looking too good. He'll snowball away, TP out as well. No way to cancel. Roger, he'll TP out to boot in the tree line. But now you've wasted 2 BKB.
Yeah, that feels a lot more worthwhile now for Polaris. They know these long spell immunity periods are on cooldown for a little bit longer. Aegis, though, not the longest left here for Polaris.
Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, he apparently finds Force in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's forced to Doom Force there, so you lack that big tool to keep Lelouch in check, to keep Natsumi in check, although probably not the biggest Doom target in that Raid King. But now they know that tool is gone. So Polaris could feel more confident to try and find those pickoffs if they want to.
Dire's top tower
Again,
is
if you look
under
at what
attack.
Chubby Boys are doing though, keeping top shoved out, giving space for the Naga to farm, there needs to be a sneaky smoke to kind of counteract that, and Natsumi's going to try to get that done.
See if they can get it done. Meanwhile, NK is still pushing out the top lane. They keep those waves pushed out. Natsumi, they're going to blink right into him. MKS forced to just song up and TP away. They don't have the Rolling Thunder to try and rely on to cancel that song, or rather cancel the TP within the song. It's going to be okay, and it's just the one thing to do right now for MKS. Just keep the lanes pushed out. That'll keep that game going. Keep buying more opportunities for your team to try and come back, as it looks like there's going to be a fight to break out down towards the bottom side. They do find the Tusk. Won't even have the chance to snowball up. It's going to be another nice, easy kill for Polaris, and that is the mid-Tusk going down. It may not look like it, but that is the mid-Tusk. Lelouch now going to find Xiao Yu, and again, just BKB being used up. He does get himself out, but you might be able to force high ground now, knowing it's not available.
Yeah, no BKB on the Doom, no Doom on the Doom. Big openings out for Polaris if they want to kind of commit. Rolling Thunder on cooldown might hold them back just a tad. But considering how much Natsumi has, he's got the full AC Radiance. This guy's nigh unkillable by the physical output of the Naga. So you have a lot of options now for Polaris to keep that game shut out. Roger bailing out in the nick of time as well. I still appreciate what MKS is doing. Come on, man. This guy's been top for so long. He's been TPing home and coming back top uncontested, but
yeah,
it's not... It doesn't feel like it's doing enough yet. It's going to take way more time for the Naga to finally pay off, and I think they're going to look at maybe at least next Roshan is probably the timing that you'd want the Naga to feel comfy in, but it feels like you're going to need 4 more minutes on top of that.
I mean, it's maybe even more. Though it does have a hard up now. Does have a hard up, bit tankier. Force. He'll TP out. Looks like there's a bit of a Moonlight Shadow to break out in the mid lane. They actually found Xiao Yu. He rather found AU instead, but there is going to be the Rolling Thunder and the arrow to set up, so the Doom in big trouble. Xiao Yu is probably just gone. There's a fine jump on Bon as well. It's onto the high ground. Polaris, how deep are they going? They found Roger by the tier 4 towers to boot. I mean, why the hell not? Onto the tier 3s they go. With the Skelly boys out. Natsumi's going to jump right in, and Roger's gone. That's a tieback. Immediately, right out of the fountain, he's just dead.
That's quite the magic trick from Natsumi. How to immediately cancel a buyback. Just blink forward and kill them. Tower's gone, Rack's not too far away. MKS does find a top tier 2, but that's not enough to compensate. They're going to lose maybe all their Racks. Heck, if Polaris just felt confident, they could try for the tier 4s. They play it safe. Another tier 3, another Racks to open up. No global silence for 30 seconds. No presence of Naga at all. You really have nothing to worry about here for Polaris.
It sure doesn't feel like it. Though they are going to back off after the glyph. I suppose they are lacking a bit of a creep wave right now, so they won't risk staying too long. Roshan, it's going to be up in about 2 minutes and 15 seconds, but they don't know that. They might assume it might be a bit of an earlier timer. So they'll sit back and just wait for the next Roshan. I mean, you've got a 13k advantage. You're not too concerned right now, but for Polaris, you don't want to throw the game back the other way. It doesn't really feel like there's much of a chance of that happening right now, let's be frank, Jonathan, but you never know. MKS, he's still hitting creeps.
Yeah, he's still hitting creeps. He's about to hit that timing with a butterfly now, and that's when it gets pretty tough for the Red King to deal with a Naga Siren. At the same time, Naga has to deal with Radiance Burn. The missed chance is also annoying for her, so it's like a give or take there. 12 to 32, 13k lead for Polaris. The big item that they just picked up from Chubby Boys, though, is the Ags on the Grimstroke. So you do have the Raid King to steal from. It is a really strong illusion to have on hand. You don't have the best illusion. Well, you still have the illusion clear on Polaris, but that is a strong illusion, so it doesn't get dispelled out by Hex. Polaris, though, going for the smoke play. And if they manage to isolate something like MKS here, that could be the beginning of the end.
They've got a double damage on Natsumi. That pretty much gives him one-shot potential here. He's looking for the blink in. No, he'll go for the Ancients. He doesn't see anyone on the map right now. There's no one he can really confidently jump. Just keep that farm going in that Radiant Triangle. Make sure that MKS is not around farming that himself. Eventually the double damage does wear off anyway, so he won't have that one-shot opportunity much longer. Meanwhile, Seems like Chubby Boys are going to try and make a play mid lane, but the Rolling Thunder, it's already there. Lincoln's, it is available, but was broken on Illusions. They are going to move in onto Xiaobonbon, right on the backside. There's your Doom out, onto the Pango. He's between a rock and a hard place now. Surely no way out, but Natsumi's going to jump in and try to force the fight. Can they fight back though? Chubby Boys, they are going to give it a crack, but they are falling slowly but surely. Xiao Yu, about to drop, will do so eventually. In fact, they even found XC Learn. Eventually, they do get the reincarnation life of the Wraith King, but what does it matter? Natsumi's just chasing MKS past the tier 4 towers. He could not give a crap. He's just so huge right now. MKS, this might be time to call it. They are falling apart here. How do you fight back now?
It's difficult. You've got some buybacks, respawns aren't too far off, not the longest in the world, so there is time for Chubby Boys to regroup, come back in. But without the global silence, without the Doom, and without that Dark Portrait, it doesn't feel like you've got a pretty good shot here. One Rax down, one more to go. Polaris playing it safe. Again, rectifying what used to happen with Polaris and High Ground Sieges. They play it smart. You know the game's not over until the GG's called, so you get those objectives, you clear out the map. Chubby Boy still hanging in though. Again, respawns are short. Mega creeps are something they can handle. So Polaris still has to force the endgame somehow.
That they do. There's the Megas now. They have blown up Xiao Yu once again. That's going to make it rather hard to defend now. There's Xiaobonbon. He shows up out of the fountain, dies immediately. So they do find Force, but the Shallow Grave is there to save it just a little bit longer. They'll try to heal him up. With his Soul Rip, he's going to be just fine. He'll heal up pretty much all the way. It's MKS. I mean, he'll get some voice lines out while he can, but the game is ending very soon as the GG is called. Tier 4 towers are under siege. Hands up. He gives the wave away, but Polaris just proving to be too strong of a team today.
Yeah, and again, this revitalized Polaris just showing us that they have bounced back well since that time in DPC. They've bounced back and grown even since the time of other qualifiers coming out, and they just played a fantastic game. Start to finish, it looked pretty damn clean. They had the right answers for that Naga Siren. Really great shakeup with Xavius taking that Dazzle himself, and AU taking his Mirana, which we rarely see, but he has a fantastic game on.
He certainly does. Very snowy because we do have the heart signs being put up again. Everyone's talking, just putting up these signs that I'm not aware of. I'm a bit of a boomer myself, so very hard for me to understand the present times and everything else. Still very, very strong performance here from Polaris. Chubby Boys, they try their absolute best shot. The mid-tuss doesn't work. It's one of those, it's very hit or miss. It's very hard. If you don't get that start, it just falls apart.
Yeah, and I think it's just also just going for Naga, going for Grimstroke plus Doom, right? Like these combinations on hand, these long cooldowns just made it really hard to play into this run and gun Polaris had. I mean, you have Undying, you have Mirana, you have Dazzle. You're not waiting for that much in terms of timing. Heck, even Pangolier, Rolling Thunder is not the longest cooldown in the world. Very high uptime heroes for aggression. And don't think that Chubby Boy's draft was just built around counteracting that.
Yeah.
But instead playing their own game, playing this drawn-out game where your Doom gets the Midas, farms up into 40 minutes, you have a Naga that scales along with it, and then you get utility on the Tusk with the Ags down. It just didn't last long enough to reach that point. And then Polaris, again, just showing that discipline, not giving those openings out. I mean, props to Chubby Boys. They stalled out really well. MKS was just working the top lane, keeping it shoved out. He kept dodging those ganks, but eventually something had to slip, and Polaris found the opening and just crushed it from there.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough game here for Chubby Boys, but adamant performance. They tried to drag out the game as much as they could. MKS was just constantly pushing up the top lane, creating the best he could, but Polaris just proving to be the stronger team today. That does mean they make it through the semi-finals, if I'm not incorrect in saying so, which is a pretty big deal. Semi-finals, still best of one. With the way they're playing right now, I mean, it just feels like they're just going to make it all the way through.
And I think that's meeting a lot of people's expectations, right? Like Polaris were one of the teams that people probably rated highly going into this tournament. They had a great run in the Philippine finals. They did have to play through that one. And they had a pretty good showing. Right. And again, if you consider their improvements post-DPC, even post-TI qualifiers, which this is, they've just been constantly on the rise. This lineup, ever since they took in AU again as a player, it's just been consistent. All these small steps building up. If you held the DPC now, I think it would be a real toss-up as to who would actually rank up there.
It would be very, very interesting. It would be very interesting to see. Still, we do have so much more of this tournament to go, and that's also going to be very interesting to watch. Of course, we are going to be looking at some comments very, very soon. We have a bit more to talk about. What else would you like to see? I mean, Going into it, is there anything in particular? Do you think the meta's changed at all? Is it still the TI meta that we're used to seeing?
I think we're still fairly close to what TI had. We haven't had like the post-TI patch yet.
Yeah.
So it's still kind of, it's still there. We're still the same game. Nothing's changed too badly. Maybe you see that mid-tusk a little bit more, the Thunder effect, the TI winning effect.
Right.
Still, and I would like to see
doesn't work for everyone.
change. I would like to see a change at some point. I think we all need a change, Mikey. But let's change topics here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go into our recap, see the highlights, and see what happened in this game. Still trying. Nice snowball dodge out on the shield crash as he keeps going. Shallow Grave is there onto the Pango. Walrus Punch is out though. Lelouch, he is going to drop. Exilern able to kind of get a bit of punishment as Jabon Bond. He does go down. Arrow out from AU, not going to land either. Roger though, he's the one dropping low now as the heals up. Bottle charges are there, but AU just leaping in, trying to get the damage out. And eventually Lelouch does find it. Onto Roger. They might have another, and they do in fact. Jabon Bond, he is not out of danger yet either. He focus AU on this Mirana. Snowball is there, AU with a quick leap out, but it's not going to be enough. They have the ensnare to lock him down. Still Force is going to TP in with a pretty big tombstone of Decay. Problem is there's not really much follow-up, but he's still going to chase them down. He has the Flesh Golem going. Jabon Bond, has he gone too far? It does seem like they have the damage for at least the Grip Stroke, and now Roger, he's in big trouble. Force, he'll just man up. Now Lelouch going even more forward. Oh, that's a great roll in from Lelouch. He's found his primary target, just locking him down constantly. They're going to throw Doom out eventually onto the Rolling Thunder, but he's out. He just rolls right back out of there. Jabon Bond, he's going to drop. Exilern is trying to run his way out. Shards onto Natsumi. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu still trying to at least chase something. He'll find AU. TP away is not going to be enough, but now Lelouch is on the chase. As they do smoke up immediately. I believe there wasn't a creep wave for Lelouch now. Just going in onto Jabon Bond on his own does secure the kill, but how does he get out? Natsumi's around the corner. Force will be there as well. Turns out to be a bait all along as Exilern. He is just going to melt. Oh, and they found MKS. Why the hell not?
God.
Surely Xiao Yu about to drop will do so eventually. Like they even found Exilern. The GG's called. G4 Towers are under siege. Hands up. He gives the wave away, but Polaris just proving to be too strong of a team today.
Yeah, and again, this revitalized Polaris.
All right, we're here with Polaris right after that game with Chubby Boys, taking 2 wins in a row today. Force, I want to ask you, now how does it feel playing back-to-back and facing off against your previous DPC opponent here?
I don't know what to say actually. It's just we're just playing our own game. That's it.
Right, and your own game is shaping up. Again, coming into this for you, AU, we get to see your Mirana. We don't get to see you too often because Savius tends to hug that hero a lot.
Me too.
How does that call come out? Like, do you say, hey, ako naman, my turn to play the Mirana? Is that how it goes?
I just told them I just gonna rely on my muscle memory when I play Mirana. It's been a long time since I played that here.
Yes, it is, and it still shines very well there. AU looked fantastic. Now, I don't know if it's fair to say, Lelouch, on your part, but it feels like with both of these teams, a lot of the highlight tends to be on Exilern and on you for Polaris. How do you feel about that match? Like going into it, how do you feel like you found it a lot easier this time to play against Exilern, or was it about the same as you remember last time?
Hello. I think I got my first blood, so I'm on advantage. I think I can buy battle like in the first minute, so I'm just lucky, maybe.
That's fair enough. It did work out really well, and that looked like a really good team call to kind of hand that over to you. It was a fantastic time to see that game from you guys, back-to-back games. Always a bit of a struggle, but that's a great way to tie out that first day for you guys. So congratulations to you guys.
Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
All right, now with that last match over, we'll take a look back at how the brackets ended up, how the games ended up going from today's games, as you can see on the bracket on hand there. Mike, can you read for me? My eyes don't work too well.
I think it says Polaris Esports in the semi-finals. I don't know who those guys are, but I'm sure they're a pretty good team. TNT and Grand Sky before that. So one of those guys is going to be the opponent for Polaris Esports as well. TNT or Grand Sky. My eyesight. I thought you had eyes so.
I actually can't see. But we had a full day of Dota, great day of Dota ahead. We haven't had any of the elimination matches yet, I believe, so that's also lined up relatively soon, tomorrow. And it's just such a tight tournament, best of ones, a lot to watch out for.
It's going to be a very exciting day. Of course, tomorrow's schedule, we're going to be starting at 11:30 a.m. Japanese time, so make sure you're there right on time. Going to be some very, very hyped Dota, especially the elimination bracket. There's our schedule. Going to be some very, very hyped games on the way.
Yeah, and that's it for today. That's the end of the first day of the final phase of the Predator League 2022. Thank you for tuning in, and make sure you tune in again tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
Sleep
well,
baby.
Sleep well, guys.
Good rotation here from the Bloodseeker. Still level 5 though.
Oh,
there we go.
The Bonzo Show, as he's now called.
Try to make some moves around the map, and no, not again. Even with the missed stun, Vanomancer's gonna melt.
Yeah, Juice is... Oh, he's alive. Juice wants to finish the deal. Another Bonzo, 2 hero impale as they do end up getting the kill on the Venom in the trees. The deed is not done as Nyx Assassin oversteps his bag in some trouble as well with the chain thrust bouncing around. Oh, Lina barely survived. Swan almost brings it back to the leader, but Juice is still in the trees. Ages though, there'll be a second life if they can even deal with the first with the heal from the Dawnbreaker. Chandles does finally go down, but at the cost of the Venom's life, they'll get the Lich with the Bloodseeker charging forward to BKB.
And the cleanup.
It's cleanup city.
Pretty one-sided. They did have some... didn't bring too much to get something more out of that. But still, let's see if they're chasing. That's our quarter. It seems like they're going to bail. Unless Lewis gets an opening.
He turns it around. Keeps Apollo alive for a little bit longer. But they'd love to kill the Ember here, but Bolt gets out of there. And now they're going to lose this Age. So it looks like with the Wukong being dropped as well, Junk is going to be respawning into the middle of this one. Dark Warden trying to bail him out here, but with the Blade Fury, Akashi should be A-okay. As the Global Silence to cover the retreat as well as Lewis gets a toss in. 4-2-3 goes down. That's your carry dropping in Sanctity.
Oh, gets another.
He blinked in. Gonna be backline, the Grimstroke getting jumped, and that's just a free kill for JWO, who's gonna bash him now as well. Kishka, he's trying to retreat into the Wukong. He's like, this is the only place I feel safe, but Monkey, he's trapped in this Wukong. He can't really get out of this one. Now Tiny's re-engaged, blinks right into the middle of it. He's not afraid.
Them, so there's just not enough burst damage. They caught Tiny.
Well, he's the one who jumped in, killed the Grimstroke, but he doesn't have the best escape plan except the BKB, which is enough even in the Wukongs. He survived his way through. They've killed both supports now, and they're looking for more. They'll get the happy. Yep, they're feeling
some really nice performance. Very difficult to play it this way.
Yeah. Oh my god, 3 hero stun from Xiaobon with a split earth on 2 to follow it up. What a combo from RSG. Excellent, looking to pulse Nova down. The Undying will finish him off. The BKB on Mars going back around the fight, and Z-rate on the Mars getting very low. Once the MKS Naga, but it hasn't got the damage for it.
He popped the BKB and you couldn't even see it in the snowball.
Yep. Morphling just getting zoned out of this one. He's going to wave in into a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Has got the Mirana to back him up with all the buybacks coming in. Young P8 is just melting to the Pulse Nova damage. Too much from Excellent. His Leshrac finally coming online. Has the Mirana for, I believe, just across the room from us. There's so much crap on the ground with this split earth. The snowball on snowball. They've got the Morphling in the middle of them. Young PH barely gets out of there with a BKB. Instead, it's going to be the Mirana going down, and Young PH gonna go back to base to heal, which may just give IRC enough time to finish off the base here. Pulling in the Undying. Oh man. There's a kick from the Tusk. He's already got the one-sided finish that you sometimes get, but
this first phase this hero, because it's also a flexible hero. Some teams did play.
It was very handsome, lads, John. Very recognizable. There we go, working together as well. That's what we love to see. Try at least onto Carlo, but it's just the CM they're trying to focus down. Krish will move in with the arena from the high ground. They'll find Shanks for the Nyx. It's a 1-for-1 with support. They do buy back on Carlo. Krish jumping in again, finds a bang as well on that Lion. Now they've got the Gyrocopter with the Axe, but the Black Hole is there from Tino onto Asta with the Crystal Nova flying in from Carlo. And it's going to be the Gyrocopter who's in trouble and does eventually go down. They do still find, do they find Asta? He's running, he's surviving, he's fighting back. In fact, they can't take him out. They can't take down the Naga Siren. It's caught. Bob is still trying to help Tino. He's there with the black hole. He might be just enough to keep Palace alive as he's going to fight back. They've got Chris down, but the static storm.
What?
The buyback is there from Mavis. That's going to be enough. Oh, they've got Palos. No, oh, in fact, he has buyback now. He just got buyback off cooldown. Trying to help. His lifesteal is flying, and the gyrocopter might survive, but not quite. Not quite. GG is called. GG is called. Execration.
It does feel like at some point in like the early to mid game.
Well, not quite the hero you want to make the jump on anyway, but they'll try. Casual impale out, but the hook.
Whoa.
Oh, it's right on target. Oh, the Tumbler's Toy not giving enough range. Lelouch. Perfect hook. Pinkman's gone. Meanwhile, mid lane, they even found Parasite. Ends up landing. He ran right back into it. Hooks off the mark. Impale will not land. Xavius is somehow going to survive. What is happening? Impale's there. MNZ right in onto the punch. Lelouch though going to be able to force stuff and get away. Is MNZ. He does get hooked up. Lelouch has got him. MNZ still has the help of the Solar Guardian, but it's not going to matter. He gets bursted down. Lelouch is barely, no, he's not going to survive.
Oh, no, they missed the chance.
Yeah, I don't believe he got the slider fist off, but now the hook is there onto the next assassin. Pinkman, he's going to try to run with the Vendetta. Looks like he's going to be fine, but AU comes right back in onto the Ember, and that's a perfect setup. AU, and now the defense becomes infinitely harder without him. Oh, it's another great hook from Lelouch. No chance, he ran right in back here against the side of Polaris Esports. And well, it is Polaris,
really
John.
Good swap out on that punch pick, right?
Here we go, the love hearts again. Almost wrong hand, but he got it right the next time. And we're going to have another love heart. Can I? Oh, look at this, preemptively. Focus AU on this Mirana. Snowball is there, AU with a quick leap out, but it's not going to be enough. They have the instead to lock him down. Still Force is going to TP in with a pretty big Tombstone and Decay. Problem is there's not really much follow-up, but he's still going to chase them down. He has the Flesh Golem going. Xiaobon Bon, has he gone too far? It does seem like they have the damage for at least the Grimstroke, and now Roger, he's in big trouble. Force, he'll just man up. Now Lelouch going even more forward. Oh, that's a great roll in from Lelouch. He's found his primary target, just locking him down constantly. They're going to throw Doom out eventually onto the Rolling Thunder, but he's out. He just rolls right back out of there. Xiaobon Bon, he's going to drop. XeLearn is trying to run his way out. Shards onto Natsumi. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu still trying to at least chase something. He'll find AU. TP away is not going to be enough, but now Lelouch is on the chase. Kills, they do smoke up immediately. I believe there wasn't a creep wave. Lelouch now. Just going in onto Xiaobon Bon on his own does secure the kill, but how does he get out? Natsumi's around the corner. Force will be there as well. Turns out to be a bait all along as XeLearn. He is just going to melt. Oh, and they found MKS. Why the hell not? God. Surely Xiao Yu, about to drop, will do so eventually. Like they even found XeLearn. The GG is called. T4 Towers are under siege. Hands up. He gives the wave away, but Polaris just proving to be too strong of a team today.
Yeah, again, this revitalized Polaris just really great shakeup with Xavius taking that Dazzle himself and AU taking his Mirana, which we rarely see, but he has a fantastic game.
It certainly does. Very snowy because we do have the heart signs being put up again. Everyone's talking, just putting up these signs that I'm not aware of. I'm a bit of a boomer myself. So.